Akira knew all too well how trust usually ended. People promised to help him, swore they would protect him, and then abandoned him again and again at the worst possible moment. So when Alpha claimed she would never betray him, he was not exactly eager to believe her. But then her expression suddenly changed. In a quiet voice, she warned Akira not to turn around because someone was already following them. Their pursuers were two heavily equipped hunters who clearly had no intention of talking things out peacefully. With no better option, Akira decided to trust Alpha with his back for the first time. The beauty confidently promised to show him support on a completely different level. One of the hunters approached her directly, but after seeing what looked like a defenseless girl, he did not consider her a threat at all. Big mistake, Akira suddenly emerged from cover and opened fire, although his first attack was far from perfect. The hunter grabbed Alpha and demanded to know where her partner was hiding. But then a gun barrel suddenly appeared from the girl's chest and fired at him point blank. The brute could not understand how she had managed to hide a weapon in there. Except those were not some kind of gun-firing boobs. Somehow, Akira had passed straight through Alpha's body and attacked the enemy from inside her. After dealing with their pursuers, the two finally decided to get some rest. Alpha suggested taking a bath, and Akira ran off to bathe first with a suspicious amount of enthusiasm. I have only revealed a small part of the mystery, because Akira's adventures are about to get even crazier from here. The young man stood amidst the ruins, weapon drawn, his face tense and covered in sweat. An unclothed figure appeared before him, the hero's gaze fixed on the stranger's eyes. An unclothed girl with long hair appeared before the young man in the ruins, her body glowing with a strange light. The hero held his weapon, not lowering his arm. She uttered the word hunter. A few days earlier, an attack began in the slums. Monsters resembling enormous wolves burst forth from the wasteland. They tore people apart right in the streets, drenching everything in blood. A panicked crowd of residents fled down a narrow street, trying to escape the monsters. Among the fleeing was a boy named Akira. He desperately searched for a weapon to defend himself. Chaos reigned on the narrow street as monsters attacked people. Some used others as bait, shooting over their bodies. People fell dead, but Akira continued to survive amidst the horror. Bodies of victims lay in the streets, trampled and robbed before death. Akira ran through the ruins towards the wasteland, resolutely quickening his pace, determined not to die in such a way. Akira noticed a pistol next to the body of a deceased man. He quickly crawled over and grabbed the weapon, his eyes lighting up with hope. For the first time, he had a chance to defend himself from the monsters. An enormous beast with a bared maw rose before the boy, its roar shaking the air. Akira raised the pistol, ready to shoot. His face expressed both fear and a determination to confront the monster. The monster leaped at Akira, its maw wide open. The young man screamed, trying to push it away with his hands, but the beast's fangs sank into his shoulder, leaving a deep, bleeding wound. Akira began to force the pistol into the monster's mouth, but the wolf's fangs dug deeper into the boy's shoulder. The young man breathed heavily, the pistol jammed, causing him despair. Finally, Akira fired. The monster flinched from the shots, bullets piercing its maw and head. Akira sat on the ground with the smoking pistol, staring at the beast in astonishment, doubting his victory. Akira was sitting before the dead beast when an armed man in armor appeared. He aimed his weapon at the boy, claiming the kill as his own. The hunter reminded him that monsters were valued like ancient relics. The hunter ordered the boy to leave the pistol and go, threatening force. However, Akira clutched the weapon and resolutely declared his intention to hunt for relics himself, vowing to escape the slums. A view of the city of Kugamayama opened up. Enormous walls surrounded the central districts, protecting the elite from the deadly wastelands that stretched beyond the city limits. Residents of the poor districts could only exist outside the walls, most often dying in the slums at the edge of the wasteland. However, there was a way out, an opportunity to earn money and escape. One had to become a hunter. Beyond the wasteland lay the ruins of the old world, where relics could be found and sold for a lot of money. It was said that lucky hunters could afford a life behind the walls. Akira stood among the destroyed buildings and piles of rubble. Before him lay the remains of the old city of Kyusahara, once inhabited but now transformed into desolate ruins. A massive landscape of the ruined city unfolded before his eyes. High-rise buildings stood half destroyed and the streets were littered with debris. Amidst the ruins, traces of a bygone civilization, long abandoned by humans, could be discerned. Akira held his hunter's license in his hand, determined to find a relic on his very first day of work. Suddenly, a man appeared nearby, sharply grabbing his arm. Several armed men surrounded Akira. One pointed a pistol directly at his head while another held his arm. The bandits decided he was just a kid with nothing of value. One of the thugs punched Akira, mocking his hunter's license. The men called him a pathetic imposter, claiming that everyone gets a license. They kept hitting the young man, believing his decision to become a hunter was a fatal mistake. The beaten young man slowly lifted his head, struggling to wipe the blood from his face. His voice was firm as he corrected his attackers, telling them his name was Akira, not Ajira. The bandits scoffed at the boy's name, demanding he hand over everything he had. One of them noticed the inscription on his license. At that moment, Akira saw a naked figure which left him speechless with surprise. Behind Akira, a glowing, naked girl with long, flowing hair appeared. Her sudden appearance caught everyone's attention, including the bandits. She quietly spoke, asking an unexpected question. The girl stared straight ahead, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Her lips barely parted as she asked if he was a hunter. The atmosphere became thick with tension. Akira panicked, aiming his pistol and yelling at her not to move. The girl asked if they could see her. The bandits were confused, finding his behavior strange as they didn't notice the dangerous figure. Akira kept his weapon pointed, ordering her not to move. The girl approached, her figure glowing amidst the ruins. The bandits were bewildered, wondering if she was a ghost from the old world. The girl approached Akira and calmly told him he needed to take cover in the building within 10 seconds to survive. She started a countdown, leading him forward, which further confused the bandits. Akira sprinted with all his might towards the nearest building, remembering the girl's warning. Behind him, the bandits shouted, noticing his escape. The boy's face showed tension and a desperate will to survive. A massive explosion roared behind him, deafening and destroying everything around. Akira's figure was thrown sideways by the powerful shockwave. His body tumbled through the air before he fell. Akira, breathing heavily after the explosion, saw the girl in a new form. She introduced herself as Alpha and smiled. Her appearance was majestic, accompanied by a glow and changed clothing. Alpha ordered Akira to go up the stairs to the roof. She started a countdown, leaving him no choice. The young man frantically rushed upward and another explosion erupted behind him. Akira, gasping for breath after running, turned to the girl named Alpha, begging her to explain what was happening. In response, she mockingly called him Ajira, once again mispronouncing his name. Alpha explained that she had saved Akira during an attack by a combat dog, providing him with timely support. She pointed downwards, suggesting he look for himself to confirm her words. Below, combat dogs appeared, organic monsters created to guard cities in the old world. Integrated weapons protruded from their backs, ready to open fire on enemies. The girl explained that the combat dogs' stomachs contained nanomachines that produced weapons and ammunition. Akira, staring intently at her, asked who she really was and if she was a ghost. Alpha gently denied it and clarified that he wasn't seeing a ghost but a form of augmented reality. This technology was created in the old world and had survived to the present day. The girl explained that she was implanting additional information into Akira's brain, making him believe in her real presence. She then confirmed his status as a hunter and demanded he do a job for her. Alpha stated that there was a ruin that needed to be conquered. Akira, confused, asked what exactly she meant and if she was referring to their current location. She warned that Akira wouldn't be able to survive in this place on his own, but offered her flawless support as an advance. She assured him that together they could achieve their goal, and for their success, he would receive a reward in the form of ancient relics. Akira, surprised, asked if all of this was really true, and Alpha confidently confirmed it. After a brief silence, he thanked her for saving him but firmly stated that his answer was no. Noticing his resolve, the girl called his name in confusion. Akira confessed that he finally understood why he wanted to become a hunter. He was lured by promises of delicious food and a life beyond the walls, but in the end, he was deceived, used, and abandoned. Tricked and robbed, he lost everything. Looking into the distance, he firmly declared that he would never let anyone use him again. Akira stood confidently, looking at the girl with determination, waiting for her response. Alpha spoke with cold confidence, reminding him that the monsters below wouldn't give him a chance. She stated directly that such an offer was a rare stroke of luck, and refusing it could lead to serious problems for him. Akira firmly decided that if he died here, it would be his fate, as he had consciously come to these ruins. Despite the danger, he had no intention of backing down. Alpha, observing his persistence, approached him with a new proposal. Alpha offered her temporary support, promising to help Akira survive and give him a chance to confirm her reliability. She hinted that they could make a real contract later. After a short deliberation, Akira agreed but warned that he would break ties with her immediately at the slightest suspicion. The girl asked Akira for only one thing: always follow her instructions. She made it clear that his survival directly depended on obeying her commands. Alpha warned Akira that he would die without her support, so he needed to listen to her carefully. She explained that to get out of the building, he would have to sneak past a pack of weaponized dogs whose behavior could be predicted by considering their individual characteristics. She showed the young man the way and ordered him to run through the pack as fast as possible without looking back. The boy watched in horror as the weaponized dogs indeed had cannons growing out of their bodies and realized that a single volley could tear him to pieces. Alpha demanded that Akira obey her command and run immediately. The boy gritted his teeth and rushed forward, following her words, understanding that his life now depended on these instructions. Akira ran forward with all his might, while monstrous weaponized dogs chased behind him, ready to catch and tear him to pieces at any moment. The woman stood before the enraged weaponized dogs with a slight smile and calmly announced her presence. When the beasts aimed at her, she raised her hand, and at that very moment, bright flashes erupted all around, accompanied by deafening gunshots. Powerful explosions illuminated the battlefield, scattering debris and raising clouds of smoke. When the roar subsided, the woman, calmly observing her opponents, noticed that the weaponized dogs had run out of ammunition. A massive explosion split the ground, leaving a crater and the silhouettes of the defeated dogs. Alpha watched this with a slight smile, stating with satisfaction that this was exactly what she had intended. An enormous weaponized dog burst from the clouds of smoke, its eyes glowing brightly and its steps thundered, shaking the ground. Alpha tensed, watching the approach of this monster, which surpassed the others in strength and size. The huge weaponized dog stood before them, making threatening sounds and preparing to attack. Akira, in a panic, asked Alpha what was happening, but she calmly said she would give him detailed instructions. She reminded him that the slightest hesitation would lead to death. Alpha gently touched Akira's face and with a confident smile said she wouldn't let him die. She assured him that he didn't need to worry because she would be there to protect him. Akira rushed forward following Alpha's instructions, who clearly guided his every step. She told him to turn right, press against the wall, then stop for 3 seconds and run again. The girl ordered him to prepare his weapon and, at her signal, empty the entire magazine despite his doubts about the pistol's weakness. Akira dashed forward as Alpha's countdown echoed in his head. He pressed himself to the ground when the time reached 3, preparing for the crucial moment. As the countdown ended, he raised his pistol, gripping it with both hands, and got ready to shoot. Akira screamed, emptying the entire clip, his hands trembling, but his finger never left the trigger. Bullets ripped out and hit their mark, causing a powerful explosion and making the monster howl in pain. Akira stared at the pistol in confusion, unable to believe he had taken down the giant. He asked if he had really killed it, wondering how it was possible with such a weapon. The girl next to him confirmed his success and explained that despite its size, the monster had a weak brain. The girl reminded Akira that he had only managed to defeat the monster with the pistol thanks to her support. She emphasized that her help was crucial to his victory. Alpha smiled, circling Akira and demanding he acknowledge her support. She insisted on his gratitude and stressed that he now owed her his trust. Akira thanked Alpha but asked for time to consider whether to accept her contract. Alpha, however, promised even more impressive support if he decided to go for it. Alpha announced that the last combat hounds were gone and invited Akira to come out of hiding. The young man watched her, pondering that she was augmented reality, a ghost of the old world. Alpha offered Akira a choice: continue his search or turn back, and mentioned she had a task for him. The young man hesitated, wondering if he could accept a mission and work with such an intangible being as Alpha. Akira firmly stated that he would continue his search and wouldn't return home until he found at least one relic. Alpha watched him intently as they walked together through the city's ruined streets. She led Akira forward, promising that with her guidance he would succeed if he followed her instructions. Then she smiled and suggested they head somewhere even more dangerous than their current location. Alpha ordered Akira to take cover and stay put for 30 seconds. Then she told him to press against the wall and move slowly forward, after which she commanded him to run. Alpha ordered Akira to run, then to squeeze through a narrow passage, and then to return the same way. The young man struggled through the narrow corridor, surprised by the strange instructions, but continued to follow them, remaining focused. Alpha told Akira to go back, explaining that they had bypassed a dangerous path. The young man was surprised by her actions and noted that no sounds had come from that passage anyway. Akira cautiously peered out and confirmed that there was nothing nearby. He noted that the area seemed empty and safe. Alpha sharply yelled at Akira to come back immediately. The young man froze in surprise, noticing strange movements ahead. Akira stared in astonishment at the enormous combat robot that appeared right in front of him amidst the ruins. The machine towered over him, radiating power and danger. Akira's eyes widened in horror as the giant robot activated its weapon. Powerful beams erupted from its central eye, and the streets plunged into chaos under the roar of explosions. The young man was thrown into the air by a powerful blast, losing control of his body. The ground around him crumbled under a barrage of attacks, and the giant machine continued to advance, giving him no time to catch his breath. Thick smoke enveloped the ruined buildings, and the massive machine gradually dissolved into the dusty haze. The young man lay among the debris, pierced by sharp stones, and curled into a ball, screaming in pain. Akira sat among the broken stones, slowly recovering from the impact. He looked up and saw Alpha in front of him. The girl said that only her intervention had saved his life. Alpha leaned towards Akira and acknowledged his distrust, explaining that she was trying to keep him alive. She added that his death would cause her big problems and asked him to believe at least that much. Alpha explained that the area was guarded by automatons with optical camouflage and demanded to see his wound. Akira apologized and struggled to crouch down, and the girl noticed his condition was becoming dangerous. Akira wondered if he would ever become a strong hunter. Alpha assured him that to form a contract, he only needed to show his will and determination, and she would handle the rest. Akira clenched his fist, remembering his promise to himself to become a hunter and escape the slums. He admitted Alpha was right, got up from the ground, and with effort reaffirmed his resolve. Akira, leaning heavily on his arm, got up from the ground and firmly declared that he would find the strength within himself. Alpha watched him intently, surprised by his words. Alpha asked if Akira was able to walk and suggested they go deeper into the ruins. They found themselves in a huge hall with massive machines. Alpha pointed to a relic that looked like a jar of capsules. Alpha explained that the discovered item was a restorative medicine from the old world. She told Akira to swallow 10 capsules, then open a few more and apply the powder directly to his wounds. Akira writhed on the ground, his body pierced by intense pain from the medicine. His face contorted in a scream and his eyes widened, reflecting the agonizing strain on his entire body. Akira woke up and struggled to sit up, his body still bearing traces of pain and fatigue. Alpha sat beside him, leaning over and observing his reaction. Akira sharply raised his pistol, breathing heavily and backing away. Alpha watched him calmly, then asked about his condition. The young man checked his body and realized his wounds had indeed healed. Akira noted the amazing properties of the old-world medicine. Alpha warned him not to overexert himself and to remember the patrols. Then, the girl suggested they continue searching for relics if he felt strong enough to move. Akira examined the found knife, noting that it didn't look like a combat weapon. Alpha noticed his caution and added that medical equipment would also be useful. After that, they decided to head back. Akira walked beside Alpha and noticed that no one paid attention to her bright outfit. The girl reminded him that no one could hear her voice either, which made him look strange. The street was filled with homeless people. The two approached the building where the relic exchange point was located. Outside, curious children surrounded it. Inside the office, employees were busy receiving hunters' fines. Akira was outraged to learn that he was offered only 300 orum for the relic he brought. The clerk responded coldly, suggesting he go somewhere else. Men standing nearby mockingly advised him to leave. Akira found himself in a tense situation inside the office. One of the men drew a weapon and aimed it, preparing to attack. The hero also reached for his pistol, ready to defend himself. Akira gripped his weapon, but Alpha stopped him, urging him not to act rashly. The office worker explained that assessing the relic would take time, and the money given was an advance payment as per the law. The office employee stated that the final amount would be determined after the relic's assessment and added to his next sale. Akira noted that many don't return alive, but threatened that he would come back even if he had to crawl. Akira looked at the man with a serious expression and firmly swore. His determination was evident, despite his fatigue and the traces of wounds on his body. The man warned Akira about the importance of a hunter's license, emphasizing its role as an identification document. The young man and Alpha left the building, exiting through the illuminated doors under the watchful eyes of armed individuals. At the slum supply center, people stood in a long line for food. Several men discussed the food, expressing doubts about its origin. They mentioned synthetic ingredients, suspicious machines, and rumors of monster meat being used. Akira sat on the ground, eating a piece of bread and explaining that he had no money, so this was all he could afford. Alpha warned him about dangerous additives in the food, but he continued to chew. Akira was finishing his bread when Alpha declared that she would support him during the trial phase. After that, they headed together to the ruins of Kyuzusuhara City to continue searching for relics. Akira noticed Alpha's change of outfit with surprise and asked why. She inquired if it looked bad on her. The hero admitted that the look suited her, but he preferred her previous attire. Alpha took Akira's words literally and appeared before him completely naked. The young man reacted in a panic, covering his face with his hands, and demanded she put her old clothes back on. Akira asked why Alpha chose her clothes. She explained it was for the same reason she was completely naked when they first met. Alpha then clarified that she was interfering with the data transmission system and broadcasting this image across a wide range. Alpha explained that anyone with equipment capable of receiving information could see her. She chose this outfit to more easily gauge reactions from such people. Akira speculated that someone using similar equipment might be nearby. Alpha warned Akira not to look back, no matter what happened. She noted that they were being watched right now and emphasized the need to remain cautious while moving through the ruins. Two men with brightly glowing eyes appeared from the shadows. Both were hunters, well-equipped and armed, highlighting their danger and readiness for battle. The young man fearfully asked why the hunters had targeted him and couldn't believe it wasn't a mistake. The girl explained that they were being pursued from a distance because the hunters either saw him with a relic at the exchange point or bought information about him. She warned him that if he didn't consider them enemies, he would die. Finally, she told him to enter the building, acting as naturally as possible. The young man frantically asked Alpha how he could escape his enemies. She calmly replied that he wouldn't run. Instead, he needed to fight and turn the situation to his advantage. Stunned, he found it hard to believe her words. The girl confidently stated that with her support, he could defeat his opponents and offered to make a contract with her. The young man hesitated, replying that he would only consider it after the enemies were defeated. The young man doubtfully asked if he could truly defeat his enemies. The girl assured him that if he couldn't pass this trial, his dreams of becoming a great hunter were nothing more than an illusion. Smiling, she added that she would show him how incredible her support could be. The girl stared intently at the young man and told him to prepare. She instilled in him that he could succeed through his will and determination. Holding his weapon, the young man finally agreed, confirming his intention to act. The young man gripped his weapon tightly and focused, preparing for the upcoming fight. The girl watched him with a slight smile as he firmly declared that he was now responsible for his willpower and determination. The girl enthusiastically announced that she would take care of the rest and urged the young man to act with her. They rushed forward, and she promised to show him the full power of her support so he would agree to make a contract with her. One of the armed men chuckled, noticing the young man moving with a girl in a dress. His partner, Kahimo, explained that his eye implants could pick up data from the old world. One of the hunters asked in confusion if it wasn't just a creepy urban legend about the ruins of Kyuzusuhara City. His partner noted that the girl accompanying the young man was only visible to a select few, and she was known as the ghost of the old world. The hunter spoke of the seductive ghost, a story about a spirit that lures hunters deep into the ruins, using relics as bait. The two hunters noted that the young man and the girl were acting strangely. They guessed that she was helping him find relics and decided to use this to get their hands on the valuable items. The hunters decided to split roles. One would go inside after the young man and the girl, while the other would stay outside. The one remaining outside suspected a trap but decided to observe how things unfolded anyway. The hunter is shocked to see a ghost girl in front of him and calls out to his partner, telling him he found her inside the ruins. The hunters only notice Alpha and discuss her, believing she's a decoy. One notes her speed and the strength of her illusion, while Akira, breathing heavily, hides nearby. Akira, breathing heavily, hides behind a wall and grips his pistol, counting his bullets. He recalls Alpha's instructions and prepares to act, watching the approaching armed hunter. The hunter spots the girl and is stunned by her appearance. He's flustered, breathing heavily, and can't hide his amazement, calling her unusual and dangerous as if he can't believe his own eyes. The hunter tries to touch the girl, but his hand passes right through her. He's furious, convinced she's real. The young man is impatient, but Alpha calms him, telling him to wait for her signal. The young man suddenly lunges forward and opens fire, hitting the opponent. The second hunter furiously returns fire, but he's caught off guard. The fight becomes deadly. The enraged hunter shouts about the boy's attack, admitting he was distracted by the girl. His partner coldly scolds him for being foolish, realizing it was a pre-planned trap. One of the hunters notices the girl is still standing nearby, while the other speculates that the boy simply gave her basic instructions to distract and confuse them. The hunter decides to use the girl to corner the boy. The boy breathes heavily, curses his close-range miss, and hears Alpha's reproach, asking why he didn't follow her instructions. The boy bandages his wound and apologizes for his overconfidence. Alpha orders him to obey her instructions and warns him about a risky plan. He agrees, confidently stating that determination is part of his job. Alpha confidently takes the initiative, guiding the enemy to the right spot. The girl points to a room with bloodstains, and the mercenary becomes convinced the boy is hiding inside. Haya, laughing maniacally, shoots into the room Alpha points to. He shouts threats, while outside, his partner is puzzled about what's happening. Haya furiously notices that the child isn't in the room, even though he should have been. Alpha stands calmly nearby, and suddenly a pistol appears on her chest. Akira shoots at point-blank range, and Haya screams as he takes fatal wounds. Stunned, he doesn't understand how an illusion could shoot and realizes he's been seriously hit. The boy emerges from Alpha's body, astonishing the enemy. Haya is shocked to realize it was a trap and that the entire plan had been meticulously set up from the beginning. Alpha and Akira finish off the enemy, leaving him powerless. Haya dies screaming, realizing he's encountered the ghost of the old world. Akira coolly notes that one enemy is defeated. Akira and Alpha observe the body of the defeated enemy. He coldly states that there's still one more opponent. Outside, Kahimo frantically calls out to Haya, not understanding what happened. Akira looked at the body of the killed enemy and realized he had truly taken a life. Alpha calmly advised him to strip the opponent of his gear to replenish their weapon supply, then throw the body out the window. Akira, breathing heavily, looked at the enemy's body with doubt, but Alpha calmly confirmed the necessity. He gathered himself and began dragging the bloody corpse to dispose of it. Kahimo, noticing his comrade's body at the entrance, realized he was dead. He heard gunshots and guessed there had been a shootout, thinking the boy was intentionally trying to provoke him. Kahimo was furious, believing the kid dared to look down on him. Meanwhile, Alpha ordered Akira to retrieve a special knife found among the relics. Akira hesitated, unsure if he should shoot the knife, fearing he might break it, but Alpha insisted. She declared that they now had to kill the second hunter. Kahimo realized that Akira had not only acquired the weapon but also Haya's tablet. Deciding to use this to his advantage, he planned to turn the situation around. Kahimo noticed Haya's tablet on the floor and wondered if Akira had left it there on purpose or if it was a trap. He assessed his position, thinking it would be difficult to catch him off guard. A powerful explosion echoed inside the building. Light and a shockwave burst outwards, tearing down walls and filling the streets with a brilliant glow. The warrior with the weapon cautiously moved through the ruined walls, rifle at the ready. Suddenly, he stopped, his face contorted in pain, his body sliced apart, which made him tense up. Kahimo took a fatal blow and fell, letting out a dying groan. From above, through the window, Akira fired a shot. The beam pierced the enemy, splitting him in two. The young man, breathing heavily, continued to hold his weapon, stunned by what had happened. The knife in his hand began to crumble into dust. Alpha calmly told him that he had succeeded and killed the enemy. She explained that it was just an old-world knife and he had destroyed its protective mechanism, allowing its full power to be activated only once. Akira was amazed by the power of the old relics. Alpha warned him about the hidden danger, capable of splitting walls, reminding him to be careful in the future. Akira thanked Alpha for her support, understanding that he had only survived because of her. She reminded him to be grateful and suggested collecting the relics before returning to the city. The hunters discussed the discovered corpse of a huge monster. Some doubted such a creature could appear there, while others claimed it had wiped out an entire group. The men discussed rumors of a ghost and the possibility of conflict between hunters. One of them laughed, dismissing them as silly stories, while the others remained thoughtful. Akira arrived at the hunter's office to exchange relics. The employee immediately recognized him and noted that he had changed a lot since their last meeting. The young man handed over the found relic, but the office worker doubted his success, hinting that the last time was just luck. The hero was surprised by such a suggestion. Akira received the relic appraisal results and was surprised to hear the sum of 200,000 orums. The worker noted that such money was rare for a child, advising him to spend it wisely. The hero was stunned by the amount, but Alpha calmly stated that it was just pocket money. She reminded him that much larger sums awaited him and he needed to keep his cool. She promised to help him manage his money but suggested he rest first after the expedition. Akira awkwardly agreed, acknowledging her words despite his exhaustion. Akira found himself in a luxurious room and felt uncomfortable due to its size and price. Alpha explained that with his new money, he needed to get used to this level of living. Alpha offered Akira to relax and take a bath or use her non-combat support. Akira was flustered but happily chose the bath, not understanding the second hint. Akira was relaxing in the bath, pondering the high price of the room. Alpha appeared naked in the tub and with a smile asked him how he felt in this luxurious bath. Akira noticed Alpha was undressed and asked her about it in surprise. She calmly replied that she couldn't get into the bath with clothes on, after which he left, intending to go to sleep. Standing in the steam bath, Akira turned to Alpha and told her he accepted her offer to explore certain ruins. Akira admitted he trusted Alpha but asked her to wait until he became stronger. She agreed and said he first needed to acquire some gear. Akira woke up in his hotel bed, initially confused about his whereabouts. Alpha explained the situation and reminded him they would go shopping for gear after breakfast. Akira arrived at the Cartridge Freak store where he was greeted by the manager, Shizuka. He asked for a rifle maintenance kit and offered an item he'd found for sale. Shizuka inspected Akira's rifle and suggested he keep it, as the weapon could be restored with maintenance. However, Alpha advised him to buy a new one for better reliability in the future. The saleswoman handed the young hunter a new rifle for 100,000 orum, noting its reliability and simplicity. She then offered him another item to consider. Akira tried on the protective clothing, which was a bit too large, but the saleswoman assured him it would fit perfectly after a minor adjustment. Shizuka gave Akira the protective clothing as a bonus, hoping he would become a regular customer, while she wondered if the young hunter would survive long enough. Alpha announced that their next task was shooting practice and promised to provide full support now that their contract was in place. Akira, in turn, promised to do his best, but looking at the weapon, he pondered trust. He reflected on Alpha's words that she would do anything for his life and admitted he actually knew almost nothing about her. The boy thought Alpha might abandon him for a stronger hunter, so he decided to become stronger and rise up. Alpha reminded him of an important point in their contract. The augmented reality activated a special protocol, warning that it would now provide Akira with high-level support without his approval. She informed him this also included using secret information, which surprised Akira. The protocol mandated preserving Akira's life. She stated that the process included consciousness adjustment, will intervention, and the use of cognitive processing rules. It was also noted that a full explanation of all information would take 120 years of verbal clarification, so the system would protect Akira's life without approval. Alpha activated the protocol confirmation. She warned that this included using level 5 information and performing all functions requiring consent. While eating, Akira recalled their first meeting and noted that Alpha had been naked then. Alpha explained that without an unusual appearance, no one would have reacted. The boy admitted she was right but asked if she had other methods besides nudity. Alpha appeared in a form with a massive amount of mechanical weaponry, which greatly frightened Akira. She explained that such an appearance only caused fear and hindered communication. Akira exclaimed that it was too much. Alpha explained that the best way to grab attention at first glance was to be completely naked. She showed that she could change her appearance and armament thanks to the augmented reality suit. Alpha demonstrated various looks, changing her clothes, hair length, and even body shape depending on age or situation. She asked Akira which option he liked best. Alpha appeared as a small girl and cheerfully asked Akira if she looked cute. The guy got flustered and, looking away, replied that she shouldn't ask him such questions. Alpha offered to stay in her little girl form if Akira preferred it. The young man replied that he had no preference and asked her to return to her original appearance so as not to confuse him. Alpha appeared naked right in front of Akira, which made him confused and caused him to yell. The young man frantically demanded that she put on clothes immediately, and she noted his demanding nature. Alpha continued to explain the nuances of the contract. She asked Akira if he was confident he could fulfill all the functions. The young man stared at her intently, unsure how to respond. Akira confidently said yes, agreeing to activate all of Alpha's functions. She looked at him with surprise, then closed her eyes as if accepting his decision. Alpha let out a sigh of relief and thanked Akira for his decision. She called him closer, assuring him she wouldn't do anything bad. Despite not understanding all the details, Akira decided to trust her. Alpha explains to Akira that now that they've formed a contract, she can provide him with various types of support. First, she demonstrates telepathy, which allows them to transmit thoughts without delay. Akira is surprised and impressed by this ability. Alpha adds that with practice, he'll be able to maintain the connection for longer. After that, she moves on to the next type of assistance, shooting support. Alpha asks Akira to aim at a rock. As he starts to aim, his vision unexpectedly changes. Additional functions appear, and he's surprised, thinking there's something wrong with his eyes. Alpha explains that she's added new capabilities to his vision to help him with his shooting practice. Akira notices that the rock seems to be getting closer and is surprised by what's happening. Alpha explains that this is an image magnification function. She asks him to focus and try to shoot the rock, which is marked with a red indicator. Akira takes a shot but misses. Alpha explains that the blue line is a prediction of the bullet's trajectory, and if he aims along it, the probability of hitting the target is higher. She warns him that in a real fight, he'll have to aim at monsters, so he needs to shoot more accurately. Alpha notices that Akira acted strangely with the saleswoman and asks if she's his type. Akira denies it, saying he was just buying equipment as usual. However, Alpha doesn't believe him and insists that he definitely acted abnormally. After that, she switches back to training and notes that there are still many other types of support she can give him. Alpha reminds Akira about the terms of their contract. She wants him to explore dangerous ruins. She emphasizes that all her support is merely in advance for the promised reward. Akira will receive an extremely valuable old world relic as his reward. Alpha asks Akira if he has any questions. He admits that it's too much information and asks her to repeat the details later when the time comes. In response, Alpha says she will tell him about their future plans. Alpha explains their future plan to Akira. He will start by learning to read and write and use other days for training and studying. They will explore ruins about once a week. Alpha promises to give him her full support until he fulfills her request and asks him to trust her. Akira practices writing, noticing that his hunter's license has his name spelled incorrectly as Ajira. He wonders aloud who that is but is happy that he can at least read now. Akira trains under Alpha's guidance. With her tips, he learns to aim correctly and control his strength. Alpha notes his progress and suggests moving on to the next stage of training. Akira is horrified to see a strange, terrifying creature, a huge dog with weapons on its back. He is shocked. The hunter faces a massive armed dog. The beast lunges at him with a furious growl, and the hero, in a panic, opens fire, trying to defend himself from the deadly attack. Akira falls to the ground, shaken by the vision of a dead body. Alpha explains that it's an illusion created for training and warns that such weakness will lead to death. Alpha instructs Akira to always aim for monsters' weak spots or he will die. She emphasizes the importance of taking the training seriously, showing terrifying examples of possible death. Alpha informs Akira that the training is over. At that moment, they notice an approaching vehicle and the system identifies two female hunters inside, which puts the hero on alert. She assumes the hunters are heading to the Kyuzusuhara ruins but advises Akira to go there as well. She warns him that escaping here is impossible if danger strikes. Sarah drives through the desolate landscape with her partner sitting next to her. Her partner asks about Sarah's condition and the girl calmly replies that her body is fine. Her partner looked at Sarah with concern, noticing that her nanite reserves in her chest had significantly decreased. She wondered if Sarah would hold up and chose easier ruins to explore. Sarah suggested selling their equipment to replenish her nanites, but Alina reminded her of their dire situation. In the end, they could only hope that the rumor of the expedition was true. Akira was surprised by the number of hunters and realized that the rumors about a child from the slums referred to him. Alpha suggested they move away while the hunters discussed a valuable artifact they had found. Akira was surprised that all the hunters had gathered because of a rumor. Alpha explained that safe areas had long been explored, so new rumors attract many hunters for a repeat search. Akira asked Alpha about the situation. She replied that most of the hunters had left, deciding that the rumor was baseless and returned home, ceasing their search in the ruins. Alpha noted that two hunters were still tracking and confidently following Akira's trail. The boy admitted he didn't want to meet them, tired of constant skirmishes. Alpha explained to Akira that the hunters remained in the ruins despite the thickening colorless mist. She added that they were incapable of making logical decisions. Akira asked in surprise, "What is colorless mist?" The heroine pointed out a blur in the distance to Akira, explaining that it was due to the colorless mist. It blocks electromagnetic waves, sound, and smell, depriving living and mechanical beings of information about their surroundings. Alpha explained to Akira that the colorless mist reduces the range for detecting enemies and weakens firearms. In dense mist, even a bullet's trajectory becomes visible. Akira noticed movement and asked Alpha what it was. She explained that a huge monster was moving towards the female hunters, and Akira suggested they use their fight as an opportunity to escape. Alina admitted that her search radius had decreased and that they should have retreated earlier. Her companion reassured her, saying they just needed to be more careful. Suddenly, they heard gunshots. Alina reports that there are 8 hunters and one enormous monster ahead, heading towards them. She is astonished by their recklessness, and her companion wonders why this is happening now. Alina is worried, but her partner decides to act. She grabs her weapon, preparing to shoot, declaring that she will kill the monster with one shot and orders all the hunters to step back. Sarah fires a powerful shot from her rifle. The bullet hits the monster in the head, tearing it apart. The creature is no more, and the hunters watch the result in astonishment. The partners notice that after the explosion, the hunters dropped an item. Sarah realizes this was done intentionally, making the situation even more dangerous. Alina horrifyingly spots a grenade thrown by the enemies. At that moment, her partner lunges forward, embraces her, and tries to shield her body from the blast. The grenade explodes with a powerful roar, scattering debris in all directions. The ground and surrounding buildings shake, and a thick cloud of smoke and dust rises, obscuring the aftermath of the impact. The two lay among the debris, heavily wounded after the explosion. Their bodies were covered in dirt and dust, their strength almost gone. Meanwhile, armed figures began to emerge from the smoke, approaching them. Alina lay in bed with an oxygen mask, her body weak from her injuries. She held Sarah's hand tightly and faintly whispered words of gratitude for her coming to see her. Sarah sat beside the weakened Alina, squeezing her hand and comforting her with words about treatment. She promised to get nanites capable of strengthening the body at a cellular level. Sarah was recovering after nanomachine treatment, surprised by their effectiveness. Alina explained that she had used her chest as a storage for the nanomachines, then became embarrassed by Sarah's attentive gaze and her comment about it being a good excuse. Alina, wounded and stunned, tried to regain consciousness. Realizing that the grenade's blast wave had thrown them back, she barely noticed armed men approaching. Alina desperately cried out Sarah's name while Sarah, badly wounded, tried to get up. Despite her weakness, Alina pulled out her weapon and prepared to open fire on the advancing enemies. Sarah found herself captured with a weapon pointed at her. The bandits threatened to kill her, demanding Alina surrender, but Alina shouted for her not to give in and to fight. The bandits threatened to kill Alina, demanding Sarah come out of hiding. Sarah realized she could destroy the enemies, but it would lead to Alina's death, and she hesitated. The enemies threatened to kill Alina, demanding she come out of hiding. Sarah realized she could deal with the enemies, but understood that if she did, Alina would surely die. The hunters held Alina hostage and demanded Sarah's weapon. She thought, "I will definitely save Alina," but didn't yet know how to do it. One of them pressed a gun to Alina's head. Sarah cried out in despair, but her enemies demanded she throw down her weapon. Alina, unafraid, told Sarah not to give in to blackmail and to fight to the end, even as the enemies threatened her life. Alina desperately begged Sarah to stop, but Sarah, with her hands behind her head, walked forward. With the enemy's guard lowered, Sarah decided she could kill them if she got close enough. The bandit, holding his weapon, ordered Sarah to take off her enhanced suit. She realized he mistook her protective clothing for a technological shell, unaware of her altered strength. Sarah decided to use this as an opportunity. Sarah stood in just the base layer of her suit, holding back her anger. The bandits began to mock her appearance, crudely insulting her and comparing her to a man, while Alina remained silent, clenching her teeth. Alina yelled at the captors, demanding they shut up, defending Sarah. She declared that they didn't know what Sarah had been through. Sarah, without her suit, slowly approached, preparing for decisive action. Sarah, now unprotected, took a step forward but was immediately severely wounded. Bullets pierced both her legs, blood gushed out, and her face showed horror. One of the hunters panicked and turned to the leader, but he calmly explained that the girl was a modified human with nanites. He added that her strength was comparable to a person in an enhanced suit, so resisting her was pointless. Alina rushed to Sarah. She held her close while the leader explained that all the nanites were currently busy repairing external wounds. He added that in such a state, Sarah would no longer be able to fight. Alina held the wounded Sarah in her arms, hearing her apologies for the mistake she made. Meanwhile, the enemies noticed a thickening, colorless fog and warned not to waste too much time playing with the girl. Suddenly, the leader's head exploded from a powerful shot, blood and fragments scattering everywhere. His body twitched and a distorted grimace froze on his face. The enemies panicked from the unexpected attack, one of them falling with a bullet through his head. Alina held the wounded Sarah as gunshots rang out around them and the enemies' weapons slipped from their hands. The bandit furiously aimed his weapon, accusing them of getting outside help. Alina, shielding the injured Sarah, braced for defense as a powerful explosion nearby distracted their enemies. Alina, still covering Sarah, looked on in confusion as gunfire erupted from the building. Enemies dropped under the unexpected assault, and the girls tried to figure out who was saving them. Akira emerged from cover, his expression serious. His shots confirmed that he was the one providing cover for Sarah and Alina, attacking their enemies. Akira asked for information about the opponents. Alpha reported that 5 survivors remained. Both sides were now hiding in cover. The guy asks Alpha how many enemies are left. She tells him that 3 are dead and 5 are still alive. Alpha says they'll keep shooting at them once they're out of range of their detectors. She explains that it will be difficult for them to spot the guy then. Alpha tells him he can eliminate all of them while remaining undetected. 2 men hiding couldn't figure out where the shots were coming from. A second later, one of the men dies from a bullet to the head. Alpha tells the guy to keep following her instructions and not to forget that if he's spotted, he'll be killed. The girls were sitting behind a wall and heard screams. Akira asks Alpha where he should shoot next, but getting no answer, he looks at her. The girl was looking away, clearly displeased. The guy asks her what was wrong and if she was angry because he saved the girls. Alpha tells him that wasn't the issue. She says he agreed to help her and got paid, but then risked his life for strangers. She states that it would be problematic if he died because of it. The guy thinks that she was right, and if he had died, he would have put them in a difficult position. Alpha suggests he finish off the enemies quickly before the fog clears. The guy kills the last one. Akira apologizes for the trouble he caused the girl and suggests they go home. The girl asks him why he helped them. Akira tells her his thoughts at that moment, explaining that she had called him lucky and he had used his luck on her, so he wanted to get it back by saving the girls. Alpha suggests they head back, and she mentally notes that it all sounded like excuses, especially since he hadn't wanted to save them when she mentioned the monster. She realizes that the guy killed the men because he had his own intentions. He saved the girls in order to kill the guys. Understanding the depth of the guy's hatred, she decided not to become his enemy. The blonde tells her friend that the gunshots have stopped, and approaching her, she asks about her condition. The girl tells her that the nanomachines had closed her wounds, but she still couldn't move. The blonde looked at her, deep in thought. She ran off, shouting that she would be back soon. Alpha informs Akira that the girl is running towards them, and he asks if he can outrun her. Alpha points to the wall and says she was on the other side. The guy takes out a piece of paper and starts writing on it. He wrote a request on paper asking her not to come to him, and Alpha tells him he needs to work on his handwriting. Akira pulls out a bullet and says he'll attach a weight to it now, then asks the girl if his idea will work. Akira's message flies through the wall to the blonde. She picks it up and asks what it is. She read it and wondered what the bullet was for. The girl shouts to the guy and thanks him, then she tells him that she needed help. A few seconds later, Akira throws medicine to the girl. She takes it and the guys run away. The injured girl thanks Alina as she stands up, saying she feels better. Alina is happy that the medicine helped. Alina thinks to herself that the medicine was very effective, and no one would give something like that to a stranger. She decides she will definitely thank the guy when the time is right. A few days later in Kugamayama City, someone mentions that this is already the 10th relic exchange. A man addresses Akira as Ajira, and the young man corrects him. The blonde man says that in that case, the name on the card is wrong, and the young man hands him the card so he can correct it. The man gives Akira the corrected card and tells him he just needs to register by presenting this card to the local authorities. The man asks him to behave well while he's there. Akira says, approaching a building, that if the map is to be believed, this was the right building. Upon entering, he asks if it's a different office, and they tell him it's the hunter's office. The one he visited before was a branch. Alpha explains that the local hunters were on another level. Nanomachines and power suits enhanced their bodies, and some even had modified organs. She says they explored the most dangerous ruins and returned as if nothing had happened. Akira hands his card to the girl at registration and says he was told to show it to her. She addresses him by the name Ajira, and the young man apologizes to her, explaining that there was a mistake in his name. The girl congratulates him on his promotion to rank 10. Alpha tells him that he's a real hunter now, and the young man is surprised. Akira asks what he did to deserve a promotion, and Alpha begins to explain everything in detail. The girl asks for his name again for registration, and he tells her his name. She informs him that the changes will be temporary until the main registration date, and this information will be added today as supplementary. She explains that his name will identify his identity and all information about him. She asks if he truly wants to change his name to Akira. He reflects on how he had always been alone, and the only thing he had was his name. He remembers the only person who ever called him by his name and asks her to register his name as Akira. The girl states that the registration is complete. After leaving the building, Alpha asks him how he feels, and the young man tells her about his emotions. He says that getting the hunter's card was a huge step for him, as he had no one until that day. Alpha tells him that now that he has bought a hunter's terminal, he needs to learn how to use it. The young man asks why she is in the monitor and tells her to get out of there. The girl starts explaining everything to him, but the young man asks her to stop, as he wasn't ready for such a flood of information. She tells him that they are heading to the ruins tomorrow. She tells him that she will add more training and teach him to move without her support. She tells him to imagine that she won't be there tomorrow. The young man asks her in horror if everything will really be okay, and the girl says it won't be okay, but that's precisely why he needs to train. Akira arrives at the outskirts of the Kyuzusuha ruins. He surveys the surroundings with binoculars. He thinks about how many times he's traveled this road, but without Alpha, he feels uncertain. He checks the map on his terminal and chooses the safest path before running forward. Akira realizes how dangerous it was, because if someone were hiding in a spot he hadn't checked, his life would instantly be over. A little later, Akira was walking through Slum City and Alpha praised him. She says that explorations will now become even easier and he needs to develop himself fully. Akira mentally states that Alpha has spoiled him with her help. However, he couldn't constantly rely solely on her assistance. Akira says that they found more relics this time, and Alpha tells him that over time, they will find more and more. The guy smiles, saying it was worth it to level up to 10. Suddenly, they become alert, and Alpha says they're surrounded and need to change positions. A large group of men started chasing after the guy. Alpha suggests it's likely the city gang who heard about the guy with the loot, and the guy remarks that his luck has completely run out. Alpha tells him he needs to show them he's not to be messed with. She instructs him to kill them one by one, starting with the most heavily armed. Akira asks if he can do it, and the girl confidently replies that he definitely can, adding that if anything goes wrong, he just needs to follow her instructions. The guy tells her it feels strange to him that he's supposed to be killing monsters, but he's killing people instead. However, the girl responds by saying they're no different from monsters. Akira begins taking them down one by one. One of the men shouts that he can see all their movements, even though rumors said he was just an ordinary guy. The man screamed, begging him not to mock them, and was immediately shot right in front of the girl. The girl watched them in shock. The last man ran away and she tried to stop him, but then Akira shot him too. Akira stood with his gun aimed directly at the girl, who stared back at him in terror. Alpha tells Akira to leave the girl, saying he'd just be wasting bullets. She informs him that his next targets were very close. The girl sat in horror, listening as he killed his enemies one by one, and they screamed, begging for their lives. One of them tells Akira that if he lets him go, he'll lead them to their boss. He asks if they'll release him. He warns that otherwise, the entire gang will hunt him down. The man notes that he didn't want any trouble. The guy confirms this, stating that he wouldn't want to die. He then says that for that very reason, the man will have to die, and shoots him. The men, looming over the corpse, say that Shibuya is dead and now they don't know what will happen to them. Another tells him it's not the time to be thinking about that. The man tells his friend that he has connections in another gang and suggests they join it. The girl asks to be taken along with them. But the man pushes her away, telling her that she was Shibuya's favorite and taking her would be a death wish. They abandon her and wish her dead. A couple of days later, the girl sat outside, wrapped in tattered material, unable to understand why everything had turned out this way. She says that apparently she no longer had a choice. Alpha states that they will now train on a pack of weaponized dogs, and Akira agrees with her. He mentions feeling stronger but still doubts his ability to handle the dogs. He wonders if the majority of hunters would be able to deal with them. Alpha tells him that those female hunters could easily take down an entire pack of such dogs. The young man exclaims in surprise. Alpha explains that if he has plenty of money and good equipment, it won't be too difficult for him. She tells the young man that they were being followed. He immediately turns around. The girl was watching him hidden. Alpha says she doesn't want to attack him. She probably wants to talk but is hesitant. She suggests he initiate the conversation. Akira approaches the girl and asks what she wants from him. The girl is startled by his suddenness. She says she would like to talk to him. Alpha notices that the girl was with the attacking gang last time. The young man points this out to her and asks what she needs from him. The girl, remembering how he aimed at her last time, falls to her knees. She starts crying and the young man looks at her in shock. Akira asks if she's crying because of him, and the other men start looking at him. Alpha comments that it looks like he made a little girl cry. He begs her to stop crying. He asks her to take a deep breath and calm down, but the girl doesn't stop crying. Akira asks what he did to deserve this. He grabs her and pulls her along. Akira in his room asks Alpha what that was all about. She suggests he ask the girl himself. At that moment, the girl was taking a shower, thinking that crying was a miscalculation on her part. The girl mentally says that thanks to this, he let his guard down and wouldn't kill her now. However, she thought he brought her here for a reason. Combing her hair, she tells herself that she will do everything she can to make him grant her request. The girl comes out of the shower and starts to thank the guy when suddenly he offers her food. Sitting on a chair and eating the food the guy offered, she thanks him. He introduces himself and asks her name, and she says her name is Cheryl. Akira asks her what she wanted to talk about, and the girl says that in that case, she'll get straight to the point. She offers the guy to become the boss of their gang. Silence fell in the room. After a moment of thought, Akira refuses, telling her that he wasn't interested. Cheryl jumps up and tells him that he has nothing to lose, and as a hunter, it would actually be beneficial for him to join the gang. However, Akira tells her he won't change his mind. The girl realized that none of this interested him, and if she continued, she would simply anger him. She says he can do whatever he wants with her if he joins their gang. Akira says she doesn't look confident and is unlikely to be a good decoy, and even using her as expendable was a bad idea. He says she might have thought risking her own life in the wasteland was a good idea, but he didn't think so. Alpha tells the guy that Cheryl was referring to a gender-related matter, and the guy says that in that case, she's completely useless. Alpha looks at the girl and says she'll grow into a beauty, though not like her. She repeats this several more times, and the guy says he heard her. Akira says he's had enough girls clinging to him, and besides, he didn't like those who achieved everything that way. Alpha suggests he forget everything that happened and help the girl. The guy asks her why he should do that. Alpha tells him that he had mentioned a change in his luck the other day, and judging by everything that had happened, his luck had turned against him. She suggests helping the girl and getting his luck back. The guy says taking care of a girl is quite a burden, but Alpha tells him to just help her for now. She tells him it will bring back his luck. He takes the coin and asks Cheryl to sit down. He flips the coin, covers it with his palm, and asks if she chooses heads or tails. After a moment of thought, the girl decides to choose tails. The guy looked at the coin himself and then hid it. The girl wondered which side had landed face up. Akira tells her that, as he said before, he won't become the boss of her gang. He says he'll help her under certain conditions, and first, she will be the boss. He states that he will only help her and that gang matters don't interest him at all. The girl pondered his words. Cheryl realized she had no other choice, so she bowed to him and began to thank him. The girl wants to ask about the coin but doesn't know how. The guy tells her she can ask freely, but if he remains silent, she shouldn't ask that question again. Cheryl asks what landed on the coin, and the guy tells her he won't say. The girl fell silent but mentally wondered if she had won or not. The two walked down the street, and Cheryl told the guy that all these places used to belong to their gang, but now they were unclaimed. Akira asks why other gangs aren't taking over these areas, and the girl explains the reason to him. Alpha tells him that from a distance, they look like a couple. Akira tells her it wasn't a date, but the girl tells him the opposite. She says that since it was a date, he should buy Cheryl something. The girl didn't understand why Akira was looking at her so strangely. The guy agrees and asks what he should buy the girl. Alpha is pleased that the guy was obedient. He says that if they start arguing, the girl will give him 1,000 examples, so it's better for him to just agree. He starts looking for a gift. He saw a weapon but thought it would be a bad idea and asks Alpha for advice. However, she tells him to decide for himself, and if anything goes wrong, it will be a lesson for him. The guy decides to ask Cheryl and approaches her with the question. The girl is puzzled, and the guy tells her it will be proof that they can trust each other. Cheryl tells him that in that case she'll leave everything up to him, and perhaps that would be better. Alpha laughs at the guy. Akira tells her not to complain if he chooses something unsuitable, and the girl then asks him to buy her jewelry instead. Akira smiled, thinking to himself that he was right about the weapon not suiting her. Cheryl thanks him and asks him to take care of her. She's wearing the necklace he gave her around her neck. He tells her to be careful on her way back. The girl turns a corner and presses herself against the wall. She looks at the necklace and says she never would have thought the guy was so caring. She notices how mysterious he was. She wonders why he kept looking back so often, as if someone else was with them, but she knew she wouldn't get an answer to that question. Alpha asks the guy if he's not going back, and he says he decided to check something and play it safe. They arrive at Sibia's base. Cheryl goes up the stairs and enters the room. She says that, as she expected, the men took everything. She approaches the throne. She remembers the boss sitting on the throne, boasting about himself. Cheryl declares that this throne will now be hers. The girl looks out the window and says that the remaining gang members should have seen her and returned to the building. That was her plan, and suddenly she sees them. Cheryl says that her adventure with Akira was the first obstacle. What was about to happen was her second obstacle. However, as long as she was alive, she would win, and she simply had no other choice. The men rush into the hall, and the girl, sitting on the throne, welcomes them to her gang. One of the men asks what she's talking about and why she was with Sibia's killer. Cheryl says she came to talk to Akira and became the boss. She asks why they came, and the man yells at her to stop talking nonsense. The girl says that Akira decided to take over the gang, and since he was busy, he decided to have her look after it. She says that's how she became the boss. The man yells at her to stop spouting nonsense and says none of this would have happened if he hadn't killed Sibia. Shirl says that Sibia gathered people to kill a single boy, but in the end, he died himself. She asks if he wants to say anything else in Sibia's defense. The man puts his foot on the throne and menacingly tells her to watch her words, because Akira wasn't with her right now. Shirl just asked him if he's serious. She asks him if he thinks he'll get away with killing her. The man pulls out a gun and says that the guy won't go that far for her. Shirl takes out a necklace and says that Akira gave it to her. Looking directly into the man's eyes, she tells him that she is now his favorite. The men click their tongues and leave. However, other guys remain in the room and the girl asks them what they want, then points them to the exit. A guy says that they want the girl to accept them into her gang. Shirl states that in that case they have accepted her as their boss. The guy confirms this and asks her to be their boss. The girl happily agrees. Then she asks them to leave and come back tomorrow as she was very busy at the moment. The girl watched as everyone left. She sits down, covers her mouth, and mentally says that it was too dangerous. She had already thought she was going to be killed. The girl understood that Akira's support wouldn't last forever, so she decides to find a place for herself. She lies on the floor, takes out the necklace, and looks at it. Shirl says that it was very dangerous and that all this time she had been a little girl who was sucking up to everyone. She says that even in the Saibi gang, she worked hard to secure her position, but then Akira came and changed everything. The men were standing outside the building and one of them asked his comrade if they really needed to do this. The other replied that this way they would gain authority. The man says that if Shirl isn't lying, they'll be in trouble, but the other replies that she's bluffing and that no one will protect a beggar. The man gives the command to go forward, and immediately he and his comrades fall with bullet wounds to their heads. The man with the bandage on his head looks on in horror at what's happening. Akira tells him not to bother Shirl and asks if he understands clearly. The man agrees in horror and runs away. Alpha asks him why he doesn't want to kill everyone and the guy explains his point of view to her. He says that everything else depended on Shirl's luck. Alpha tells him that in that case she's calm and suggests he go home. In the morning, Akira leaves his house and meets Shirl, who greets him and wishes him a good morning. Akira replies, asking her to quickly tell him what she needed, as he was on his way to the ruins. The girl asks him to come by in the evening to discuss her next steps. Akira promises to stop by in the evening if he's free, and the girl tells him she found bodies near the building that morning. The young man tells her that this was common in the slums. Shirl says that because of the large number of bodies, she thought something dangerous had happened there. She tells him to be careful, realizing that he was the one who killed those men. She felt uneasy because he didn't return her smile. She decides to head to her next job. Alpha suggests Akira visit the hunter's shop and notices Suzuki's fondness for the young man. Akira tells her it's just because he visits her often. In the ruins, a large vehicle was speeding at full throttle. A man was shooting a rifle from the roof of the transport. He yells at the driver, asking why he didn't find a better vehicle, and the driver replies that they didn't have the money for it. A huge swarm of monsters was chasing the men. Alpha suggests they train in the wasteland after they restock their ammunition. From inside the shop, a girl can be heard saying she heard a story about someone who saved another person. Upon seeing the young man enter, the girl greets him. 3 girls stared at the young man without looking away. Alpha says these were the girls he saved last time. Alpha says she's glad they were okay, and it seems it was worth all the trouble they went through. The young man tells Shizuka he came to buy ammunition. He apologizes to her for only coming to her for ammo, and the girl tells him the most important thing is for him to return safe and sound. Suzuki introduces the young man to the girls, saying he's also a hunter, and asks them to give him some advice. Alina introduces herself and her friend. Sarah says they were experienced hunters until they were on the verge of death. The girls say you always need to be vigilant, and no matter how careful you are, there's always a risk of dying. Akira thanks them for the advice. The girls announce they are leaving and say goodbye to Suzuki. The young man exhales after they leave. The young man puts boxes of ammunition into his bag and Suzuki watches him intently. He asks her what's wrong. Suzuki asks him why he didn't tell them that he was the one who saved them. The young man starts to say he doesn't understand her, but she tells him that if it was a matter of trust, Alina and Sarah could be trusted. She explains that being a hunter was a dangerous job, and it was important to find a comrade you could rely on. The young man wonders how she found out, and the girl tells him that all the bullets from her shop had a special number, and that particular bullet was bought from her. She reminds him about the note he threw along with the bullet. Akira asks her to keep it a secret, and Suzuki says that means she was right after all. Akira asks about the bullet, and the girl confirms it's true but says it wasn't enough to figure out who the person was. She promises to keep it confidential. She advises him to tell them everything as soon as possible if he's going to, because Sarah was absolutely thrilled with him and the story kept changing every time. Suzuki says she wouldn't be surprised at all if, by the end of the story, the guy who saved her turns out to be a rich man who hunts just for fun. The young man arrived in the wasteland on the outskirts of the Kyuzusuhara ruins and began his training. A dog was running straight at him. The dog's jaws were very close, but the young man managed to shoot it in time. Alpha comments that even though he's training with dummies, he's still making progress. She advises him to reduce the number of deaths. Akira closes his mouth and says that even though they weren't real, it was still unpleasant to see his own corpses. Suddenly, Alpha turns around. From the depths, hundreds and thousands of glowing monster eyes appear. She yells at Akira to run towards the ruins. She explains that a whole swarm of monsters attacked the van in the ruins. Akira asks why they are running towards them instead of away then. Alpha tells him they are surrounded anyway. Once the monsters deal with them, they will come for him. Akira realizes that if he's late, everyone will die and he'll have to fight the monsters alone. He hopes the men in the van can hold out until he arrives. A few hours earlier, a man asks his friend why he didn't rent good equipment, and the friend replies that he didn't have the money and that dragging monsters into the city was a bad idea. He says he's changing course for the ruins. He explains that if they enter a dangerous zone, they might find strong hunters who can deal with the monsters, especially since they've already sent out a rescue request. He adds that the rest is up to luck. Akira runs towards him with all his might. Akira tells Alpha he's been spotted and asks if he should continue on this path. Alpha tells him to keep going as she can guide him correctly. She instructs him to take a recovery medicine and act as he would during training, using the experience from situations he survived. Akira starts aiming at the monsters. He kills them and asks about the people in the van. She tells him they've cornered themselves. The men were shooting at the monsters non-stop, and one of them remarked that there was no end to them, and their meat would only be enough for sausage-sized portions for everyone. He tells Darius that the machine gun is running out of ammo and asks him to provide cover while he reloads. He questions his comrade, who, gritting his teeth, yells at him to reload faster. The monsters were charging straight at them. Darius couldn't kill them fast enough and realized it was impossible. Suddenly, however, someone started shooting the monsters in the head, one after another. Akira was killing monsters one by one from a tall building. He notes with surprise how many monsters there were and says he was close to being surrounded by them. Alpha tells him to stay alert and not relax. Darius says with a smile that it looks like someone accepted the request. His comrade announces he's finished reloading and suggests they kill them all. Together, the guys quickly started to handle the situation. Akira says they're finally done and thanks Alpha for her help. He mentions that if the men start to suspect him of anything, he'll be in trouble, so he decides to approach them and talk. The young man walks out to them, and they are surprised to see it's such a young kid. The man says he saved them and asks if Akira is the hunter who took the request. Akira replies that he didn't take it and was just running from monsters. The man says it seems luck has abandoned both of them. Akira mentally notes that he used them as bait. Katsuragi and Darius introduce themselves, explaining they are merchants who use a van as a shop. Akira then introduces himself. Katsuragi says that in that case, Akira is their customer and they'll definitely give him a discount. He offers the young man a ride to the city. Akira asks Alpha if there would be any problems returning home now, then decides to go back to the city regardless. The group gets into the van and starts their journey. Katsuragi was very pleased, while Akira looked at him as if he were crazy. The young man opens the window and looks out. However, a very large number of monsters were following behind them. Katsuragi admits that their work this time was tough. He explains how they were selling their goods near an unknown region and how far they had traveled. Alpha begins to explain which region he's referring to. The man says that due to the harsh environmental conditions, exploration of that area is slow. People usually call this area the frontier. It turns out that first-class hunters are in that place, and it's common for them to have a tank instead of guns. Akira is surprised and Katsuragi says it's because of the dangerous monsters. Even so, hunters push the frontier line further for old-world technology. The man says they are trying to get their share by trading powerful weapons with these hunters on the frontier. Akira remarks that being a merchant wasn't easy. The man says that to become a successful hunter, one must work hard, and he promises to succeed as a prosperous merchant. He says that even though he's driving this truck now, one day he'll become so great that he'll join the corporate government or even the Great Five. Akira is surprised by his dream, and the man says it's not that difficult, as he's just completed a business deal that could provide a large sum to make it a reality. He says that when he joins the corporate government, he'll create money and name the currency Katsuragi. He adds that items will be marked with amounts in his name. Katsuragi says that for this reason, he's very grateful to the young man, who simply tells him to give him a good discount. Alpha appears next to Akira and asks him to look out the window and check the surroundings with binoculars. Akira looks out the window, then freezes in horror. Akira asks Katsuragi if he was the one who led all the monsters to the ruins, and the man laughed, then became flustered. Akira asks if those monsters were just a small part of the main horde. Katsuragi immediately tells Deadliest to turn on the scanner and point at 60 degrees. Akira says he understands they're busy, but he wants to know how many more monsters are chasing them. The scanner showed a huge number of monsters. A massive horde of monsters was following their vehicle. Katsuragi says he hoped to get away from the rest of the horde. Deadliest suggests they go straight to the city, but his friend says the guards won't bother to investigate and will just kill them all. Deadliest notices that they're running very low on energy. Akira suggests abandoning the van and returning to the ruins. The man says that wasn't an option, as the blood and flesh of the killed monsters would attract even stronger ones. Alpha says the man doesn't want to abandon his van, though in a way, he was right. Akira sighs and says that in that case all they can do is defend themselves. Akira suggests using the weapons the guys are carrying, but the man hits the car and says they don't have any bullets for them. He tells them to get ready because the monsters are catching up. Katsuragi hands Akira a communication terminal and asks him to use it to get in touch. He says he parked the van next to the wall and their lives depend on the machine gun. He asks Akira and Deadliest to protect him at all costs. Alpha tells the young man to take the medicine and to take it every time the effect wears off. She asks him to put the opened capsules in his pocket and apply them directly to any wounds he might get. Akira asks her to be honest and tell him if they have any chance of winning. Alpha says he has a chance and asks him to give it his all. She says she will do everything she can for him. She tells him that she will only assist, and all other decisions will always be up to him. Akira says that ultimately, motivation and determination were his responsibility. He tells Alpha that he's counting on her. The guys were ready. Katsuragi says the monsters were already in range. Alpha says that despite the darkness, she will help him, and since Katsuragi will be using long-range weapons, the young man needs to wait for the monsters to get closer. She tells him that even with her instructions, he needs to account for misses and that every lost bullet makes the situation worse. She asks him to shoot at their weak points. The girl informs him that she'll be ready in 5 seconds. Akira starts aiming, and Alpha begins the countdown. Katsuragi starts firing. Deadliest and Akira also begin shooting at the monsters. Akira says that these monsters were harder to kill with a rifle and that he needed a machine gun for them. Katsuragi replies that they still had plenty of ammo belts. He yells at them to keep shooting and not stop. Back in the city, at Cheryl's base, the guys gathered and asked her where Akira was, as she was supposed to have relayed their request for him to come. Cheryl mentally notes that the outcome of events was very unexpected, and she could somewhat explain a 2 or 3 day delay. She was worried that the young man might not show up at all. Monsters began climbing the cliff where Akira stood, and as he shot at them, the young man watched in horror as they managed to get dangerously close. Alpha tells Akira to reload his weapon and he asks her if he has enough ammunition. She tells him that he doesn't have enough. As Akira shoots at the monsters, he thinks that despite the girl's perfect instructions, he can only keep up with half of them. Monsters were rushing him from all sides. Akira says that his body aches just from the rifle's recoil. Suddenly, one of the monsters charges directly at him, and the young man realizes he won't be able to kill it in time. At the very last moment, he kills the monster. However, the monster managed to wound the young man's arm. Akira clutches his wound, thinking he needs to use medicine quickly. Alpha screams at him, seeing a monster behind him. The monster Akira had shot wasn't dead and jumped on the young man from behind. The young man's expression changes. He remembers his fight with the monster and shoves his rifle into the monster's mouth. With a smile on his face, he shoots the monster. Nothing is left of the monster. Akira groans in pain and Alpha urges him to take his medicine quickly. Darius says he's coming to him and Alpha tells the young man not to lose consciousness. Akira asks Alpha for the next command, and she tells him to get up and keep shooting. The young man starts firing. Katsuragi declares it's over, as the machine gun is out of ammo. Alpha says that was the end, and Akira agrees with her. She tells him they were saved. The young man doesn't understand what she's talking about. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs, and reinforcements in the form of Sarah and Alina burst into their fight. Sarah tells her friend they've strayed a bit from their assigned position and asks if it was definitely them. Alina confirms it. Sarah mentions that the person who asked for help promised to pay for the ammunition, so she decides to go all out. The men watched in awe as the girls dealt with the monsters. Later, Akira thanks Sarah for saving them, and she tells him that thanks to their desperate efforts, the girls easily cleared out the monsters. The girl calls him unlucky, and the young man agrees, saying he should probably buy an amulet. The girl then remembers something. Sarah pulls out a bullet she made into an amulet and explains it was from the person who saved her. She says it's a reminder of what happened and a reason not to get too cocky. Alpha tells him that his past actions saved him in the present and also gave him a chance to appreciate Sarah's figure. Alpha says she was better, and Akira tells her to shut up. Alina was arguing with Katsuragi about him not having money to pay them. The man told her he would definitely pay after selling the ammunition. Sarah points at the weapon and Alina starts admiring it. Katsuragi, pleased, says it's a very valuable item. The girls look at him with a smile. The man asks what they're planning. Alina tells Sarah that she has enough strength to use the weapon. The man says it was very expensive. Alina points out that he doesn't have money to pay them, so he'll have to pay with goods instead. The man didn't know what to say and looked at Akira, silently begging him for help, but Akira pretended to look away. Alina states that they will accompany them until they receive their reward, and this will also incur additional expenses. If Katsuragi can't pay, they'll take his weapons. The man agrees, and Akira notes that the negotiations weren't exactly easy. Suddenly, the young man's gaze freezes and Alpha asks him what's wrong. He says everything is blurry before his eyes and then collapses. Akira was mentally panicking because he couldn't move. His vision started to darken and Alina and Sarah rushed to him. Alpha stood behind everyone, smiling, and advised him to rest. Akira finds himself in a place where everything is completely white. Alpha stood there talking about first and second attempts and how they failed. Akira didn't understand her and called out to her. However, Alpha didn't even pay attention to him and continued to say things he couldn't comprehend. The girl kept talking about attempts and a person's death until she finally stopped. Akira wondered if she was finished when suddenly everything began to change. He abruptly wakes up in a large, comfortable bed. Alpha was lying next to him, looking at him. She wished him a good morning. He also wished her good morning and, looking around, asked where he was. Sarah enters the room and happily exclaims that he's awake. The young man asks Alpha what's going on and she tells him not to worry and that he's safe. Akira starts to get dressed and then he asks the girl what happened. She tells him that he slept for 3 whole days. She says it might have been an overdose of medicine, and since his wounds had healed and his pulse was normal, they decided to let him rest. Akira thanks her for looking after him and asks if they saved him because of the rescue quest, but she tells him she won't demand payment. Sarah asks for permission to ask a question and then asks him if he's the person who saved them in the ruins. 2 days ago, Sarah visited Suzura and they discussed what had happened. The girl asked about Alina and Sarah replied that she was accompanying Katsuragi. Suzura asks her why she's there and the girl reminds her about how she talked about being saved. The girl asks her friend if she knows who saved them. Suzura replies that she doesn't. Sarah exclaims. The girl tells her that she truly didn't have an answer to that question. She says that as a friend, she would have answered, but if it turned out to be a false assumption, they would both be in trouble. She starts explaining why "I don't know" was the best answer for her, as she could have betrayed the person both as a friend and as a customer. She states that her answer will remain unchanged. She says that the girl didn't want to ask that and that she already has an idea of who it is, but her experience tells her it was impossible. She asks if she's right. Suzuki asks how much information she wants and says that if the person lies after that, there's nothing more that can be done. After a moment of thought, Sarah says that in that case, she'll ask him directly. Suzuki asks the girl if she knows about people who can connect to the old world's domain. Sarah asks again, and the girl says that, in other words, these people connect to it in different ways. She suggests asking Alina about it. She explains that these people receive information about ruins and objects, including the exact locations of people and monsters. Sarah asked her friend this question at night. Alina asks what exactly she wants to know, and the girl says she wants to know about the dangers and benefits. Alina says that they can connect to the old world while ordinary people can't, except with special terminals. But those people connect to the old world using their own method, and nothing stops them, not even the white fog. She says that an overload of information overwhelms their brain, and there have been cases where hunters in the ruins dropped dead. Sarah asks if that could happen to them too, but Alina reassures her. She says that such people are kidnapped and forced to work to exhaustion. They can ask the government for protection, but that's trading freedom for safety. Returning to reality after the girl's question, the guy frantically wonders how she found out about it. The girl says she knows he has reasons to keep it a secret, so she wants to ask one last time if he was the one who saved them. The guy admits it was him and apologizes for keeping it a secret. The girl holds his hands. She sincerely thanks the guy for saving them. The girl says she's glad she can thank him and felt bad about not being able to do so sooner. The guy tells her not to worry about it as the girls also saved him. Sarah agrees and leaves to get him some food. The guy suddenly becomes sad. Sarah and Akira were sitting at a table. The girl told him how they got the money and asked if he was sure he didn't want his share, but he refused. Sarah says she feels bad that she can't repay him, and the guy says he feels the same way about them. The girl explains that she was modified with nanites stored in her chest. She says she can't live without nanites, which is why she was so grateful to him. The girl offers to show him, but the guy tells her to stop. Alpha immediately interjects, annoyed, noting that he doesn't react that way to her. As Akira leaves, he thanks Sarah, and the girl asks for permission to tell Alina everything. The guy says it's fine as long as they keep it a secret, and mentions that Suzuki also knows. Akira says she managed to get the information out of him, and asks the girl to convey his thanks to Alina. Akira and Alpha were in the room. The girl asks if he's okay and says it was pointless for him to keep anything from her. She asks him to tell her everything, as it will make him feel a little lighter. He admits he feels bad after the thanks because he didn't want to save them, he just wanted to kill the hunters. Alpha smiles and suggests he properly save the girls next time, that way he can settle the score with them. Akira says she's right and thanks her. The girl advises him to become even stronger and notes that 3 days have already passed. She reminds him that he arranged to meet Cheryl at the base, and now she's curious if Cheryl is okay. Akira arrives at Cheryl's base. She mentally notes that the guy is very late and it was very dangerous for her. Cheryl introduces the gang to Akira and tells everyone to watch their actions and words. One of the guys looks at Akira and starts to doubt him. Akira introduces himself and states that he won't be joining their gang but will be helping Cheryl, and any questions should be directed to her. He turns and walks away, leaving Cheryl in a panic, thinking about how this would cause conflict within their gang. One of the guys calls out to Akira, asking him what that meant since he was supposed to protect their gang. Akira states that he made himself clear and that all questions should be directed to the girl. He tells her that he needs to have a word with her. The guy gets angry and lunges at Akira from behind, but Akira immediately throws the guy over his shoulder, punches him in the face, and points a gun at him. Akira fires but intentionally shoots next to the guy, not at him. He tells Cheryl to keep her subordinates in line and to stop any actions that might make him think they're trying to kill him on her orders. Stepping outside, Akira asks the girl if that performance, which she called him for, was enough. The girl says everything was as it should be, while mentally wondering if the guy was faking it or not. The group arrives at the merchant's van. They mention that they heard about the guy's condition. Darius says he's glad to see him in good health, and Katsuragi comments that the guy even managed to bring a girl, meaning he has plenty of time. He asks what Akira wanted to talk to him about, warning that he wouldn't settle for anything less. Akira replies that it all depends on his skills as a merchant. As it turns out, the guy wanted the man to help Cheryl's gang in exchange for relics. The man says he was already indebted to him and this deal was also beneficial for him. The guy asks if they have a deal then, and the man says he'd first like to know what kind of relationship the two of them have. Akira explains that they both came from the slums and knew each other a little, but if the girl drags him down, he's ready to abandon her without hesitation. The man asks him if he understands that he won't be able to raise his rank if he sells relics to him, and the guy says that wasn't a problem for him. The man extends his hand to the girl and asks why she isn't shaking it, as they were about to get along. Cheryl apologizes and extends her hand in return. Pulling the girl closer, the man tells her that there should be no betrayals from her. Akira states that if the girl causes problems, he'll simply kill her and dump her in the wasteland. He hands the girl a phone and tells her to call if she needs anything. He adds that if he doesn't answer for a long time, it means he's dead. The man repeats the young man's words in surprise, and the girl says he probably said that to be taken seriously. He asks her if she's planning to get closer to him. Cheryl asks what that has to do with their business, and the man says he's going to get closer to Akira, so he needs to know. The girl says that was exactly her plan. The man smirks and asks if she can actually do it. The man says she can't even seduce him, especially since the guy already knows two amazing hunters. Cheryl asks him what he means, and the man pulls out a makeup kit, saying he's giving it to her for free and asking her to at least try to look attractive. He says it's an investment in the future and hopes they'll manage to get along. Akira arrives at Suzuki's shop and sees Alina there. She asks him about his health. The young man thanks her for saving him and turns to Suzuki with a request. However, the girl doesn't listen and steps out from behind the counter. She gives him a tight hug. The young man tries to pull away, but the girl says she's glad he's alive. Suzuki says his job was dangerous but asks him not to make her worry. Alina asks if he wants her to hug him too, but the young man asks her not to tease him. The girl explains that when he was sleeping at their house, Sarah used him as a pillow, and she asks if all his bones are okay. Cheryl returns to her base and asks Irio why he's still there. The young man apologizes. The girl tells him he no longer has a place with her. Irio says he mistook Akira for a simple guy who was just leading her on. Cheryl explodes in anger and starts yelling at him. She orders him to go into the ruins and bring her relics like Akira does and tells the others to escort Irio out. She yells at them again to get Irio out and says if they don't accept her as their boss, they can leave the gang. A few days later, Alpha and Akira were walking through the ruins. Akira, dragging a heavy bag, asks Alpha if he has too many relics, and the girl says he needs to get new equipment as quickly as possible. Alpha tells Akira that someone is approaching. Irio was rushing through the desert, mentally recalling a conversation with Alicia where she mentioned that thanks to Akira, their gang had started working with Katsuragi. The girl told him she would try to talk to Cheryl and asked him not to do anything foolish. A monster was chasing him, and the guy said he wanted to find relics to get Cheryl's forgiveness, but now he'd probably die. Akira watched him through binoculars and said he looked familiar. Alpha reminded him, and the young man said he was pretty reckless to come to the ruins with just a pistol. The girl then told him about their first meeting. Alpha mentioned that this guy would hardly have crossed paths with her, and Akira felt like he was looking at himself when he saw the young man. Akira started aiming and said it seemed like fate and a karma point wouldn't hurt, plus he needed an extra pair of hands. The guy fell and the monster leaped at him, but before it could reach him, Akira shot it down. Irio, with tears in his eyes, exclaimed that he had been saved. Then he saw Akira, who was calling out to him. A few seconds later, he and Akira were heading back to the city, with Akira's heavy bag on Irio's back. The guys returned to Cheryl's base and she asked Akira, surprised, if he really wanted her to take the young man back. Akira confirmed it. Akira happily told Alpha that the relics brought him 8 million, while Katsuragi had only offered him 5. Alpha said he would spend that much money by tomorrow and would be living in a room without a bath for the next couple of days. Akira left and Cheryl asked Irio what had happened because Akira had been smiling and then immediately frowned. However, Irio didn't know what was wrong with him either. Akira asked what he should buy and Alpha told him that for better support from her, he should get a new suit. She told him that this was the first step to exploring the ruins she had suggested. 2 days later, Akira asked when the suit would arrive as he wanted to go to the ruins as soon as possible and get a room with a bath. Alpha suggested he focus on his training. Alpha reminded him that for every correct answer, clothes would appear on her, and she asked him to try his best. Cheryl called the young man and asked him to come immediately because another gang had arrived and was demanding to meet him, refusing to acknowledge her as the boss. Akira was so tired of studying that he immediately went to the girl's base. The men from the other gang stared menacingly at the young man. They said he was smaller than they thought. They rudely told him to give them all the territory, and Cheryl asked him if he was joking. The man yells at Cheryl to shut up. His boss actually told them to take only a portion of the territory, but the man decided to take everything. He asks Akira if he's giving up the territory, and Akira refuses, saying Cheryl already told him everything. Akira says it was the girl's gang, not his, and since they'd already talked, there was no point in calling him. Akira turns to leave and tells him to go. The man starts insulting him, saying Shijima's gang was on another level. He asks the young man if he thinks they don't know anything about him, and says they know his whereabouts. Alpha says this wasn't the right place. Akira asks the man if he's going to attack the Hunter's Inn because that would be suicide. The man says he knows the store where Akira always buys his ammo. Before he could even name the store, he instantly dropped dead from a bullet fired by the young man. Everyone was shocked and Shijima's gang started to attack. In just a second, everyone was dead on the floor. Alpha asks if it was necessary and the young man says yes. The only survivor knelt before the young man. Akira asks him to lead them to their base and tells Cheryl to follow him. Cheryl looked at him in surprise. The group walked through the streets, leaving a bloody trail behind them. Akira dragged the body of the man, representing Shijima's gang, behind him. A heavy, intense atmosphere hung over the castle, where every sound echoed through the empty corridors, as if the very space pressed down on those present with its gloomy silence and cold. Soldiers, clad in full gear, nervously shifted their weight. Akira had arrived at Shijima's base, bringing proof of recent events as a sort of souvenir, which immediately gave the meeting a distinct, slightly menacing tone. The young man and his companion sat calmly across from the mysterious man, while on the floor near their sofa, a body lay motionless, a chilling reminder of what had happened earlier. The man, tilting his head slightly, introduced himself as Shijima, the leader of the gang controlling these lands, a man accustomed to resolving issues with force and keeping everything under control. He looked intently at Akira and asked if he was the one who had taken the life of one of his subordinates, to which the young man unhesitatingly confirmed his involvement. After a brief pause, Akira introduced his companion, Cheryl, explaining that she led their small group, which Shijima had initially mistaken for the young man's own gang. Although Akira admitted his guilt in killing the subordinate, he clarified that he had not come to provoke, but to resolve the conflict and prevent further casualties. Shijima, narrowing his eyes slightly, asked why the boy and girl had come to him, demanding an explanation and what misunderstanding they intended to clear up today. Akira, remaining calm, replied that their goal was negotiations and the resolution of their disagreements, his voice sounding confident, as if every word had been carefully considered beforehand. Shijima held their gaze for a long, heavy moment, assessing their resolve. Cheryl visibly tensed, her shoulders hunching slightly. Akira continued to sit unperturbed and calm. The man pondered the best course of action, as these were teenagers before him, yet their actions were clearly not simple mischief. He decided to hear them out, pulling out a device which only heightened the tension. Cheryl felt a cold fear when she saw the device in the man's hands. Sweat slowly trickled down her temples, making the room's atmosphere even more oppressive and heavy. Akira, frowning slightly, warned Shijima not to take hasty steps, hinting that such actions could end badly. His voice was confident, though he remained wary internally. The man was surprised by the young man's words and his composure. He typed a message to his guards, ordering them to be ready to eliminate the guests. Every word instantly appeared before Akira's eyes thanks to Alpha's system. Shijima slowly placed his phone on the table, hiding his surprise and acknowledging that the boy had shown rare courage for such a young age, which involuntarily earned his respect. Akira dryly remarked that they were not in the Badlands, where killings happen without consequences, and hinted that there was no need to needlessly provoke bloodshed for fleeting revenge. The man noted to himself that the young man spoke like an experienced hunter. Cheryl, however, struggled to comprehend what was happening. Her thoughts were muddled, and Akira's words seemed too mature and self-assured. The girl tried to process what she had just heard. Had Shijima really managed to order their elimination? A new wave of fear washed over her as she realized the potential consequences of their visit. Akira had previously made it clear that he wouldn't let anyone threaten their lives. His confident tone implied he was ready to respond to any attack. Shijima was slightly puzzled by the young man's ability to anticipate his actions. He couldn't help but wonder if it was sharp intuition or hidden preparation, recalling the incident where his subordinate was killed. The man began to suspect that he wasn't just dealing with a brave teenager. He decided to proceed cautiously, understanding that even a simple mistake could lead to unpredictable outcomes. Akira calmly laid out the core of the conflict. There were two paths: peaceful resolution or open war. He made it clear that he was ready for any turn of events if protection was needed. The young man asked how many people Shijima would have to lose before he finally gave up the feud. Shijima then asked him to explain why his man was killed. Akira responded without hesitation that he acted out of fear for his own life, preferring to eliminate a potential threat in advance. The young man added that the slain soldier was the first to come to Shirl's base, demanding the territory. Perhaps the man had initially sent him to his death to provoke a conflict. Shijima shifted his gaze to Shirl and asked if her companion was joking. The girl nervously shook her head, giving a short denial that sounded particularly serious in the quiet room. The man realized that the slightest wrong word could lead to trouble. He understood that he was facing two individuals who couldn't be underestimated, or other gangs would stop taking him seriously. Shijima admitted his mistake and offered to resolve the conflict peacefully, understanding that further escalation would only weaken his position and create unnecessary risks for his people. He proposed a compromise: 1 million gold as the price for ending the conflict and starting cooperation, guaranteeing that such a misunderstanding wouldn't happen again in the future. Akira calmly turned to Shirl, repeating the demanded sum as if confirming whether she had heard the offer. The girl involuntarily flinched, realizing how significant the demand was. The girl was confused, realizing they didn't have that much money. The young man also admitted he didn't have the necessary funds, though his voice remained calm and steady. Shijima frowned, disappointed by their answer. He felt he had already been generous by forgiving the murder of his man and saw no reason to lower the proposed amount. Akira quietly sighed, showing that he understood the complexity of the situation. He only had half of the required amount. The young man carefully placed the money on the table, demonstrating his readiness to partially fulfill the conditions right away. He offered to pay the remaining amount later, clarifying that he couldn't name an exact date but guaranteed that the debt would be repaid at the first opportunity. Shijima skeptically asked when exactly he should expect the second half, but Akira firmly reiterated that as a hunter, he couldn't predict the exact time, but he would keep his word. A restrained but palpable threat hung around the man. His gaze grew colder, as if he was testing how far these negotiations could go. Shirl felt the tension building. Her shoulders trembled and drops of sweat slowly trickled down her forehead, betraying her fear despite her outward attempt to remain calm. Finally, Shijima agreed to the proposal, stating that they were even and the conflict was resolved, expressing relief that unnecessary bloodshed had been avoided. Akira thanked him for his understanding and calmly stated that their conversation was over. He then stood up, saying it was time for them to return to their own affairs. As the boy and girl left the room, one of the soldiers approached Shijima and quietly reported that the guests had departed. The man gave a short nod, acknowledging the message. Left alone with his men, Shijima cursed furiously, unable to comprehend how a teenager could negotiate with such confidence. He doubted Akira was truly prepared to start a war. In frustration, the man forcefully kicked the lifeless body of his subordinate, venting his accumulated tension and anger, before ordering the remains to be removed from the hall. Meanwhile, Akira, Shirl, and Alpha calmly exited the castle, walking along the quiet street. The young man called out to the girl, who had unexpectedly stopped, as if deep in thought. Unable to bear the accumulated stress, Shirl tearfully confessed that she couldn't handle such pressure anymore. Her voice then faltered, and she completely broke down crying. The young man, bewildered, spoke to Alpha and asked if Shirl was crying because of him. Alpha admitted that she herself was curious. But according to Alpha, Akira had attracted too much unnecessary attention this time. The boy grabbed Shirl's hand and ran off. Once inside, the young man didn't know what to do as the girl was still crying bitterly. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Akira's eyes widened. Without hesitation, the young man tightly hugged the crying Cheryl, and the girl, abruptly opening her eyelids, seemed to be staring into space. The young man recalled that when Shizuka-san hugged him, he immediately felt better. Cheryl stood silently in the boy's embrace. Clutching Akira's jacket, the girl quietly asked him for help. The boy agreed to the girl's request for help. Cheryl blissfully closed her eyes and smiled. The young man cried out as she slid to the floor in his arms. Alpha suggested that the girl had fallen asleep. Akira wondered what had even happened. The next day, Cheryl apologized for what had happened yesterday. The boy reassured her not to worry, saying that yesterday was tough and if she ever needed anything, she should just tell him. Cheryl suddenly perked up and asked to hug Akira again, to which he questioned why she wanted to. The girl admitted that she felt incredibly peaceful when Akira hugged her. She felt like life had been breathed back into her. Managing a gang is no easy task, and Cheryl gets really tired. She even fell asleep while hugging Akira, which shocked her. Wasn't it a miracle? A happy Cheryl begged the young man to hug her just one more time, even if only for a moment. He, in turn, blushed crimson and was speechless. Staring into space, the young man allowed the girl to hug him, and she sat between his thighs, wrapping her arms around his neck. The boy was lost in thought, feeling that it was better for Cheryl to hug him than to cry bitterly. The invigorated girl even asked him to pat her head, which he reluctantly agreed to, wondering what he was even doing. As they walked through the city, Alpha informed him that Cheryl had calmed down and returned to her base. The young man then remarked that he was tired now. He asked his companion if she had noticed anything strange in the girl's behavior, as if something had changed in her. Alpha admitted she hadn't noticed anything like that, so Akira had nothing to worry about. However, Alpha's thoughts were quite different. She had noticed that Cheryl was starting to successfully manipulate the boy, and now she couldn't take her eyes off her. Back at Cheryl's base, the people were scared because neither their boss nor Akira had returned by then. A guy loudly shouted that the night had passed and their boss and the boy still weren't back. Shijima had most likely dealt with them already. Two people stood in the background, unable to find words. Someone in the crowd suggested that, in the worst-case scenario, Shijima might declare war on their gang. The same guy who was making noise then ran off, yelling that it wouldn't be a war but a massacre, and that he was leaving. The front door suddenly burst open, and the girl entered the room, asking in a calm but confident voice how the gang had managed without her presence and if everything was in order. The crowd responded by joyfully and loudly shouting their boss's name, showing how much they had awaited her return and trusted her leadership. People started talking over each other, shouting questions at Cheryl, what had happened during her absence and whether new problems or dangers threatened them. Several people anxiously asked if Akira had died and if they would now have to surrender their base to Shijima's thugs if the agreement fell through. Cheryl calmly but confidently assured everyone that Akira was alive and well, and that they now had an official and mutually beneficial collaboration with Shijima's gang. The girl told the worried crowd that the situation was under control and there was nothing to worry about, after which each gang member cheered with relief. Cheryl then asked why everyone was gathered there, reminding them that street patrols and area cleanup hadn't been cancelled, and everyone surely had plenty of work piled up. She also asked why not all gang members were present and where the missing ones might have gone. One of the guys replied that some probably just decided to leave for good. The girl calmly noted that in that case, they would need to revise the duty distribution plan and make appropriate adjustments to the group's operations. After that, Cheryl began giving specific orders. She tasked Alicia with interviewing all remaining members, finding out who intended to leave and who would stay, and reporting the results once finished. She told Irio to find those who had already left the gang and retrieve their personal belongings, explaining that there was no need to bring the people back. Cheryl narrowed her eyes and asked Irio if he was confident in his abilities and ready to take on such a responsible task without any help. The guy firmly replied that he would fully handle the task and that the boss could rely on his dependability and diligence. The girl waved her hand and loudly declared that the others could return to their duties. The two subordinates exchanged surprised glances, astonished by the changes in their boss's behavior. Feeling invigorated, Cheryl quickly climbed to the building's roof and, spreading her arms, felt a surge of power and readiness to continue acting. She ran across the roof, quietly humming a tune and mentally reminding herself that her main goal now was to expand the gang's influence and develop their shared base. Narrowing her cunning eyes, Cheryl added to herself that all her efforts were directed not only towards the gang but also towards a shared future with Akira. At this time, Alpha reported to Akira that a message had arrived from Shizuka. The call Gunghwa Anu's suit was finally ready. The young man instantly jumped from his chair and declared that he was going to pick it up right away. At the shop, Shizuka politely apologized for the long production time and carefully handed over the finished suit, explaining its design features and capabilities. Akira tried on the new gear, confirming that the suit fit perfectly. Shizuka informed him that it was an enhanced TLT-type, Kylon-style C suit, custom-made for his parameters. The girl looked at the result with satisfaction and noted that the suit perfectly accentuated the young man's figure. Akira, slightly embarrassed, thanked her for the compliment. Alpha also expressed admiration for her partner's new look, immediately commenting aloud, which caused Akira a slight moment of confusion. The young man sternly asked his companion not to make unnecessary remarks, thinking he heard sarcasm in her words, but Alpha was offended by such a suspicion. After receiving the suit, Akira and Alpha headed to the wasteland, where he conducted his first full training session in the new gear, and then proceeded to collect relics. Alpha unexpectedly advised against going into dangerous ruins, hinting that such excursions were too risky in their current situation. She explained that their luck had clearly turned for the worse recently. During regular training, they had already encountered huge swarms of monsters twice. Nevertheless, Alpha promised to support Akira in any circumstances. The young man agreed with his companion's reasoning and decided to postpone the excursions, although they were still concerned about how to replenish their money supply without relics. Alpha confidently replied that their priority remained completing tasks from the hunter office and raising Akira's rank, which would eventually bring in a stable income. She added that as they completed more tasks, money would gradually accumulate, and in the future, they might even be able to afford to rent a car for long-distance trips. After her explanation, Alpha started a new training session, reminding Akira that each exercise brought them closer to their shared goal and improved his skills. Soon, a new mission arrived from the hunter office. They needed to patrol the outskirts of Kugameyama and eliminate any monsters spotted dangerously close to the city. Alpha thought that if Akira worked with other hunters, nothing bad would happen to him. She wished the young man good luck. The young man sat in the spacious hall among other hunters, feeling the tension. Akira held his weapon on his shoulder, staring blankly into the distance. Next to him, a dark-haired boy gazed intently at the horizon, what was reflected in the eyes of these two hunters. The boy asked Alpha if that was the rock he should aim for. Akira took aim, fired, and hit the target precisely, knocking the rock away. He joyfully exclaimed that he hit it. Alpha explained that she had customized Akira's suit's operating system, just like she once did with a digital information device, and could now control his movements. Akira was pleasantly surprised by her capabilities. The young man wondered if this meant he no longer needed to learn to aim himself. She replied that there would be situations where he couldn't use the suit or her support might fail, so he still had to train. Alpha declared that it was time for serious preparation and promised to teach him new ways to utilize her support. The young man was invigorated. With Alpha's help, Akira was able to run incredibly fast. She controlled his legs through the suit. Gasping for breath, the young man yelled for her to stop, realizing the limit of his speed. The boy fell onto his back, trying to catch his breath, while Alpha calmly explained that he could now simply run away from monsters. Akira worried his legs would give out from such running, but she countered that it was better than death. Alpha assured him that she would only use this technique when absolutely necessary. The young man trusted her. Then close-quarters combat training began. Alpha suggested Akira fight her. The young man was surprised as he couldn't actually touch her. She asked him to just hit her hand, and he managed to do it. Akira was shocked that he felt the impact. Alpha explained that she had blocked the suit's joints to create the illusion of colliding with a solid object. This way, he could experience real combat. The girl changed her appearance, putting on a new suit, and gave the command to begin. They started their duel. Alpha, acting as his mentor, pointed out his mistakes, a weak step and uneven stance. Akira tried to correct himself and swung again. When he struck, Alpha easily spun him in the air with a single leg movement, highlighting many areas open for attack. She continued to control his suit and demonstrated how incorrect movements complicated the fight. Alpha advised him to remember the moments when his movements felt easier. The young man lunged into attack again, but the girl raised her leg. The next second, Akira felt a dull thud and his eyes widened. Before his eyes, an image appeared, a boy lying under Alpha's foot with a crushed head, while another guy sat nearby, terrified. The girl coldly stated that he was already dead. Akira seemed to snap out of it. He was lying among many figures just like him. Alpha suggested they end the training. Lying in a sweat, the young man tried to catch his breath and admitted that his body seemed to move before he could even think. Alpha explained that the suit receives signals directly from the brain, bypassing the stage of conscious thought, and advised him to remember that sensation. Akira complained that he could barely move. The girl assured him that she would get him home by controlling his legs through the suit, and now he wouldn't have to worry about his energy during training. The young man only asked her to be careful. A few days later, Alpha told Akira that since he was already used to the new gear, she had put his name down for one of the hunter office's assignments. He was to patrol Kyugamayama and clear the area of monsters. Even if the young man didn't kill anyone, he would still receive a minimum reward with an additional bonus for each monster eliminated. Alpha believed this was the perfect job for Akira. A large crowd of armed people gathered in the square. Instructors shouted over the noise, ordering everyone to line up and present their hunter IDs. After verification, people were assigned to vans. Those who were late were immediately excluded from the participant list. One of the men directed Akira to go to van number 14. Alpha remarked that the number 14 suited him perfectly. The young man, surprised, asked what she meant. As she climbed the stairs, the girl just joked, saying she didn't mean anything in particular. Inside the van, a group of adult men in serious gear were sitting. Most of the hunters glared menacingly at the teenager who had just entered. Akira's eyes widened, and he gripped his weapon tighter as he slowly walked inside. Suddenly, Alpha materialized next to him and pointed to an empty seat. The young man was surprised by her unusual outfit. He asked her why she was dressed like that. The girl smiled and replied that she wanted to add some brightness to his field of vision. Then, Alpha suddenly changed her outfit to a bunny suit and playfully asked him how he liked it. Akira just asked her to go back to her usual appearance. Meanwhile, one of the men grumbled, noting that they had been assigned too young a participant to their van. The blonde hunter sharply stated that such a mission was not suitable for youngsters and complained about his bad luck. In response, the dark-haired young man declared that age didn't matter, as skills were the most important thing. The blonde man, irritated by the audacity, rudely asked him his rank. The dark-haired young man loudly replied that he was rank 19. The two girls next to him were even speechless. The man flinched but said nothing. Akira quietly asked Alpha how strong rank 19 was. The girl explained that most hunters here were only rank 15. The blonde man snorted contemptuously and asked if the young man was part of the Drangkam gang, as he didn't believe in such a high rank. In his opinion, the guy was just riding on the coattails of veterans. The dark-haired young man was ready to start a fight, but one of the girls sharply called him by name. Alpha explained to Akira that Drangkam was a fairly large gang from the slums. The man shouted that even this guy, Katsuya's equipment was probably not bought with his own money, and accused him of confusing expensive enhancers with real skills. The young man, however, couldn't control his emotions. Katsuya exploded, accusing the man of only holding everyone back and expecting to sit on the sidelines while others fought monsters, only to then claim their success. The girl who had called Katsuya by name jumped up and tried to stop him, but he rudely brushed her off. Then she slapped him hard across the cheek. The young man flew to the side, and the passengers in the van stared at them in astonishment. The girl, named Yumina, grabbed him by the lapels and sternly demanded that he not provoke a fight with other hunters. She reminded him that the man was right, they were still too young. Katsuya only gritted his teeth and asked if she expected him to tolerate outright lies. Yumina reminded them that they were hunters and needed to prove their skills through action, just like professionals do. The young man silently rubbed his burning cheek, speechless. Yumina returned to her seat. Katsuya slumped into his seat in annoyance and crossed his arms. Yumina put a bandage on his cheek, to which he exclaimed for her to stop slapping him. The other girl dryly noted that it had nothing to do with the slap. Yumina clarified that no matter how many times she called out to him, he still wouldn't have stopped. The blonde girl added that they would soon raise their ranks and reach a level where the opinions of men like him wouldn't matter, so Katsuya should just bear with it. The young man thanked the girl named Eri. The other man just clenched his jaw. Suddenly, another hunter stood up and apologized for the scene they had caused. His name was Shikarub. He was also from the Drangkam gang and said he had been assigned to watch over the young ones. From now on, he stated, they wouldn't cause any trouble for anyone. After finishing, he sat down and silence fell over the van. The blonde man just clicked his tongue in displeasure. Akira sat with his eyes closed, not getting involved in their conflict. Someone loudly warned that anyone who caused a disturbance would be kicked out of the van. The convoy of vehicles then set off. A barrage of gunfire erupted from the 14th van as hunters shot down monsters. The blonde man grumbled that there were hardly any enemies on their side. He rudely started asking Akira if he was connected to Drangkam and demanded that he move to the other side. The young man calmly explained that he had no connection to the gang. The man didn't believe him and asked where he got such a good suit, suspecting that Akira had received it from Drangkam. The boy replied that he bought the equipment with his own savings, even going without showering for several days to afford it, and planned to spend his earnings on a room with a bath. Hearing this, the man became flustered and apologized for his words. Meanwhile, Katsuya and the girls finished clearing their side. Yumina noticed that one of the monsters had gotten too close to the van, but Eri praised the young man for his accurate shot at a moving target. The blonde hunter grumbled in dissatisfaction that you can't jump higher than your head, gesturing with his gaze at a distant monster, as if implying the futility of trying to achieve the impossible. Then he noted that Akira's rifle was exactly the same as his own. The man offered the teenager the first shot, calling him a comrade in arms. Akira politely thanked the man, slightly surprised by such an unexpected concession from the hunter. The blonde man was sure the kid would miss anyway and mentally prepared himself to watch his young partner's inevitable failure. Akira quietly asked Alpha for her support during the shot. She immediately assured him that she would fully assist and ensure the accuracy of the strike. Gathering his thoughts, the young man focused intently, aiming at the distant monster, intending to utilize all the capabilities of his rifle and skills. He smoothly pulled the trigger, firing the bullet with cool confidence. The deadly shot hit the monster precisely in the head, killing the beast instantly. The blonde hunter froze in surprise, astonished by the rookie's skill. Swallowing nervously, the man admitted that the teenager was not bad, though he tried to hide his true impression. Akira calmly remarked that the rifle was indeed of excellent quality. Meanwhile, Katsuya also noticed the accurate shot and was genuinely shocked by the incredible result. Questions swirled in Katsuya's mind. He killed a monster with one shot. Who is this guy? Is it pure skill or incredible luck? After completing the mission, the vans returned to the city. Alpha confirmed to Akira that his first patrol was officially completed successfully and without losses. The organizers announced that hunters should present their IDs and confirm mission completion. Those who wanted to be paid in cash were instructed to report to the hunter's office by 6 p.m. Akira registered without rushing, feeling satisfied with the work done, and allowed himself a slight, contented smile. Alpha informed him that 5,000 gold had been transferred to his account. The bonus was modest, as Akira had only eliminated one monster. The young man felt a slight disappointment, realizing that such an amount was not enough to afford a room with the long-awaited bath. Alpha gently encouraged him, reminding him that another patrol was scheduled for the morning and 4 more in the afternoon. By combining the rewards, he would be able to accumulate the necessary sum. Akira confirmed his plans for the next outing at 11 in the morning. At that moment, a girl in a hood called out to him. It turned out to be Alina, who warmly noted that she hadn't seen him in a long time and approached to greet him. The young man agreed in surprise that indeed a lot of time had passed since their last meeting. Alina complimented his new suit and asked if Shizuka had sewn it. After receiving confirmation, she praised the new outfit, and Akira thanked her shyly. Rushing off to her errands, Alina suggested they continue their conversation later, perhaps meet at a shop or another quiet place, and said goodbye with a light smile. Left alone with his thoughts, the young man briefly reflected on the past, recalling both the gratitude for his rescues and the persistent demands to save properly. Alpha gently called out to him, bringing him back to reality. Akira replied that he was fine and reminded her that a new patrol awaited them. He handed over his hunter ID and headed to the gathering point, preparing for the next phase of work. The employee once again directed him to van number 14, routinely assigning the vehicle for their next excursion. Alpha noted that the number 14 seemed to be following him, playfully linking it to his destiny. Akira warned that if she kept focusing on that number, he'd have to explain himself more seriously. The girl jokingly called 14 an ominous number, but the young man just shrugged, saying it was more likely his bad luck. The van set off on another raid, ready for a new patrol and potential encounters with monsters. Alpha pointed out that this time, significantly more monsters were following them than before, which added to the danger. Akira, on the other hand, was pleased, as it meant he could accumulate money faster for his desired room with a bath. Driving away from the cleared area and a pile of defeated monsters, the young man suggested they finally get a proper bath after all the patrols. Alpha reminded him that day raids were still ahead, and if he wanted to rent a room for a long time, he would have to put in even more effort. The young man noted that this time there were no troublemakers, which meant the number 14 wasn't so bad after all. Upon returning to the city, Akira immediately set off to complete his next assignment, aiming to increase his earnings. He was assigned to van number 14 again, which caused him slight irritation and a sense of oppression. He shared his theory with Alpha that hunters might be assigned to the same vehicles as before. The girl advised him not to give it too much thought. Alpha suggested Akira take a nap while there was time before the next cleanup, and the young man readily agreed, feeling tired. Elena and Sarah approached the van, drawing the attention of those around them with their appearance. A group of young hunters from Romcom joyfully greeted the girls, proudly announcing that they would be providing them with reliable protection today. Yumina jokingly remarked that Katsuya could barely contain his impatience, and Eri confirmed her words with a smile, despite the young man's protests. Shikara glanced at the cheerful trio and then turned his eyes to Elena and Sarah, as if inviting them to decide for themselves how to deal with the enthusiastic young men. He calmly stated that he was leaving everything up to the girls, hinting that they could simply overload the guys with work if they deemed it necessary. Elena apologized and asked to cancel the joint assignment. The young hunters groaned in indignation. Shikarabi frowned, expecting a good reason. Elena replied that she had received the assignment directly from the hunter's office and felt awkward explaining, but this task had the highest priority. The man squinted, suspecting that this explanation wasn't enough. He didn't believe the girl was serious about refusing the Romcom assignment for another job. Elena smiled slightly and added that the order came from the corporate government itself. Shikarabi tensed up and asked again if he had misheard. The girl pointed out that the task was to patrol a dangerous area, but the client was the government. The man asked again if Elena was sure she hadn't mixed anything up. The girl confirmed that the client was the government, even though such assignments usually came from the city administration. She admitted that they didn't have the courage to refuse, despite the existing agreement with Romcom. Elena assured him that the hunter's office would pay the penalty for refusal and asked for his understanding. Then, with a slight smile, she asked if Shikarabi himself wanted to contact the clients and discuss the situation. At these words, the man waved his hands, hastily rejecting the girl's idea. He was clearly surprised that the order came from such high-ranking officials and cautiously asked Elena what it all meant. The girl just waved him off, saying she didn't know the details herself. Shikarabi promised to inform the gang that they had refused for a valid reason. Elena thanked him and said goodbye. Shikarabi stood silently, then rested his forehead on his palm and wondered why the government had sent the assignment specifically to them. Although the girls were more experienced than him, the man saw no logic in it. If Shikarabi hadn't had to look after the trio, he would have investigated the matter himself. He understood the gang's desire to support young hunters, but all expenses fell on them, and now they also had to accompany rookies on minor assignments. The man hoped that the management would reconsider its decision. Sarah asked Elena what she thought about the assignment they had been given. Elena replied that she had done a little research and found out that other hunters from the ruins had also received this request. Judging by the fact that even the girls were involved, the authorities had gathered all the hunters in the city and surrounding areas. However, Elena couldn't figure out the real reason for such a gathering. She only hoped it was just a precaution. The girl suggested they prepare thoroughly for all possible outcomes. Akira was sleeping in the van, but apparently all the hunters had already gathered, and Alpha woke him up. The man stared intently at the boy's face, which made Akira involuntarily think, "Who is this?" The adult jokingly said he would have thrown him out of the van if he hadn't woken up on time. But the boy jumped up just before the stop, and the man praised his internal clock. Akira, with a slight smile, admitted that his clock was the most reliable, referring to his electronic assistant, but he didn't specify what he meant by those words. Alpha immediately became indignant, instantly realizing the guy was referring to her, and sharply demanded an explanation for why he compared her to an ordinary object like a clock. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Akira quickly apologized for the poor comparison and tried to smooth over the conversation, explaining that he just wanted to emphasize her precision and reliability. At that moment, the commander loudly ordered everyone to prepare for departure and warned that he would throw out any noisy troublemaker like a deserter. Then he asked if everyone heard him. Akira sat in his seat, thoughtfully gazing into the distance, pondering what he had heard. Next to him, the trio from the romcom gang also remained silent, avoiding eye contact. The vans lined up in a column and moved down the road. The thought of the mysterious number 14 flashed through Akira's mind again. He wondered once more if there was some special pattern or strange coincidence hidden behind that number. The van sped quickly along the smooth road, their wheels kicking up clouds of dust, and their engines hummed monotonously, creating a sense of measured but tense movement into the unknown. The group of hunters sitting inside and outside the vehicles kept their weapons ready, carefully scanning the surroundings and anticipating potential danger from monsters. Akira told Alpha that he couldn't detect any monsters nearby. The girl calmly confirmed his words, noting that her sensors also weren't picking up any movement. Two men behind Akira began a quiet conversation. One complained that the lack of monsters deprived them of a bonus, while the other noted the strangeness of the situation, as radars usually found enemies without problems. Suddenly, the van stopped abruptly, its wheels screeching on the gravel. The hunters exchanged surprised glances, whispering about what could have caused such a sudden halt to the convoy. The same commander who had previously maintained order and observed how the newcomers, including Akira, behaved during the journey, boarded the vehicle. He calmly announced that the current patrol was officially over, but immediately warned that the reason for the stop was far more serious than a typical raid conclusion. The man assured everyone that the legal formalities and reporting would be taken care of, but first, he had to explain the situation so that everyone understood what was happening. According to him, a report had come in about a massive swarm of monsters moving from the Kyuzusuhara ruins towards the city. Defenses at the borders had already been reinforced to repel a possible attack. He announced that it was an emergency mission. Another transport, which was closer to the incident, had already engaged in combat, and a request was made for them to immediately go to their aid to stop the swarm's advance. The man loudly declared that everyone had to decide if they were ready to participate in the operation or preferred to return to the city. He gave the hunters only 5 minutes to think it over. Two men from the squad immediately criticized the idea of helping, arguing that their ammunition was barely enough for a regular patrol, and fighting an entire swarm would be suicide. The commander rolled his eyes, noting internally that this was exactly the kind of response he expected from most mercenaries, who were used to avoiding unnecessary risks to preserve their lives. Alpha suggested that Akira would want to return to the city. The young man agreed, saying he wasn't going to risk engaging in battle against an entire horde of monsters without sufficient resources. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed through the cabin. Someone began arguing heatedly with another, defending their own opinion about participating in the dangerous emergency mission. Shikarabe loudly told Katsuya to shut up, but Katsuya shouted back that the romcom gang's reputation was built precisely on participating in such dangerous operations. Katsuya continued to insist that their group was obligated to respond to the call for help and prove that they were worthy of respect among hunters. Shikarabe responded in an equally harsh tone, stating that heroism was only justified when there was a real chance of survival. The man also demanded that Katsuya not associate him with the gang when he said "we." The commander announced that the time for deliberation was up and asked those who agreed to go help the fourth van to raise their hands. Katsuya raised his hand without hesitation. Yumina and Eri looked at him with despair. Shikarabe pressed his lips together in displeasure, and the other hunters just smirked, watching the scene unfold. The man stated that the majority had voted against it and the convoy would return to the city. He added that if Katsuya still wanted to fight, he would have to go there on foot. The young man clenched his teeth and lowered his head, disappointed by the others' refusal to support his desire to help. He was sure that this was the emergency mission Alina and Sarah had been talking about earlier when they refused to go with romcom. Hearing this, Akira turned around in alarm. Yumina gently and calmly said that she understood Katsuya's feelings but emphasized that in this situation they couldn't change anything and had to follow the majority's decision. Eri supported Yumina, noting that acting right now would be reckless. Katsuya frowned. His fingers involuntarily clenched into fists. He was on the verge of snapping and leaving alone. The thought that someone might die while they hesitated burned inside him. The young man decided that he had to act independently, even if it was madness. Yumina quickly stepped forward trying to stop him, but Katsuya firmly asked her not to interfere. His voice sounded strained but resolute. Then the girl raised her weapon and aimed it directly at the young man. The hunters watching the scene froze with their mouths agape, unable to believe their eyes. Katsuya stood still, shocked by her actions, and with difficulty he managed to ask if she was really going to shoot. Yumina responded in a calm, almost cold voice that she was absolutely serious. She confessed that she admired his desire to save others. The girl said that she liked his willingness to risk himself to help people, and that's why she wanted to support him every step of the way. But Yumina added, sacrificing one's own life is no longer bravery, but recklessness. If Katsuya risks himself to save others, she would be happy to help him, but if he intends to sacrifice himself, she is obligated to stop him. Yumina emphasized that she was ready to shoot him in the legs if necessary to prevent him from dying. She asked the young man to return to his spot if he understood her words. Katsuya trembled with anger and tension but hesitated for a moment. At that moment, Eri gently took his hand. Katsuya looked at the girl in surprise, but she just silently shook her head, pleading with her eyes for him not to do anything foolish. He let out a heavy sigh, lowered his gaze, and fell silent, trying to compose himself. Yumina added that she wouldn't mind if he hated her for this action. The main thing was to save his life. Katsuya finally admitted his mistake. He realized that his impulse was reckless and that even if he wanted to help, he first needed to properly prepare. The young man thanked the girls for stopping him in time. Shikarabe, who had been observing the scene, smirked and remarked that Katsuya should especially thank Yumina, because if it weren't for her, he himself wouldn't have limited himself to just threats. The man with a wry smile added that it was convenient to have such a goody two-shoes nearby who could stop you at the most dangerous moment. Katsuya irritably clenched his jaw but remained silent. The other hunters started talking among themselves, discussing what had happened and wondering if the young man had really intended to go alone. Katsuya instinctively looked outside and suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the distance. Akira was sitting on a motorcycle. The guy watched him in surprise, unable to believe he dared to drive into the dangerous zone. A few minutes earlier, Akira didn't hesitate, leaping over the side of the van. Alpha persistently urged him to calm down and think things through first, warning him it was too dangerous out there. She reminded him there was no guarantee of finding Alina and Sarah and that their lives weren't in danger at the moment. Even if they were, would that information change his decision? But Akira simply replied firmly that he wanted to see for himself if the search was truly futile. He didn't want to blame himself later for not even trying. Alpha sighed heavily, realizing it was impossible to change his mind. Kibayashi, the same man who had been standing over Akira when he woke up, asked if the guy was really going on an emergency mission and walking. Akira calmly replied that he wasn't just walking, he was going to run. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise. He had meant slow progress, not a crazy dash. The young man assured him that his enhanced suit would allow him to run faster than it would take to go back for transport. Kibayashi asked in astonishment if he was serious, but in the end he just laughed, amazed by the young man's stubbornness. The man laughed loudly, pressing his palm to his forehead. The boy, meanwhile, stood silently, watching the adult man's strange behavior. He asked if Akira knew how to ride a bike. Alpha quietly prompted him with the correct answer, and the guy nodded confidently, saying he did. The man promised he would take care of the paperwork. Katsuya, who had been watching the conversation, was stunned. He couldn't believe the guy was actually going to ride out. The hunters, observing the young man's actions, thought he was out of his mind. Kobayashi handed Akira a motorcycle as an advance for completing the mission and sent him off. As a farewell, he loudly shouted words of encouragement about the hunter's bravery and wished him good luck. Katsuya watched the departing teenager with wide eyes. Meanwhile, a huge building collapsed with a roar in the distance. A whole horde of monsters was advancing on the city. Each creature's eyes glowed with an ominous light, and their sharp fangs gleamed. Van number 1 was fiercely firing back at the attackers. The commander yelled at his men to keep the monsters from getting any closer. Alpha told Akira that while the motorcycle was small, it was perfect for traversing the wasteland. The young man was surprised that such a vehicle was given as an advance, as the machine looked expensive and reliable. A massive horde of monsters appeared ahead. Alpha warned him that she would now control Akira's suit herself, and the sensation would be similar to hand-to-hand combat training. She added that the physical strain on his body would be immense. The girl asked if he was ready to endure pain and fatigue if he wasn't going to retreat. Akira nodded, confirming that it was his decision and his responsibility. Alpha briefly ordered him to move forward. The boy sped on his motorcycle, simultaneously shooting at the monsters. Akira was pleased with how effectively the girl's support was working. She, in turn, told the boy to keep up with her signals. He sharply turned around and saw an entire herd of monsters in front of him. Akira liked that on the bike he could maintain distance and destroy enemies on the move. This experience seemed much more interesting than all his previous battles. Alpha reminded him that they had previously fought Eastern monsters, but their true target was ahead. Akira just gave a short nod and continued on his way. The van moved forward and the hunters kept firing. One of the men exclaimed in confusion, wondering why bullets were bouncing off the enemies without causing any harm. Suddenly, something black and massive charged towards them. The monster's impact knocked their van off the road, sending the hunters tumbling from their seats. They turned out to be armored monsters, resembling battle tanks. The hunters fired back desperately, shouting over the din of battle. Someone yelled that they hoped to get paid well for this kind of cleanup. Another added that the onboard device would record the fight if they survived, of course. When asked about reinforcements, they replied that the scout had been eliminated with the first shot, but a distress signal might have already been sent. At that moment, several monsters suddenly sustained bullet wounds. Everyone turned around and saw reinforcements approaching them at high speed. Alpha quickly informed the young man that 10 fighters were still holding on, but 25 were severely wounded. She added that Alina and Sarah were not among them and asked what he planned to do next. Akira coldly replied that they needed to help the hunters first. Alpha agreed and suggested clearing the area before returning to search for the others. The hunters were surprised that the reinforcements consisted of just one teenager on a motorcycle. Akira stopped amidst the bodies of the fallen monsters. One of the men asked incredulously who he was. Another speculated that he was probably a cyborg in a child's body. The men thanked Akira and asked if he had arrived from the main team. The young man confirmed that he had arrived on an emergency rescue mission. They asked him to share medical supplies, as many hunters were severely wounded. One of the men praised the quality of the medications the young man brought and apologized for having to ask for help. Akira replied that they would discuss the price later, and in a pinch, he would give the medicine for free. People's lives were more important than any money right now. The man thanked him again, noting that it would be unpleasant if their savior died. The boy asked his companion about the current situation. She replied that they would have to stay there with the hunters until help arrived. Akira asked Alpha what to do next. The girl replied that the mission stated assist in defending the city, meaning they needed to eliminate the source of the threat. Suddenly a shout rang out, 2 signals detected at 2 o'clock. The hunters reported that it looked like machines returning after recharging. Akira asked what kind of machines they were. Alpha explained that they were gun insects, possibly created at a weapons factory. The young man was surprised, asking why they looked like bugs if they were from a factory. The girl chuckled, saying it was either a management decision or a worker's whim. The monsters began charging their cannons and opened fire on the van where the hunters were hiding. The man wondered how the creatures were shooting outside their spawn radius and pondered if they had calculated the humans' firing range. The monsters lined up and simultaneously opened fire. Alpha asked if Akira planned to retreat. The young man firmly replied that he would stay until he was the last one left. The girl smiled, saying that meant he already had a plan. Alpha saw that the young man was filled with determination and asked if he had made up his mind. He responded that it was his duty. She advised him to take his medicine in advance, as he would soon have to dive into the thick of the fight. Akira warned the hunters that he was going to approach the monsters and asked them to cover his rear. The man asked if he was sure of his abilities. The young man, after swallowing the pills, said that the monsters would scatter, and that would be their chance. The boy told the hunters that he was counting on their support. The commander smiled and ordered his fighters to use grenades. Akira dashed forward. He asked Alpha why the enemies were missing so often. The girl explained that they were programmed incorrectly, which resulted in low accuracy and unpredictable trajectories. The young man paled and shouted to the girl that she knew luck wasn't on his side. Alpha reassured him, telling the boy to rely on her support. Akira smirked, realizing that every bit of damage he took was the girl's fault. The girl narrowed her eyes but smiled, promising to increase her support level. She warned him that he would have to endure a heavy burden. Akira roared and sped off at maximum velocity. He was shaking from the pain, but he kept on rushing forward. Even the painkillers couldn't save him from the overload. Alpha reminded him that it was better than dying. The boy gritted his teeth and continued to dodge the projectiles. He weaved between explosions, struggling to maintain his balance. Alpha warned the guy that his weapon couldn't penetrate the monster's armor. Akira agreed, noting that bullets just ricocheted off their thick shells. He asked the girl what their plan was. Alpha replied that they needed to target the support monsters, the ones reloading the cannons. The guy asked again, support monsters? The girl pointed to mechanical bugs scurrying around the tanks. If we destroy these insects, Alpha explained, the cannons will just be armored monsters. Once they run out of ammo, other hunters will finish them off. Akira nodded, accepting the plan, and opened fire on the smaller targets. He sped on his motorcycle, skillfully maneuvering and firing his automatic rifle. Alpha suddenly pointed to one of the bugs clinging to the tank's hull. Akira accelerated, darting between the large monsters to get closer and shoot the target. The bullet hit the insect precisely. The bug exploded along with the tank. The guy dodged the wave of fire and immediately rushed to the next target. The hunters watching this scene were astonished by his skill and bravery. Akira, fending off the creatures, was glad that they had destroyed almost all the monsters. Alpha confirmed that they were doing great. The other hunters were also helping, and at this rate, they would complete the task soon. The girl frowned, noticing something. Alpha warned the boy to be careful, as monster reinforcements were heading their way. Akira was startled. He didn't know what kind of mechanical creature it was. A massive monster on several pairs of mechanical legs loomed over the battlefield, creating a truly terrifying impression. Its enormous body shimmered with a dull metallic sheen, and each leg slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash, leaving deep indentations. Alpha looked at her partner with doubt and asked again if he really wasn't going to retreat. Akira replied briefly and confidently, no. Noticing his determination, the girl agreed and quickly gave the command to continue moving toward the monster. The guy asked in surprise why she told him to put away his weapon. Alpha calmly explained that a regular gun would be useless here. These words made Akira feel a slight fear. How were they going to fight such a creature without firearms? But the girl reminded him that he himself had just said he wasn't going to retreat, which meant this was their only chance. With a slightly mischievous smile, Alpha asked if the young man had changed his mind. Akira shook his head and asked her to just support him. The girl simply told him to trust her and follow her commands. Meanwhile, a whole horde of bullet beetles, small mechanical creatures on thin legs, moved toward the enormous tank. One by one, the little ones began to jump onto the giant machine, clinging to its armor and detaching their own legs as if preparing to self-destruct. The enormous iron beast reacted with furious gunfire. Thundering shells flew out of its massive cannon, tearing up the ground. Akira dodged the incoming shells with incredible agility, sharply leaning or swerving his motorcycle aside. Piles of rocks and clouds of dust flew into the air from the shell impacts, obscuring his view. The guy felt each hit rumble in his chest, and the trembling ground seemed to try to throw him from the saddle. He sped at maximum velocity, trying to escape the explosions that kept erupting nearby. Through the noise of battle, Akira shouted a question about how they were going to destroy the monster. Alpha replied that they would only start acting once they got close enough. The guy, not hiding his anxiety, shouted again, asking what he should do when they got closer. Suddenly, a thick column of dust blocked their path. Akira exclaimed irritably, squinted, and continued to ride almost blindly, relying only on his instincts and his partner's commands. Finally, the motorcycle got almost right up to the monster. Only then did the young man truly grasp the enemy's immense power. Next to it, the monster looked like an immovable steel mountain. He commented aloud on its size, but Alpha quickly explained that the cannon lacked external support, forcing the monster to turn its entire body to aim. This was their chance to get closer before it could fully rotate. Akira countered that bullets had already ricocheted off its armor multiple times, and even at close range, they likely wouldn't damage the creature. However, Alpha pointed to the bullet beetles and, with cold confidence, stated that they would be their weapon. Seeing these creatures, the young man involuntarily gasped in surprise, assuming the plan was simply to shoot the beetles and blow up the monster. But Alpha shook her head. Their plan was more complex. At her signal, Akira spun the motorcycle around and, with a sharp jerk, launched one of the bullet beetles into the air. The guy watched the flying projectile with surprise, then, seizing the moment, kicked it even higher and jumped up after it. Midair, he realized he was directly in front of the giant tank's muzzle. Alpha's voice instantly echoed in the guy's head, telling him to hit the bullet beetle precisely into the barrel. Without hesitation, Akira delivered a powerful kick, sending the beetle straight into the metal pipe. The bullet beetle flew through the barrel, and at that very moment the tank abruptly froze. Just a moment later, the mechanical beast shuddered and exploded with a deafening roar. Upon landing, Akira quickly jumped back onto his motorcycle and grabbed his assault rifle again. The guy sped along the line of enemies, trying to hit each one and blow them up one after another. The enormous tank shook from a series of explosions, its armor cracking and crumbling into debris. Finally, the last powerful blast shook the ground, and the giant mechanical cannon collapsed, defeated by their desperate attack. The cannon exploded with a deafening roar, and the nearest monsters disintegrated into fine dust, which caused considerable surprise and even slight shock among the observing hunters. A massive cloud of dust rose over the battlefield, obscuring the road and making it difficult for everyone watching to see what was happening. Akira, looking at the plumes of gray fog, sped away from the destroyed monsters, feeling tension and fatigue in his chest after the battle. Alpha, with a slight smirk, suggested preparing a detailed report on the destruction of all enemies, but the guy, looking tired, declined her initiative, clearly wanting to rest. The girl noted that their victory proved their strength, but for future battles, more reliable equipment would be needed. Akira agreed with her sensible remark. A thought flashed through the young man's mind. Simply winning wasn't enough to fully complete the mission and secure success. As he headed back to the hunter's van, he noticed a group of people gathered around some wrecked equipment nearby. The men were animatedly discussing the battle that had just ended, relieved to have been saved from the iron monsters. They thanked Akira for his courage and actions, which had kept many of them alive. Alpha reminded the young man that he should recharge his suit, otherwise it would just become heavy, ordinary clothing. He agreed with her advice. Akira wondered if he would receive adequate payment, as his supplies of medicine and ammunition were running low. Alpha confidently replied that the reward would be substantial. The young man noted with relief that after returning, he wanted to get some good rest and take a bath. In the distance, several reinforcement vans appeared. The hunters cheered joyfully, shouting that help had arrived and they were finally safe. A man emerged from one of the arriving vans and loudly greeted everyone, asking if Akira was still alive. He mentioned that he had already heard about the young man's exploits and what he had managed to accomplish during the fight. Kobayashi admitted that he initially thought Akira had died, and added with a smile that perhaps he was getting worse at evaluating young hunters as he got older. The young man was slightly offended but still thanked the man for the motorcycle he had provided. The man replied that he was glad to be of help. Kobayashi told Akira that once he checked in for completing the emergency mission, he would be free to do whatever he deemed necessary. The young man clarified if that was really all. The man confirmed that the monster swarm had been destroyed by the city guard, meaning the mission was complete. The young man said with relief that he would be moving on then. As a farewell, Kobayashi asked him to be careful on his journey. Akira just let out a tired sigh in response. One of the hunters informed the commander that he had finished analyzing the collected data, but there were some oddities in the report. Kobayashi asked what exactly seemed suspicious. The hunter explained that the report stated one guy had single-handedly broken into the monster swarm and destroyed them in close combat. He doubted the accuracy of the information. Kobayashi told him to compare the report with others, but then changed his mind and asked for the data to be sent directly to him so he could check everything himself. The hunter accepted the assignment. The commander mused that Akira had accomplished something so incredible that it even cast doubt on official data. He admitted he hadn't met such hunters in a long time. Alpha followed the young man, observing his silent ride. She mused that Akira looked downcast when Alina and Sarah thanked him for saving them, as his actions weren't driven by noble intentions at all. Despite his initial reluctance to participate in the mission, the young man changed his mind after hearing the girls' names, and then risked his life without even finding them at the location. Alpha considered such behavior irrational and couldn't understand what exactly prompted him to act that way, deciding to investigate the matter further. She realized that understanding Akira's thoughts would help her predict his decisions and, if necessary, gently guide them in the right direction. All her actions were dictated by her desire to achieve her own hidden goals, all while remaining a reliable ally to the young man. The vans arrived in the city. Wounded hunters were carefully transferred onto stretchers to receive medical attention. Alpha quietly told Akira that she had some unpleasant news. The young man became alert and asked what was wrong. The girl explained that the reward would only be transferred tomorrow, meaning he wouldn't be able to pay for a hotel with a shower today. Akira sighed in annoyance. Alpha assured him that the money would arrive in the morning and asked him to wait a little longer. The young man grumbled that he had been through a lot for this payment. She advised him not to worry about the payment for now, but to decide where to leave his motorcycle, as he wouldn't have enough money for a hotel with parking. Alpha warned that if he left his bike unattended, it would definitely be stolen. Akira was at a loss for words. The young man suggested taking the motorcycle to Cheryl's base and immediately headed there. At Cheryl's base, her subordinates rushed to inform her of Akira's arrival. Cheryl, who was about to go to bed, was surprised by the news, and Irio explained that Akira had arrived. The girl joyfully ran out of her room, accidentally hitting the subordinate who brought the news with the door. Catching her breath, Cheryl warmly greeted her guest and invited him inside. Akira explained that he wanted to leave his motorcycle at the base, if possible. Cheryl agreed without hesitation, assuring him that his vehicle would be safe there, and offered the young man some coffee before he left. The young man politely declined, citing the late hour and his fatigue, saying he was eager to get to a hotel. The girl was slightly disappointed that he hadn't visited her in a while. Akira replied that he would stop by at the first opportunity. Cheryl smiled and said she would be waiting. The young man slept soundly all night, recovering his strength after a tough day. The next day, a payment of 12 million gold was deposited into his account, which utterly astonished him. Alpha calmly explained that this was the standard amount for emergency missions, including clearing 2 waves of monsters, rescuing hunters, and compensation for spent medicine. She also noted that the cost of the motorcycle had been deducted from the total. Akira admitted that 12 million was a fair payment for risking his life. The girl suggested he spend these pennies on new equipment. The young man exclaimed in surprise, asking if she really called that kind of money pennies. Alpha calmly replied that he shouldn't be surprised by her words. Akira, half-jokingly, demanded an explanation, asking what amount she considered significant then. The girl clarified that gold coins were merely a conventional currency established by the corporate government of the eastern region, so their value was relative. She added that he would soon understand exactly what she meant. Akira just grunted, deciding not to argue for now. Later, upon entering Shizuka's shop, the girl asked how the young man liked his new Kagungwa Anus suit. He replied that it was even better than he expected. Akira came to Shizuka to buy additional weapons and first asked if there was anything particularly effective against mechanical monsters. The girl calmly replied that there were many weapon options, but the choice depended on budget and personal preferences. The young man clarified what amount would allow him to count on truly high-quality weapons, adding that he could spend about 10 million. Hearing that figure, Shizuka fell silent for a moment, suppressing her surprise. Finally, she cautiously reminded him that Akira had purchased an expensive combat suit only a few days ago. Her voice sounded incredulous as she asked where he got such a large sum in such a short time. Akira felt awkward and slightly nervous, began to explain how he had gotten the money. Shizuka stepped out from behind the counter, crossed her arms, and invited him to continue his story, stating that she was listening intently. The young man recounted that something unforeseen had happened during yesterday's mission, which resulted in a much higher reward than expected. He confessed that he hadn't expected to receive such an amount himself and still felt a slight disbelief in his own success. Shizuka remarked with a slight reproach that such rewards were usually given for extremely risky actions. The girl leaned closer and with a squint asked if he had done anything reckless. Akira, not wanting to lie, reluctantly admitted that he had. Shizuka frowned, grabbed his arm, and resolutely pulled him closer, intending to check if there were any fresh wounds hidden under his suit. The young man became flustered and loudly protested, but the girl insisted, ordering him to remove the upper part of his suit if he was fine. Giving in to her insistence, Akira took off the top part of his combat gear. Shizuka breathed a sigh of relief, noting the numerous old scars on his body but glad that no new injuries had appeared. The girl gently hugged the young man, making him blush deeply, and quietly asked him not to take unnecessary risks. Akira nodded, accepting her concern. Composing herself, Shizuka returned to business. She showed him a CWH model rifle and special armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating the hulls of metal monsters. She explained that the ammunition was expensive, but its penetrating power would guarantee he could handle large opponents and heavily armored creatures. Shizuka added that she hoped Akira understood there was no need to actively seek out the most dangerous monsters. The guy calmly agreed. Later, he returned to his building and, full of energy, happily pushed open the doors. Stopping by the bathroom, Akira asked Alpha if they had any joint plans for the day, and noted with relief that he was ready for a day of complete rest. Alpha confirmed there were no specific plans, and Akira, smiling contentedly, began to take off his suit, already imagining the long-awaited bath. However, Alpha interrupted him, reminding him that he needed to take care of some important matters first. The guy, slightly disappointed, asked what matters she was referring to. She listed them. He needed to visit Cheryl and tell her how long he would be leaving his motorcycle with her, and also pay Shijima to avoid a potential conflict. Akira asked if these meetings could be postponed, but Alpha warned that delaying would only make the situation worse. With a sad glance at the inviting bath, the young man fastened his suit once more. When he went outside, passers-by turned in surprise. His combat appearance attracted too much attention. Walking down the street, Akira quietly told Alpha that thanks to the suit's enhancements, it was easy for him to carry heavy loads, but balancing in it was still difficult. Alpha advised him to train while he had the chance. Upon reaching Cheryl's base, he noticed her subordinates gathered at the entrance, clearly discussing something among themselves. Cheryl had already wrapped her arms around the guy. Seeing Akira, the girl happily hugged him, but the young man politely asked her to let go, explaining that he was there on business. Cheryl, with a radiant smile, asked what exactly brought him there, and Akira noted to himself that such greetings only added to the awkwardness. He handed the girl money, explaining that it was the amount to settle things with Shijima. Cheryl asked in surprise if it was really necessary, as Shijima's people hadn't appeared yet and the payment could be postponed. Akira confidently assured her that everything was fine. He had received enough funds and preferred to pay immediately. Internally, he chastised himself, realizing that not long ago he considered 200,000 a huge sum, and now he almost called 500,000 pocket change. The thought of 12 million in his account made him ponder how quickly priorities change. Cheryl took the money and promised to deliver it a little later. Akira asked if there would be any issues if he left his motorcycle at the base as temporary parking. The girl assured him she would look after it for as long as needed. The young man thanked her and asked if she had any requests for him. Cheryl just smiled softly and shook her head. As Akira was about to leave, Cheryl pulled a chair closer and unexpectedly hugged him. The girl complained that his suit was too stiff and suggested he take off the top part to make the hug warmer. The boy refused. Cheryl pointed out that he wouldn't lose anything by taking off the suit. He explained that without the suit, he would lose his physical support. Cheryl slyly remarked that in that case, the hug would have to be extended, as the suit was getting in the way of their closeness. She explained that enhanced gear diminished the pleasure of touch. Akira just sighed heavily. Finally, he gave in and took off the top part of his suit, allowing the girl to truly hug him. Cheryl beamed with happiness. Alpha, who had been observing the scene, remained silent. Akira asked her with his eyes what she thought, but received only a calm nothing. The young man carefully pulled away, telling Cheryl he needed to take a bath. She cunningly suggested he use the bath at the base and even playfully offered to help him wash his back. Akira fell silent, flustered, unsure how to react to such a direct offer. Composing himself, he politely declined, explaining that he had already paid for a hotel room and needed to return there. Cheryl accepted his refusal with a hint of sadness and noted to herself that the guy still didn't fully trust her, since he didn't want to leave his belongings with her. While the girl was pondering how to gain more of his trust, a convoy of cars pulled up to the base, drawing the attention of everyone present. Cheryl's gang members cried out and spoke louder, pointing at the cars. Alarm was evident in their voices. Shijima emerged from one of the cars, surrounded by his men. His appearance was unexpected and promised new complications. The two of them turned at a knock on the door. It was a guy who needed the boss, and he informed them that Shijima and his crew had arrived. The long-haired woman understood everything and said she was on her way. Everyone gathered in one room and the group sat around a table. The girl apologized that they couldn't offer anything as they didn't have many resources. But the man calmly replied that it was fine, so he wondered why they had come. They just happened to be there and wanted to check in. They hadn't been able to talk last time. The long-haired woman understood everything. She and Akira were alive and well, which the man was pleased to hear. Alpha was asked what was going on. He was assessing how Cheryl was reacting to the situation. Many hunters died in yesterday's battle, so he came to find out if he was alive or not. What could be said? It was cunning, or rather persistent. It was unavoidable if you led a gang. The long-haired woman continued, saying it was excellent and they could forget about the past incident with them. The long-haired man spread his arms wide and said that from now on they would cooperate. She was all for it. The boy was wearing a power suit and had a CWH anti-material rifle. He had acquired all of this in such a short time. It was unclear whether he should praise himself for not getting into a conflict back then or scold himself for not finishing them off when he had the chance. It was too late to change anything now. The man wanted to discuss the details of their cooperation. He smiled and clasped his hands on the table, suggesting that if it wasn't convenient now, they could certainly meet another day. It seemed he had stopped looking down on the girl, meaning things were serious now. The long-haired woman agreed that they should discuss it, starting with the reasons the conflict arose in the first place, the territorial issue. They seemed to have time, so if no one objected, the boy wanted to go to his room. The long-haired woman said, "Of course, don't worry," but wondered why the boss wanted to let Akira leave. Well, this conversation concerned the gang leaders, so it might be better if everyone else also left the room, the man said with a smile. Then they would meet with Cheryl soon. She should call if any problems arose. She agreed and apologized for bothering them. Now they could continue. Was the boss sure that giving them half the territory was the right decision? But they didn't have enough people to maintain it, so she sold it to them for 1,000,000 gold. They would become dangerous. The negotiations went quite well. The man even got more territory, but there was one catch. The long-haired woman's sudden change was very unsettling. He wondered where such confidence and calmness, which even Akira couldn't boast of, came from. Had she understood something she shouldn't have? Akira was asked for forgiveness for interrupting his enjoyment of the bath, but they needed to discuss an urgent matter. They had used almost all the medicine obtained from the old world ruins, and very little was left. But couldn't they just go back to the ruins and search? Honestly, the guy was sure they would find more medicine if they looked carefully. The monster distribution in the Kyuzusuhara ruins had changed after yesterday's battle. If they went there, they could die even with her support. So that means there's no way, but that's fine. Akira will be extremely careful, and yes, he'll keep his promise. The long-haired girl will also support him as much as possible. The scene was at the Drangkam base, where a hunter gang was in a tense situation. A guy with a fierce look held a weapon in his hands, and the sounds of gunfire echoed everywhere. There were many wounded in the battle. One guy lay on the ground with numerous injuries, and fear and despair were etched on everyone's faces. Katsuya was advised to rest, as he had only exhausted himself with training, which wouldn't help. The guy clutched his head and said he couldn't save them, wishing only to become stronger. He did everything he could. Everyone knew how dangerous the mission was, and it wasn't Katsuya's fault. They lost 3 friends, all comrades in arms, so it's no wonder their ally is struggling. He needs to get stronger, and the girl will help. Next time they'll save everyone, but for now, he should rest. The short-haired girl won't stand by either. It's not often that the man calls him over, so what's the matter? Arab sees that he's in a bad mood, all because he has to look after these kids. They apologize to him. Shikarab, Katsuya, and the other guys he dislikes so much were in a serious skirmish, and from what the man heard, they performed quite well. Maybe they're not so bad after all. He couldn't agree. 3 people died so they could survive, so it's too early to recognize them as true hunters. Even if they become 10 times stronger, sending them there would cause problems. It turns out he doesn't have the talent to become a true hunter. The man sat in his chair, watching him. He surpasses both of them in talent. It's a 1 in a million occurrence. He'll become an excellent hunter with the right approach. What a compliment. The man isn't foolish enough to let emotions cloud his judgment. That's why he wants him to be in charge of the training. He just needs to hold on a little longer. No, the man said something useful could be made of this, but he doesn't want to deal with it. Maybe Elena and Sarah won't manage. If he's not mistaken, they're about to be recruited into this gang. Yes, that's right, they're in negotiations, but not everything is going smoothly. So he could offer them a mission to train Katsuya for good pay. He could use his officer's authority, right? In theory, yes, but the gentleman from the management department wouldn't allow it. They're asking Shizuka for 3 times the usual amount. Oh, they're taking a lot and seem completely exhausted. Is it really that bad? Well, apparently so, but don't judge the situation by the girl's chest size. They paid the team well for the mission. He wonders if it was so no one would complain. Some monsters had camouflage devices, so he was told to be a spotter, and then he was thrown into a situation with tanks and power suits. It was a brutal situation. A squad of hunters was dispatched to intercept a huge swarm of monsters heading towards Kugeyama City. The cooperative government believes this was a terrorist attack by nationalists. Several terrorist groups claimed responsibility for the incident, declaring it a gesture of retribution for the justice provided by the aforementioned government, and also a crusade against it in protest. What nationalists? That must be why the mission came from the cooperative government. Honestly, she doesn't think they had a reason to attack the city. She's not mentioning that they were supposed to lure monsters out of the Kyuzusuhara ruins and direct them towards Kugeyama, which would surely have resulted in significant losses on their side too. The girl doesn't think they're lying, and it sounds pretty coherent, but a couple of things don't quite fit. They're omitting the main point, though it's not like they can influence that. The action takes place deep within the Kyuzusuhara ruins. Commander Yanagisawa was asked, though it's clearly too late to ask now, if he's sure everything is all right. There's no need to worry, everything is happening with the cooperative government's permission. Still, bringing monsters towards the city was a nasty idea. They even blamed the nationalists, and in the worst-case scenario, they could have been lumped in with them. It's important to understand that the guys they called to lure out the monsters were indeed from a nationalist group, from the Ulfat squad. So they were from the Ulfat squad. Does the commander also have ties to nationalists? Well, as long as they have the necessary information, it's not that hard to track them down. Even though they successfully repelled the attack, it's still a crime. Their plan is unknown, but he doesn't want to be cast aside. Perhaps it's because the defense squad hasn't had much to do lately. It seems there have been complaints from outside the walls that too much money is being spent on the city's defense. If that's the case, they could have lured monsters from other ruins. There's no reason to use creatures from the depths of the Kyuzusuhara ruins if they're so powerful. The outer part of the ruins was only recently fully explored, so exploring the deeper regions was in Kugeyama City's interest. This provided an excellent opportunity to slightly reduce the number of monsters living there. The city's leadership wants to silence the disgruntled residents in remote regions, while the defense squad craves money and a sense of purpose. The Ulfat squad is doing everything to increase its influence by attacking the city. The man with the eye patch points forward, then asks about them. Do they also want something from the ruins? What exactly is their goal? The guy replied that it's a secret, and he can only say it's for the progress of all humanity, so he should stop wasting his breath on him. His hunter rank has increased to 17 for emergency missions. That's right, he just needs to push a little harder, as a rank of at least 20 is required to rent transport. After that, they'll head to other ruins. Until then, they need to save enough money for a data collection device and new equipment. This device gathers environmental information that can be used for studying and detecting enemies. At Frika's weapons shop, the seller apologizes, saying they don't sell data collection devices, but it's fine. Oh, isn't that Akira? The girl heard he had a tough time during his last mission, but she's happy he's safe. The dark-haired young man was delighted to see Alina and Sarah. By the way, aren't they using manhwa inus suits? Sarah doesn't need one because of the nanites in her body, but it's surprising that Alina is without one. The girl can carry heavy equipment and weapons without any problems. You could say she's practically a superhuman. Despite this, she constantly calls herself a wimp, which is absurd. Without nanites, she would definitely be weaker, but the problem is, without them, the girl would immediately become flat again. The seller asks them to stop, as this situation is embarrassing for Akira. Both women turn to the boy, curious, asking him to say who he thought was weaker, which surprised him greatly. He didn't know, but he could definitely say that Alina had a good figure. She thanked him, and Sarah was also curious, asking if he thought she was beautiful too, which he confirmed. The shopkeeper also asked for his opinion of her, and he said Shizuka was beautiful too. Another girl also wanted his opinion, and Akira dryly said she was beautiful and asked if she was satisfied. Akira was thinking about buying a data collection device. The girl had bought one but didn't use it because she didn't really like it. He wondered if Alina would give it to him. They would definitely have a training session today where Akira would use the device that the girl agreed to give him. It was his first time traveling so far, and he was curious what other ruins looked like. He hadn't reached rank 20 yet, but thankfully they were heading to relatively safe ruins with weak monsters, and he was looking forward to it. On the way, a city came into view, filled with empty ruins. The houses were overgrown with plants, and the road ended there. He and Akira arrived at the designated spot where a large building stood nearby, surrounded by stone blocks. They were in the residence ruins. Forward to new ruins. They knew that Alpha was here today for training with the information-gathering device, but could they also collect relics? Of course, it would be excellent training, even though there was nothing valuable left in these ruins. Akira replied, "All right." Alina and Sarah were here too, and he should take a look. The girls saw Akira. They met on the way. What a coincidence. There's nothing useful here, so what was he doing here? He just thought it was a great place to learn how to use the information-gathering device. Now it was clear, the girls were also here for training, by the way. More precisely, these two were helping another group of kids with their training. It was a task they had accepted. They would be there soon. The young man asked Yumina and Eri to do their best together, as it was very important. Depending on their success today, they would either be assigned another hunter or be recognized, so they needed to show everything they were capable of. They could become full-fledged hunters, so they had to give it their all. That guy from the mission, why was he with Alina and Sarah? More importantly, Akira returned alive and unharmed from that skirmish. How was that possible? What else could be said? These were still ruins of the ancient world, but they looked completely different compared to Kyuzusuha. The Higuraka residence ruins came from a different era. A different era refers to all past civilizations and encompasses the histories of many rises and falls. Even Kugeyama City, where the young man currently lived, could turn into new ruins in just 100 years. Everything immediately became clear. Well, it was time to start training. Akira should try to explore the area himself using the data collection device, but he had no idea how to do it. The girl would provide step-by-step instructions. The girl mentioned there weren't any strong monsters here, so it was worth a shot. There was so much information on the display, and what was that signal? It was coming from a monster to the left. There was another signal to the right on the wall, but this was supposed to be Akira's training. He should try to deal with enemies faster than the girl could alert him, and he agreed. Just a little more, and the guy didn't make it in time. It seemed there really was no other option but to train until he could ride the motorcycle, find opponents, and shoot them on his own. What was that hole? Were there really only weak monsters in the ruins, according to the information about them? Yes, but that information was outdated. There could be a strong opponent there. From this point on, they would explore the ruins independently. One might think there were only cheap old items here, but there was no need to worry. They would only evaluate their teamwork. Even though the ruins were considered safe, the appearance of a strong monster couldn't be ruled out, so they shouldn't relax. The girls would report the results after the exploration was complete. In that case, they could start training. Wow, they met Akira in this place. It was so unexpected. The girl agreed, and that motorcycle was surprising. It definitely wasn't rented. Most likely, yes. He also acquired a data collection device, which said a lot about how much the guy earned from the mission and how hard he was working. It was impressive. If they relaxed, Akira would surpass them in the blink of an eye. In that case, they needed to try hard to continue being his mentors. What can I say? A rich house. Maybe they could find expensive relics here. At the very least, this building would serve as a good training spot. Excellent, they could go inside. Everywhere he looked, there was nothing here, just the wind blowing. Surely that was because other hunters had already scoured the building thoroughly with the same thoughts as the young man. This room was also empty. Okay, maybe they should just leave, but Akira was asked to wait. They could go in there. There was something interesting there. Apparently, a secret room was hidden here, seemingly like a basement. How did the girl find it? She simply analyzed the data from Akira's device using her advanced computing power. He would see how good she was. It was amazing, but the darkness there was impenetrable. It was empty. This room had already been found earlier and all the items taken. It wasn't the girl's fault. It was fine. There might be other secret rooms in the building, right? According to the data, that wasn't the case. No, Akira thought he could find light if there was a hole, but wait, they were underground, so it wouldn't work. No, actually, there was such a thing. Ah, did the girl find something? She added additional information to his display, a location marker. It was drawn with faint luminescent paint, which made it detectable even after raising the device's sensitivity to maximum. Why was this underground? Well, since Akira found it, he could try to stand there. A girl immediately appeared in front of the young man. Nothing, it was clear what Alpha was trying to do. In what sense? She was puzzled. Well, the girl was in front of him, and then Akira was suddenly thrown aside. He fell to the ground and after getting up asked Alpha, "What the hell?" They asked the guy if his head hurt, if he felt weak, if Akira could hear her, if he could see her. He confirmed everything was fine and Alpha exhaled, saying, "Thank goodness." She asked if Akira still saw the person there. He said no, everything was gone, and wondered what it was. The girl asked to explain, saying the dark-haired young man could have just died. Could have died? What did she mean? He should remember her saying that Alpha's presence was augmented reality. He did remember. The same applied to the person Akira saw. To see such a representation of reality, one needs the ability to receive information from the image. People capable of connecting to the old world system possess this ability, and Akira is one of them. He is an old world connector. If the amount of information received is too great, a point is reached where the brain stops processing it, a state that can lead to death. Compatibility also plays a big role. With her, it seems to be good, but if it had been bad with that other person, Akira asked what would have happened then. The guy could have died the very second he saw them. He was still on his knees, and it was very important to know if the dark-haired young man could protect himself. To preserve the subject's life and prevent life-threatening damage, permission is requested to change the information acquisition path through the network. The request from Unit Alpha is being processed. Seeking permission from the subject, Akira looked at her and replied that he gave his consent. Alpha responded that permission had been granted. All right, now the guy has an information filter, so nothing should happen. Akira just gave consent to that problematic thing like last time, right? One explanation would take 100 years, but Akira still wanted to ask. Well then, get your ears ready, she said, not minding to tell him, but the dark-haired young man declined, saying, no thanks. Thanks to this permission, Alpha can now see her too. Oh, the girl can hear Akira and she's pleased to meet him. Does he want to register as a new user? The guy has a couple of questions, which is good. He needs to wait for Akira's next visit. He asked what that was just now. It seems she can send information to the guy's data collection device. The dark-haired young man is interested. He wants to try it. Akira asked the girl if she could send information about herself to this device. She said, of course, expressing gratitude for using their product. No data arrived. Unfortunately, it seems this system is unable to send a signal. There's an option to receive information directly into the brain, but that's a dangerous undertaking. Of course, the girl will try to make the process as safe as possible. Akira agreed, saying that being a hunter is inherently full of dangers. All right, she said, if the guy feels any discomfort, he needs to back away immediately. The girls informed Akira that everything was fine, they were done. That's true, but he didn't even feel anything, which was surprising. During the transfer, the girl changed the recipient to herself, so nothing passed through Akira's brain. Still, who was this girl? They would definitely explain everything to the dark-haired young man, but a little later. They left one person outside to monitor the situation, while the others went inside to search for relics. If people spot a monster, the team will instantly switch from searching to attacking. They regularly rotate who's on watch to avoid getting tired or stressed out. They're following the textbook exactly. The guy didn't expect anything, of course, but there really isn't anything valuable here. Alina and Sarah said the same thing. If only they could borrow a powerful data collection device, like the one they used during the Kysuzuhara ruins investigation, you know, the one that can pick up old-world augmented reality signals. By the way, the guy mentioned seeing something strange through that device. What exactly? Well, it was probably just corrupted data. Yumina was suggested that they should wrap things up and call Eri. She agreed. What was that? The guy wondered. Was he the only one who saw it? Was it a ghost from the old world? He couldn't hear the girl who appeared, but it seemed like she was trying to say something. And she disappeared right after that. He couldn't exactly tell Yumina or Eri that he saw a naked girl. That would be incredibly awkward. The guy asked how much they thought these relics were worth. They shouldn't worry, they had training today. Alina and Sarah said they'd be evaluating their work, not their fines. Just as he thought, it wasn't enough. Even a normal level isn't sufficient. The guy isn't strong and will die like everyone else. This won't be enough to save his friends. He can't do it. Memories from the past, filled with fear and dread, resurfaced. He can't just go back. There has to be something here, anything. Oh, right, if he's not mistaken, he felt a faint signal while investigating that area. He realized that if he focused the device on that territory to increase its sensitivity, that was it. Yumina and Eri asked him to check that spot. The girls suddenly became alert. It's a ravenous crocodile. Why is it here? They don't live in the Higuraka residence ruins. This isn't normal, it's very dangerous. Katsuya did well to spot the monster. They absolutely need to avoid that area. The guy asked everyone to stop. Why don't he and the girls kill that ravenous crocodile? They were surprised. It was such a shocking suggestion for both of them. He's suggesting they take down a ravenous crocodile. What is Katsuya even talking about? This is a dangerous proposal that the girls clearly didn't approve of. This monster hasn't noticed them yet. If they set up an ambush, they could take down the beast. Even so, there's no need to take such a risk. The girl was still against it. Katsuya lowered his head after hearing that and replied, understood. He assumed they weren't strong enough to face that creature. The guy turned around and apologized. He told the girls to forget about that suggestion and that they should move on. He was called, and the girl said she would get permission from Alina and Katsuya should wait a bit. The team was given the green light. The guys could go eliminate the crocodile. Was Yumina sure about this decision? If the guy wanted to back out, he could call Alina himself. The guy immediately cheered up and thanked her, then apologized to Eri for not asking sooner. But if she could help, of course she would. Great, so the team moved forward. Alina wasn't sure if they had done the right thing. They were going to face the gluttonous crocodile not because the guys were there. They decided to ask them to gauge the danger based on the girls' reactions. There's no need to worry. The girl asked Sarah and Alina to help if needed, but she assumed they weren't around, right? It's safe to bet they're going to evaluate their success based on how far they can get without their help. If they need help right at the start, then the guys are too weak. All right, from what they could see, the beast had no cannons. The gluttonous crocodile's body changes depending on what it eats, so there wouldn't be any problems if it devoured any combat vehicle. Katsuya would turn this monster into Swiss cheese with his large monster ammunition. The countdown began, and the guy said 0 as the team started firing. The guys began attacking the enormous monster, bullets flying at the gluttonous crocodile's scales. The beast opened its maw wide and howled in pain. The barrage continued, bullets deflecting off the monster. It roared, still not dead. What a tough one, but Katsuya believed everything was fine and the team could finish the beast off. The girls watched the situation from above, from the roof. They noticed the guys were having a tough time. Maybe they should help the team, but they needed to wait a little longer. Pieces of the beast were flying off after the continuous shooting. The monster's regeneration ability was simply astonishing. It was impossible. Katsuya was tense. Was this some kind of joke? The three guys stood before the enormous beast with their weapons, trying to finish it off. Katsuya couldn't take it anymore and cursed at the situation. Apparently, the guy was still not strong enough to fight the gluttonous crocodile. In the end, this was all Katsuya was worth. Could he really not get better despite all his efforts? But that other guy went alone and returned victorious. If only Katsuya were as strong, if only he had the power to change everything. Damn, he wanted that power. He held his weapon and furiously attacked the enemy. Then, suddenly, something appeared behind him. It was the girl Katsuya had seen earlier. She approached the guy, her hands at the team member's neck level. Bullets flew from his weapon, and Katsuya was focused on the fight. The monster was heavily wounded after numerous attacks. More and more bullets flew, striking the enemy as the barrage continued. This enormous beast roared and howled in pain. Then, suddenly, it became too difficult for it to withstand the attacks. Blood flowed from everywhere on the gluttonous crocodile, and the monster collapsed to the ground. The guys finally managed to take down this monstrosity. They did it. What just happened? Katsuya didn't understand anything. The team had done a good job. Later, they would send a report of today's training to romcom. The girls told the team to return before they ran into any more trouble. The guys replied, "All right," and thanked their mentors. The girl asked Alina what she thought, if Akira was okay. Well, considering the gluttonous crocodile was here, it might be worth calling the dark-haired guy. Akira picked up the phone and Alina asked how he was doing, if he was okay, and if it was true. He apologized, saying he was a bit busy at the moment. "Oh, I see. Well, they ran into a ravenous crocodile, so she just wanted to tell him to be careful if he was still in the ruins." Akira understood and was asked to call back. He was riding his motorcycle and hung up, saying he'd talk to her later. Suddenly, a couple of those very monsters appeared out of nowhere. The battle began. This was supposed to destroy the last cannon. They told Akira to finish it with the next shot. "Is there any chance this will work? That creature regenerates even when cannons are firing at it. There's nothing else to do. They need to use special CWH rounds, but aren't those for emergencies?" "Yeah, that's right. This emergency is happening right now. Akira should turn that way as soon as he reloads." The monsters roared loudly. Akira held his weapon, crouching among his allies, ready for battle against the ravenous crocodiles. The guys decided to attack the monsters now. Bullets flew from their weapons. They were ready to fight these terrifying beasts. Akira aimed and fired directly at the ravenous crocodile. The bullets hit them, and he crouched down for a better attack. Wow, that's incredible. That's the power of special ammunition. No wonder it costs so much. But they can't just waste it like that. He wondered how much money this excursion cost. The girl included Akira's name in a general monster extermination quest, so at least they could recoup some of the expenses. What about the report? Well, Alina didn't overpraise them, but she did say a few good words. They gathered to drink hot tea together. Still, the girl felt something strange when they hit the crocodile's weak point. By the way, regarding the invitation to romcom, they had postponed their answer and needed to say something. Of course, they would get help if they joined their group, and naturally, there would be no more problems with nanites. They would surely supply them. But obviously, their freedom would be reduced. The girl thanked Alina. So who was that girl in the maid uniform? That was a very interesting question. It seemed they had encountered something like a holographic employee from the dispatch company, but it's unlikely they send people, right? There are many professions here that open up if you can see and accept certain knowledge. Akira was warned not to tell anyone about what happened in the basement. He was surprised and asked, why? The reason she never brought up his ability to connect to the old world was that if he didn't know himself, others were unlikely to find out. But now he knows, so it's best to keep quiet. If someone finds out the truth, in the worst case, they'll separate and preserve Akira's brain for experimentation. Then she shouldn't have told him about it, although it's better to be aware of things if Akira gets caught. No, as he thought, it's better not to know anything. The maids the guy met were from the Lion's Tail Company, and despite their age, some of the equipment seemed to have remained operational to this day. This way, they can get the location of their branch and information terminal. Oh, does this mean the guys are going relic hunting? That's the whole point. If their locations turn out to be in unexplored ruins, they'll get a lot of relics. Great, then they should leave as soon as possible, but no, not yet. The guy was on a roll, really happy about acquiring new power when he suddenly noticed something. The young girl behind him was smiling gently, yet coldly. Everything took place at Drangkam's base. Everyone was gathered, and according to the results of the previous training, the guys would no longer be supervised. The man congratulated them, saying they were now full-fledged hunters. Also, from this day on, Mizuho would be in charge of this team. The man introduced their new mentor, and she said it was a pleasure to meet them. The guys were clearly surprised. Alina and her friend refused to join Drangkam, so the administrative faction was now responsible for them. Shikarab would also be very happy. The man left and continued down the corridor. The girl wearing glasses said she had read Akira's reports and found his results simply incredible, absolutely brilliant. She took his hand and he thanked her, embarrassed. If Akira cooperates with her, he will receive generous treatment. She can also mention jobs related to the city, all of which are amazing. The girl will start explaining everything in more detail. He asked her to wait a bit as it seemed they were on their own. The girl instantly replied, "Of course, but let me explain properly. We can start with this. The job concerns the temporary construction of the base. Today's task is to assist at the construction site of the current base. The guy's job is to protect the workers from monster attacks. He knows everything about it." The guys set off. For this mission, they would need to borrow a communicator. It seemed Akira was directly linked to this number. Alpha drew his attention and he replied that it was probably true. Akira received another emergency rescue mission. The guy asked again if there hadn't been too many lately. The residents saw their savior and exclaimed that help was on the way. Several men stood with the guy, also holding weapons, and they began firing at the opponent. Akira directed the process and raised his hand as a signal. During the trip, Akira started to feel sleepy and yawned, covering his mouth with his hand. He thought the medicine wasn't helping much because it was cheap. Maybe he should drink more then. The girl replied that he would have to drink a lot, almost a ton. That's why hunters use forbidden substances. Everything was going well, just one more rescue to finish and then he could rest. Akira sped forward on his motorcycle. Alpha asked him to stop. He didn't understand what was happening. Was there too much gravel to pass? But no, there were monsters. The guy asked where they were. The girl indicated their location. They were all here. These were Yarada scorpions, capable of mimicking their environment. It turned out the monsters were all around, but barely visible to the human eye. Akira immediately drew his weapon and aimed. He hadn't noticed them at all. They were also tough, and what's more, they were resilient and capable of feigning death. He needed to make sure they were destroyed. All the Yarada scorpions prepared to attack, raising their venomous tails. Akira continued his assault, sending rocks flying, then he resumed his journey on his vehicle. The guys managed it, and Akira, exhausted, reported that Unit 14 had successfully rescued the targets and was returning to the temporary base. At the A4 subdivision headquarters, they responded, "Belay that order. They need to return on their own." Akira was indignant, saying, "No way, the building I just left was swarming with Yarada scorpions. I'm not going anywhere until I resupply my ammo." "Yarada scorpions," Akira repeated, asking if he needed to say it again. He said, "Over." Headquarters asked for clarification. Was there a Yarada scorpion nest in the building? He didn't know, but there were a lot of them. On the other end, they canceled the last order, telling Akira to return to base as soon as possible. Dismissed. The young man silently stared at the communication device. "Well, everyone heard we need to head to the temporary base. Come on, he should take responsibility and escort them." Alpha suggested leaving the residents behind or telling them to run for their lives. Akira spotted a horde of monsters in the distance and yelled for everyone to run to the base immediately. The Yarada scorpions were getting closer, an entire army of them. The young man grabbed his weapon and said he would hold them off for a bit, telling the people to run for their lives. They started fleeing while he provided cover fire. How dare they make him waste expensive ammunition on them? Why had they stopped? This surprised him greatly. It turned out the men were surrounded by scorpions. The men stood back to back, firing at the monsters that had encircled them. Akira rode to their aid, then attacked the enemies directly on his motorcycle, knocking down scorpions in his path. Akira braked so sharply that his motorcycle dropped to the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. The scorpions were crushed and shattered into pieces. Alpha advised the young man to switch weapons because he was running out of ammo. Damn it, are the explosive rounds already gone? Akira continued firing with a different weapon, holding one in each hand. At this rate, this monster army would make him use up even his regular bullets, which would also run out soon. What was Akira to do now? He looked tense. Now there were two options. He could switch to close combat or abandon them and head to base. Was it even worth holding out until the very end? But he wouldn't have to choose anymore. The men immediately rejoiced. Salvation had arrived. They were told to get on if they needed help, and everyone rushed over. Alpha told Akira to leave the rest to them and that he could go. The young man agreed. Akira had a focused look, still holding his weapons and continuing to fire at the monsters, who were heading straight for them in a massive crowd. The man was surprised he managed it. He asked Akira to hand over the communicator. It seemed someone had disturbed a large Yarata scorpion nest during the cleanup operation around the base. Because of this, another cleanup would be necessary. If Akira wanted, he could join the operation, but the young man replied that he needed to rest. It was finally over. Yes, the young man was tired, and that was enough for today. It looked like he could grab a bite to eat here. Why not? He looked ahead at the counter. A fried sandwich for one cost 980 silver. That was a bit pricey. Was that what they called a distance surcharge? Alpha asked why he wouldn't buy anything, as the guy had been waiting in line for so long. He was greeted and welcomed, then Akira made his choice, pointing to his order. The vendor replied, of course, and pointed to the machine, saying he could use a card. What a card? You mean a hunter's card? The guy asked, confused. The girl handed him the food and said she was happy to see Akira there. He recognized her as Cheryl, who smiled and thanked him for his purchase. He was very surprised to see her there. A man nearby saw Akira and called him by name, asking what brought him there, as the dark-haired young man hadn't been around to sell artifacts in a while. The man asked if he had forgotten his promise to sell what he found in exchange for taking care of Cheryl. He wondered what happened, as Akira had mainly been focusing on monster-clearing missions. The Kuzusuhara city ruins, where he usually found artifacts, were currently in a difficult state. Well, that made sense. There was nothing he could do. He should let him know when things picked up again. It seemed he hadn't just not betrayed Cheryl, but he also hadn't sold any artifacts to strangers. The only reason he was looking after the girl was for future profit. Thanks to Akira and Mr. Kachiguri, the girl had the opportunity to work in various places. The man asked her for another sandwich and held out his plate. The girl agreed and said she'd bring one for Akira too. The man asked what the guy had done to her, as Cheryl's behavior had changed significantly, but Akira hadn't noticed when she changed, which was strange. She was completely different from when the man first met her. However, Cheryl as a business partner was more to his liking, polite, friendly, and well-behaved. And opening the fried sandwich stand was her idea, but wasn't it the man's kiosk? He had no desire to get into the food business. That was Cheryl's domain. The girl brought the dish. So she makes them and sells them herself. Cheryl is just amazing. The dark-haired young man devoured the fried sandwich the girl brought him. Cheryl thanked him but said it was only possible thanks to Akira's help and Mr. Kachiguri's help. She smiled broadly as she spoke. The man approached Akira and asked if he was sure he hadn't done anything. With a serious face, the dark-haired young man replied that he was sure, continuing to chew his sandwich. It had been a tough day, so those were Yarata scorpions. They were strange. Akira needed to get stronger to deal with them easily. Well, all in good time. The dark-haired young man was relaxing in the bath. He had encountered a lot of Yarata scorpions, so it must have been tough. Yeah, the old rifle didn't even scratch them. Luckily, he had the CWH with him. In that case, the girl recommended modifying his AAH rifle. If he installed a frequency modulator that allowed it to fire explosive rounds, he could even kill scorpions with it. Shizuku was called. It was Alina calling. The boy was asked to wait a bit. She heard Akira's voice and asked if it was him. The girl was told not to push. She was wearing a VZSSD power suit. Unlike his suits, this one lacked an exoskeleton. When turned off, it was baggy, but as soon as it was activated, it would instantly cling to her body. So what did Akira think of Alina's power suit? He thought it had a rather bold design, so it might be a good idea to wear something over it. The girl agreed. With that in mind, the dark-haired young man asked Shizuka to help him choose a modification for his rifle. The girl thanked him for his trust, and they both smiled at each other. Akira received a special individual assignment from the hunter office. Normally, an individual assignment would be cause for celebration, but the details of this one were quite problematic. In short, they wanted his help in exterminating Yarata scorpions. Akira suggested that he could simply refuse the mission. The problem was that this wasn't an easy assignment to turn down. It came from the Kugayama City's long-term strategic division, and refusing it could earn him a bad reputation with the executives. Perhaps they would then make a demand for him to withdraw the assignment themselves, for example, by paying for all the CWH ammunition expenses or giving him the right to escape whenever he chose. The next day, Akira was informed that the division executives had agreed to all his conditions. The girl must have been joking, as this conversation took place at Freak's Armory. Akira asked to buy all the CWH ammunition they had in stock and inquired about the total cost. He was asked why he needed so much, and he explained that he had an assignment to eliminate all Yarata scorpions. Understood, given that they accepted all his conditions, the scorpions must be very strong and numerous. He agreed to take other ammunition as well, and Akira was thanked. Well, Akira was ready to go. The girl hugged him and told him to come back safe and sound, to which he replied, "Okay." Inside the Kyuzusuhara ruins, the main base for those participating in the Yarata scorpion extermination, a man called out to Akira. He asked if he was the hunter who accepted the Yarata scorpion extermination mission, and if that was correct. Akira confirmed it. "Another kid, huh?" the man said. "Well, it doesn't matter to me anymore. Choose defensive or research team." The young man decided to take the easier one. Was he serious? It would be better for him to take an easier, safer job. Akira would be assigned to the defensive team, protecting safe points, nothing complicated. He would be at defensive post 14. Oh my god, what an upstart. The man bet that there was nothing outstanding about him. He wanted to take a quick look, but then he was very surprised by what he saw. How was that possible? The guards at the entrance let Akira through. He and Alpha went inside, where there was a staircase leading down underground, with bombs placed all around. They were there as a backup plan. If the scorpions started to emerge, they could simply blow up the exit. The man explained everything from behind the bars, and Akira turned to listen. And what would happen to them then? As long as they did their job well, either everyone would die or they could leave in time. The group descended further and found themselves in the Kyuzusuhara ruins, an underground city. For the duration of this mission, the hunters were divided into 3 groups: defensive, research, and extermination. The research group would map the territory and explore tunnels, while the extermination group would provide firepower to clear out nests. So it really was an easy job. Akira was glad he asked that man for a simpler task. Alpha was sure she didn't need to say it, but he shouldn't approach this without due seriousness. Of course, Akira was just happy to get an easy job, that's all. This was defensive post 14, right? Suddenly, someone appeared and the young man was so startled that he jumped back. The young man became alert and told Alpha that there was another maid in front of him, and she remained in his sight even after he had moved away. He was in a half-crouch, fists clenched just in case. Akira needs to calm down. The girl says she's not a projection, which really surprises him. What does she mean? This is a flesh and blood maid right in front of him. He must have gotten confused and scared himself for no reason. Another young guy, what is management thinking? This just means it's so safe here that they could even send kids, and that's true. The girl tells him not to be so scared and that Shiori should change. She tells her ladyship not to worry so much, as it doesn't bother the maid at all, but it does bother her. Akira asks those present if they're on the same team. No one here is on a team. If he wants someone to look after him, he should go to the other kids who are standing nearby. The young man agrees and sits down a bit further away. Some kids approach Akira and ask his name. He turns around and tells them. A girl comes over and notices Akira keeping his distance. She invites him to join her team, but the dark-haired young man thanks her and declines, saying he's fine where he is. Why not? Maybe he wants to relax alone, but Akira isn't even trying to relax. She tells him not to lie. The dark-haired young man is just sitting around doing nothing. The guy is keeping an eye on the situation. The girl is curious about Akira's rank. He's ranked 20 and she's ranked 23. Her rank is higher, so the dark-haired young man should obey her. No one said there was such a rule, so the guy isn't obligated to obey, but it's not about obligations. Reinyu is called and someone tries to stop her. Well, the girl is just worried about Akira. If something happens, it'll be safer in a group. But there's no need to worry. If anything goes wrong, the dark-haired young man can be easily left behind. Oh, never mind, he can die 100 times for all she cares. Katsuyu is pulled away. He asks them to wait. What can you say? She's an energetic young lady, to say the least. He thinks there was a big argument between them before he arrived. Everything points to it. The guy got the right to run away whenever he wanted, though Akira thinks he's in a safe zone this time. Most likely, among everyone, the dark-haired young man will have the most intense reaction. They can't encounter monsters here. What's wrong? Katsuya replies that nothing is. The man notes that they say the unexplored parts of these underground ruins still hold many relics. Damn, he should have joined the research team. By the way, the man doesn't think even the research team is allowed to keep any relics they find. It goes against the contract. He wonders how they'll handle this situation. Yes, in short, it wouldn't be strange if they hid the relics somewhere here. The girl asks the two what they're doing. They're just patrolling the area. They don't need to be doing that. While they're here, they shouldn't leave their post without permission. They'll just cause problems for others. The man wants to be left alone and turns to Akira. The guy says they can leave, but quickly. If they don't return soon, Akira will be forced to request information about them from headquarters. The girl is surprised. The man considers Akira understanding. He needs to step away. Honestly, if he doesn't, things will go badly. Why did Akira do that? Does he really think they can do whatever they want, but the guys don't have the right to stop them? If they have complaints, they can voice them to the main headquarters. Or does the girl want Akira to threaten the men with a rifle? She can try it herself if she wants. The girl turned around and said she would report everything to headquarters. What nonsense! Headquarters just said to leave everything as it is. The girl was very unhappy with the situation. Her face showed anger and irritation. She glanced back at the two of them. But the guys can't do anything about it. It's relatively safe here, so headquarters allows them to act on their own. Riene asked, yes, then can we go explore the area? But no, they can't. The girl wonders why they can, but the guys can't. If this team leaves too, it won't end well. Besides, Katsuya doesn't want the girl to act like those people. Well, he won the last simulated battle, and since they agreed that the loser obeys the winner. The maid was also against carelessly wandering through the dungeon. Riene agreed, saying they were in the middle of a wasteland. Unlike the city within the walls, it's very dangerous here, and they shouldn't underestimate this place. The girl wants her skills to be recognized, just like Katsuya's. Will this mission really end with nothing for Riene? She pondered this. Then they were addressed. Defensive Post 14, is this the base? They asked how well they could be heard. Everyone paid attention to the voice and turned in its direction. The man replied, this is Defensive Post 14, we hear you well. They asked if anything unusual was happening, but no, everything was calm. Apparently, Defensive Post 15 was attacked, even though it's in a safe zone. They believe the Yarada Scorpions dug a new path. Does this mean everyone here needs to be ready for an attack? And who will go? Besides the men, there are only children here. Number 27 will go, and he can take 2 others with him or go alone. He heard and said, understood. Akira understood the order and stood up, getting ready. He had his weapon in his hands and was prepared to carry out another mission. Why is this child going on the mission? The man was very surprised. Had headquarters made a mistake? But no, number 27 would go. Akira was chosen based on his previous successes. What kind of successes? He entered a building full of Yarada Scorpions to rescue trapped hunters. During that operation, he managed to destroy over 80 scorpions, and he did it alone. Katsuya also saved many hunters as part of the rescue team. His achievements should be roughly equivalent to number 27's achievements, and he also killed a voracious crocodile, which is true. Headquarters finished speaking and said that was all, telling the teams not to complain. Katsuya was confused by the guy's reaction towards him. Who would have thought Katsuya would make such a face? Who is this Akira anyway? The girl became very curious, but this was a good chance. Riene told Shiori that they should go with the dark-haired boy on the mission. She trusted her intuition and followed Akira. Where would this lead her? What should he do? Maybe go to Defensive Post 15, but why there specifically? What decision should he make? If the scorpions headed to their nest after attacking the defensive outpost, he could track them by their blood trail. Also, if they encountered a swarm of Yarada scorpions, they could retreat. Everything she said was spot on, especially that last part. The girl smiled broadly and raised a finger as she spoke. The guy asked Alpha if she thought the defensive outpost was dangerous. There was a tense atmosphere there, and the hunters were split into two camps so it would be safer to retreat. So the guys are going. Let him try to advance without Alpha's support. It'll be good training for the dark-haired young man, and it'll be easier for the girl. Akira grunted and asked, training? Alpha replied that, to be honest, her tracking ability wasn't working very well right now, and she told Akira this. Why now? His abilities work worse underground, even though they're still in the Kyuzusuwara ruins. He couldn't say how much worse, but it was bad enough. The young man said, all right, then we can go. Alpha asked him to wait. A group had gathered around the dark-haired young man, and Akira was clearly annoyed by these girls, his face showing irritation. He looked at them and asked what they wanted. Riene replied that they both wanted to go with him, but the dark-haired young man refused, saying no, Akira wanted to go alone. So what was he supposed to do now to make these two leave? Did they want Akira to point a gun at them? The dark-haired young man looked very menacing. The maid replied that if Akira did that, she would fight back, but it would result in losses for both sides. She didn't recommend it and advised him to think again. If she was willing to go that far, why didn't she just drag the girl away? The maid was in a position where she had to respect her lady's decisions, so such an outcome was impossible. Why was he moving so slowly? He must be the type who prioritizes safety. Even so, wasn't he being too cautious? There were three of them, but not really three. Akira didn't expect them to help him in battle, which meant the dark-haired young man didn't trust the girls. This situation was very frustrating. Didn't her lady think they should go back? Even if they went with him, it wouldn't bring any benefits. No, the girl wouldn't go back. Riene had become stubborn. Akira saw no traces of Yarada scorpions. They were somewhere ahead. The maid asked the dark-haired young man if he could spare a moment, but number 27 simply chose to ignore her. The maid wanted to hire Akira to protect her lady. He turned around, looking puzzled, and Riene was also very surprised by this. She requested his protection for her lady until the end of this scorpion extermination mission, and also, she needed them to stay close to her lady to ensure Riene's safety. As a reward, she offered 5 million gold. Riene didn't understand, saying, wait, what does all this mean? The maid was simply requesting a bodyguard for her lady. Since the girl refused to return, the maid reasoned that another way was needed to ensure Riene's safety. She wanted to object. Alpha said that if he left them, he would lose the opportunity to accept or decline this mission. There was no choice left. But the guy can't accept this mission. If it's about payment, they can negotiate, but that's not the issue. The pay is substantial, but Akira doesn't have enough relevant skills or experience. Didn't Akira save a group of hunters from a swarm of Yarada scorpions? It wasn't easy. He barely made it out himself and used up all his ammo. If things are so bad, why did Akira join this mission? Because it came from Kugameyama City's long-term strategic division and he couldn't refuse. That's why. So in short, the guy isn't as strong as they thought. Akira confirmed this, saying it was exactly right. She thought Akira was chosen by headquarters, and Katsuya reacted that way too. It seems the girl was very mistaken. In that case, the mission now is for the guy to provide support to the young lady. The maid will withdraw the mission if the young lady wishes to return, but she doesn't think that will happen, right? Riene doesn't want to look foolish by just going back. If the guy refuses again, there could be problems. Why not agree? It should be seen as a compromise, ensuring these two won't cause any trouble. Alpha was right. So what are they going to do? What are their plans? The mission is to provide support, so Akira will follow their decisions. The girl hadn't thought about that at all. The maid thinks they'll just continue searching with Mr. Akira for now. That works. The dark-haired young man accepted their decision. Riene probably jumped to conclusions, thinking he was weak. If you think about it, you can't kill a ravenous crocodile if you're a weakling, and yet, he doesn't seem strong to her. However, the young lady was asked if something was wrong. Riene immediately apologized, saying it was nothing. Apparently, the young lady wants to know Mr. Akira's true strength, but that's not the main reason for her interest. She wants to understand if he's strong and how strong. The maid turned to Mr. Akira and asked how strong the young lady was from his perspective. The girl was flustered, wondering what kind of question that was. The maid believes this is an excellent opportunity to get an outside opinion. It should be seen as part of the support. Akira grunted, agreeing. The guy turned to Alpha, but she replied that this would be part of the dark-haired young man's training. He should answer himself. The ability to gauge an opponent's strength with a glance is an extremely useful skill for a hunter. But it all depends on the type of mission. Well then, imagine Mr. Akira wants to hire the young lady as a hunter. How much would the guy pay her? In that case, the dark-haired young man wouldn't hire her at all. These words stunned the two of them. How could that be possible? Not even for free? Is that what he really thinks of the girl? Akira's assessment is too categorical. He should at least give reasons for his decision. Akira replied that it would cause more problems than benefits. The guy was absolutely firm in his opinion of the young lady. If the girl could easily defeat, say, 50 Yarada scorpions like the other hunters at Defensive Outpost 14, then he would change his mind. Of course, Riene isn't that strong. The girl had an argument with other hunters at the defensive outpost. How far would she have gone if it came to a fight? Was Riene really sure she could defeat them? Honestly, it would have been better to leave things as they were. Of course, one should understand the consequences of their decisions and keep everything within predictable bounds. Sometimes you can't let people look down on you. Occasionally, you almost have to threaten them with a weapon to make them behave properly. If you fully understand such actions, then everything is fine. If the situation had turned bad, the maid would have stepped in to stop it, so these suggestions are unlikely. Well, if she assumed Shiori would intervene, that's also fine. Then what did the hunters and scorpions have to do with the conversation? If they are so strong, they can handle even the worst-case scenario. The maid asked if it wouldn't be too extreme. She was serious and repeated, too extreme. This was indeed an unlikely example, and he thinks it shouldn't be considered a possible one. It's just a way of thinking. There's no desire to hire someone who will create unnecessary conflict, that's all. And this opinion shouldn't be considered absolutely correct. It can be seen as childish babble. They won't discuss it for now, whether the girls accept these words or not. Akira gave the reason the girl asked for, but he wants to ask another question. He might have considered the possibility that Akira's answer would anger her. Did he give the answer expecting a potential conflict? The guy just gave an honest answer to the question asked, since it's part of this task. The two stood opposite each other. Akira and the maid had weapons in their hands which could clearly be used in a conflict. Shiori was tense. This guy, was he serious? Riene asks the girl to stop, saying everything is fine and it really should end. She already said please, looking very upset, but Shiori disagreed. It's not like the guy was looking for a fight. Well, Alpha did tell him to answer the question himself. Who would have thought Akira would exceed all predictions based on advanced calculation ability? It's a bit late now, but it's strange to consider this part of the task as support. Maybe he should have said it differently. If Akira's priority was to avoid conflicts, then yes. But completing tasks that the guy accepted sincerely and with commitment is more important. As the one who encouraged Akira to agree, the dark-haired girl is very pleased with his decision. The dead Yarada scorpions don't look like monsters playing dead. These are the ones that attacked Defensive Outpost 15. These beasts are larger than the ones Akira fought. Now all that's left is to find traces of where their nest is. There's a large number of Yarada scorpions over there. Defensive Outpost 15 isn't in that direction, and the tracking device isn't finding anything. The three-person team, who had only recently assembled, reached a wall with a huge hole. Akira approached it closer. What lies beyond that hole? Akira contacted headquarters, reporting that he found a hole marked on the map. The attack on Defensive Outpost 15 came from here. That's why the guy suddenly changed course, but how did he notice the hole here? Headquarters is on the line. They also confirmed the hole's location. The territory beyond it is still unexplored. They assume there's a horde of Yarada scorpions on the other side, which means their work here is done. Akira is heading back to Defensive Outpost 14. They need to set up another defensive outpost there, so the team should stay put and wait for reinforcements. While they wait, they're to repel any monsters trying to cross through the hole. Wait a second, there are only 3 of them. That's impossible. Headquarters repeats, they must stay there. The defensive team's job is to temporarily secure the area. They must follow orders. Number 27 acknowledged the order. The maid silently watched Akira, who was sitting by the hole. It was a huge mistake to underestimate him and think he'd back down from a little intimidation. Things would have ended badly if her lady hadn't stopped her. She should really think about that. How far would she have gone if it had come to a fight? The girl couldn't answer Akira's questions then. It seems no one wants to hire a hunter who starts conflicts. Her lady shouldn't worry, besides it's Shiori's fault. Come to think of it, the girl didn't even properly thank her maid. She apologized for constantly causing trouble. The girl is sure she'll cause plenty more problems in the future, but can Riene count on her maid? Shiori replied, of course, just trust me. Alpha reported that there are currently 24 enemies, but the number is growing. The guy always gets into these situations. In that case, he should calm down and do everything as usual. The sensor picked something up. The guy will take this side and the girls will handle the other two directions. Her lady should check the sensor. Riene, didn't the farthest flash go out? An entire army is heading towards the team, preparing to attack. These were the same Yarata scorpions that attacked earlier. Akira aimed his weapon at the enemies and the countdown began. Akira was commanded to fire and the bombardment of the approaching monsters began again. The guy was focused on the task. Monster corpses flew in all directions. Wow, that shot was more powerful than ever. No wonder the ammo costs a fortune. The tunnel is a straight line. They need to reduce their numbers. It's amazing. The recoil could knock him over, but he maintains his stance and keeps firing. It doesn't even affect his shot accuracy. Akira really impressed the girl. What kind of power is that? Riene didn't expect to see such a thing. She realized the guy was that strong. He's using explosive rounds for the CWH rifle. Why did the guy even bring them here? Because Akira wanted to have the best he could afford. But they aren't used for fighting Yarata scorpions. Is the guy just rolling in money or something? The client will cover Akira's expenses. He thought they would refuse his services. Akira was accepted even with him using such expensive bullets. Yes, that's why he's here. Now it seems these creatures anticipated such a development, which is why they agreed to the conditions. Where are they coming from? Are there other holes somewhere? The monsters are advancing. Perhaps this was a stray pack that got separated from the main group and is now returning. Akira is busy on his side, so he's leaving the stragglers to the girls. Riene accepted the task, and now they will shoot down these creatures together. The guy turned to his ally and said he was counting on Riene, which was absolutely true. He really was hoping for her help, and Akira hoped she heard him. Riene stood confidently and replied with a wide smile that they could handle the monsters. She got into a stance, took out her weapon, and aimed at the enemies. Even Akira, who possessed immense power, was counting on her. Yes, she could definitely defeat them. Riene began firing, making quick work of the Yarata scorpions. The maid clearly hadn't expected this from her lady. It seemed she had underestimated Riene's strength, but why had it manifested so suddenly? Everyone was focused on fighting the monsters. Dead Yarata scorpions lay everywhere. There were piles of corpses. No more of these creatures were in sight. The guy informed headquarters that the reinforcements hadn't even shown up. Where were they? But headquarters had sent people to that location. Were they still not there? Indeed, no one had appeared at all. He urged command to hurry them along. In the end, the guy had used too many of those expensive bullets. They wouldn't refuse to cover the costs, right? Everything would be fine, wouldn't it? Alpha only replied, probably. The dark-haired young man started to get nervous, asking, what do you mean, probably? The girl had no connection to the city administration, so she couldn't be sure, but everything should be fine, probably. There was a chance. Akira just wanted her to say everything would be okay. Shiori was going to investigate the hole and the others should stay behind, but the girl replied that it was fine. She wanted to go with him. After all, as a hunter, she needed to get used to such things. There were so many of them in the corridors. Don't tell me something happened here. Still, that pair was destroying scorpions before they could even get close. It seems they're not lacking in skills. Wasn't the guy capable of that? With Alpha's support, he certainly was. So the answer was yes, just as the dark-haired young man had thought. It was still too early, or rather, taking this mission was a mistake. It seemed the reinforcements had finally arrived. It was the team that included Katsuya and a few other people. Though little had changed, this could be considered the completion of Akira's support. The maid replied yes and thanked him for the help. The guy contacted headquarters, stating that number 27 was on the line. They had completed the analysis of the battle records and had a few questions. Akira wasn't going to pay for the spent ammunition. The losses wouldn't come out of his pocket. There were no problems there. The discussion was about the reward for killing monsters. It was enough to count the number killed, so were there any preferences for the counting method? The main thing was not to claim that the number of kills would be 0. The guy was sure such a calculation would work. He asked, shouldn't it work? Headquarters simply confirmed. Now they could summarize. Akira allowed any counting method to be used, and then the resulting sum would be divided equally among the 3. With this call, they confirmed the dark-haired young man's agreement to these terms. The team approached Akira, and the girl asked if she had accidentally overheard the conversation with headquarters regarding the reward for the last battle. The guy said to divide the reward equally among the 3, that's what he said. Maybe Riene wanted to say that the entire reward was hers since Akira took on the support mission during that period, nothing of the sort. But no, Riene didn't think so. She believed it should be quite the opposite. The dark-haired young man was surprised and asked, the opposite what? The guy had killed most of the monsters, and he was sure he wanted to split the reward evenly. The team had fended off the wave together, so it was obvious that the reward should be divided equally among everyone. Even if Akira really did kill more than the girls, without their help, number 27 would have had a tough time, and how could it have been otherwise? He asked Riene if she had any more objections. The girl replied that she didn't, but she wanted to argue with her ally's logic. Considering that this wouldn't cause problems for the girl's side and the other side didn't object, they should just accept the reward. Pointless bickering could lead to an unnecessary conflict, and the maid was right. To be honest, Riene still wanted to talk to the guy about something. She looked embarrassed, and it was clearly awkward to ask. Riene wasn't herself. The team approached number 27. The guy had a small question. What was this support mission? They should ask the girl herself. Well, they were on the same team, so they just wanted to know what happened to Riene. Maybe the dark-haired guy could explain the situation, but he should ask her personally. Katsuya was annoyed. Was there a reason, or was number 27 hiding information and therefore couldn't tell them? The guy could get an answer if he asked Riene personally, so he should go up and ask. The situation was rapidly escalating, and the team watched what was happening. Did something happen between Akira and the girl? The dark-haired guy was close to arguing with Shiori. They should decide whether to say something or not. There was no need to explain anything. This situation needed to be stopped or trouble would be unavoidable, but Katsuya was just worried about Riene. What should he say to the guy now? The girl came out and told them to just leave with Katsuya. They were unlikely to get more information from number 27 than Akira had already given. Essentially, this guy was still a stranger to the team, not that they should trust Akira's words in the first place. Well, the girl was right about that. Besides, it was indeed better to get information from a teammate. Katsuya agreed, and the other girl confirmed it. It was better to get such information from reliable sources. They were both right, so they should head back then. Akira walked on, and the girl looked at the dark-haired guy, then bowed her head in gratitude. At this time, number 27 had his back to her. Yes, the girl resolved everything without any problems, and she was good at it. That's right, it was for the best that the situation was resolved peacefully. She bowed to Akira, meaning she intentionally prevented a clash. Was it really okay that the guy didn't say anything? By the way, the dark-haired guy's shift was almost over, and he should contact headquarters. The guy agreed. It was excellent work. It seemed the guy had survived. There were still 6 days left. He should keep up the good work. The situation took place the next day, and Akira was heading somewhere. Yesterday, he almost used up his entire supply of special CWH bullets, but today Akira definitely brought plenty. Number 27, he should choose either a research team or an extermination team. Akira pondered. Could he go to the defensive team? He wanted to go to the same spot as yesterday, if possible. No, the choice was only between the two mentioned. Akira wouldn't be sent there. If the guy joined the research team, he could avoid battle depending on which monsters could be tracked. The other team would only fight if they had enough ammunition. Akira chose the research team. That's good. He should head to defensive point 19 and await further instructions. Recommendation: Kibayashi. Approval of ammunition cost payment. Kibayashi, this must be the one. He really likes risky guys. The man wasn't sure if that kid was lucky or not. Why did Akira choose the research team if he wanted to avoid a situation like yesterday? He should have followed Alpha's advice. If he had, he would have had to fight monsters. If the guy gets killed, it's all for nothing. The more expensive ammo Akira buys, the more profit Shizuka's shop makes, but at the same time, it causes more worry. Alpha doesn't exactly object, but what if he really didn't make the girl worry and became stronger as soon as possible? She was absolutely right. At defensive point 19, number 27, they met. This was the research team he was assigned to, still exploring the underground city. While Akira waited for their return, he could do whatever he wanted. There were quite a lot of people here. Alpha replied that there was unexplored territory beyond this defensive point. The guy noticed the team he had seen yesterday. They were also sent here, as he could see. Yes, apparently so, since they noticed the guys, he should keep his distance. But why? To avoid trouble, Akira understood. They hadn't seen Sarah in a long time. They were also here on a mission. The girl confirmed Akira's suspicions, saying it was true. But who would have thought Akira would become the girl's reinforcement? The guy asked. Wait, so the research team the dark-haired guy was assigned to. This is research team number 9. She's the leader. Her name is Alina, and this is Akira, completely at their disposal. The guy likes that she's wearing that suit. Today they'll be working together, so if it gets dangerous, he shouldn't overdo it and should rely on his mentors. Shizuka would be upset if anything happened to Akira. How many people are on the team, including him? 4 in total. Only 4, he grunted. Isn't that too few? Actually, they were going to recruit more people, but they didn't get along with others. Someone in the back apologized, but he would definitely have a few choice words about it. This is Shikorob, a member of Research Team 9. He might be an additional hunter. Yes, Akira introduced himself, saying he was at their disposal. The man was more than happy to get reinforcements, but he wasn't going to drag dead weight. The guy was sent here by headquarters. If he thought Akira was useless, he should report it there. The man leaned over Akira and replied that it was a pathetic excuse, then asked if he was really that unsure of himself. Number 27 wasn't strong enough to claim that everything would be fine as long as he was around, so from that perspective, yes, Akira wasn't confident. The man apologized, saying he had to deal with a bunch of self-important hunters, and it was nice to hear that at least one was reasonable. Akira doesn't seem particularly strong, but he was sent by headquarters themselves. So, how long do they have to wait until the next mission? They'll go as soon as they transfer the data from the previous outing, which means in about 5 minutes. Is Akira okay with that? Alpha knows she doesn't need to say it, but it's not worth provoking them. Yes, there are other hunters here, and it's unlikely any of them want to cause a scene. He'll handle the disagreements between Drangkam's hunters himself, right? Of course, no matter what they say, the man can be safely blamed. Alina mentioned that the man didn't get along with some people. Shikorob doesn't want to work with Katsuya's team. They should calm down. The guy isn't working under his supervision anymore. He doesn't realize that bringing a group along will only add to their problems. He should get out of their sight. They're actually going to explore a dangerous underground city with just the 3 of them. Katsuya got angry. It was that man again. This hunter doesn't belong to Drangkam, which is true, but what does that matter now? It was agreed beforehand that they would prioritize hunters from Drangkam. That doesn't mean the man should recruit useless hunters who will be a nuisance and cut into their reward. It's commendable that Katsuya has grown from a hunter who needed a supervisor to an independent unit, but that doesn't give him the right to stand side by side with them. The guy should know his place and stay put. If the guy continues to stand in his way, it will be taken as an act of hostility, and the man will act accordingly. It's time. Everyone should get ready to go. She asked Shiori if the girl had behaved just as badly yesterday. Riene said that, to be frank, her ladyship had behaved even worse, and the girl understood. The team was assembled, just 4 people covering each other's backs. They attacked monsters, all armed and firing at them. He's already exhausted, just as the girl thought. It's still too early to make Akira rely solely on his own strength for training. They should stop the training. Alpha will handle enemy detection so they can relax a bit. Okay, to be honest, the dark-haired guy is already at his limit, so he's relying on her. What about the right flank? 3 Yarada scorpions are 50 meters away, but they aren't moving. They're most likely dead, and even if they're faking it, they're not in their path and don't seem to be heading towards the team. He's right, the man agreed. Well, it seemed that his guard suddenly dropped and Akira stopped scanning the area properly. However, the guy is doing great and they apologized to the dark-haired man. Had his intuition started to fail him? No, that quality was still top-notch. Alpha was behind him, smiling. As the man noted, just as he said, it was intuition. What intuition? Perhaps he sensed slight changes in Akira's actions with his five senses or received relevant data from the information-gathering device. And since he didn't understand how he came to that conclusion, he attributed it to intuition. It's simply amazing. Alpha will help him reach that same level of perception someday. He just needs to try hard. Not only is he good with a rifle, but he's also excellent at detecting enemies. It seems the team hit the jackpot. The man is glad they traded Katsuya for number 27. Oh, you shouldn't say that, the girl agreed with him, didn't she? Even though Katsuya's team has skills, it would be tough in an emergency. That's how it is. Akira will listen to the girl's instructions and she'll try not to give bad orders. She'll definitely explain her reasons if he asks, so there's no need to worry. The girl stood next to Akira and smiled at him, and the dark-haired young man sincerely promised to follow them. Here, the tunnel starts to crumble and the passage narrows. The team feels like they've entered a labyrinth and will now wander around in it. How about sending Akira to scout ahead? The man wants to see for himself how good number 27 is. Does the girl agree? Akira doesn't mind, but the decision is up to the girl. Alina decided that the guy should switch places with Shikarub. But there's no need to take unnecessary risks. The young man agreed. Sarah and Shikarub will support the front line if danger arises. They're fine with that, no problem. Alpha wants to ask Akira now, while there's a chance, how much support he wants from her. She'll give as much as she can. At least she'll offer he could use less support, hoping that next time he'll be assigned to the defensive team. Akira has that choice, but in that case there will be problems. Well, the girl knew Akira would say that. Alright then, he can rely on her. It's time to take a position on the front line and leave all doubts behind. Alpha informed Akira that there were 4 Yarada scorpions ahead and instructed him to eliminate them immediately before they were spotted. The young man accepted the order and launched an attack on the enemies, clearing the path for his team. Akira reported with relief that the targets had been destroyed. Alpha smiled approvingly, while Shikarabi and Alina noted his keen eyesight as he had spotted the enemies from a long distance. He likely had excellent data collection equipment. However, Alina had only recently sold him a data collection device, noting that it was impossible to identify targets from such a distance with it. Activating her contact lenses, she tried to figure out if it was related to a connection with the old world domain. After observing the young man, she didn't notice anything strange. She recalled that some individuals could connect with the old world domain, gaining information about ruins and terrain. She wondered if this was the case with Akira. While the young man was focused on the task, Alina continued to observe him but hesitated to ask him the question directly. As he descended the stairs, Akira noticed some unknown relics on a table. He added that there were quite a few of them. Sarah reminded the young man that their contract did not allow them to take any found relics from this place. The disappearance of a relic would likely go unnoticed, but the girl advised against taking the risk. Alina agreed with her, adding that they could face a hefty fine which could almost cost them their lives. Shikarabi noted that if someone wasn't happy with the ban on removing relics, they could always return later. After examining the table with the findings, he nodded, agreeing with his own thoughts. Alina gave him a clear warning look, and the man quickly tried to justify himself. He said he wasn't planning to appropriate the findings, but was just recalling a rumor about a young hunter who brought rare relics to the exchange center. After that, many seekers flocked to the wasteland. He added that the hunter, while escaping monsters hid in a narrow crevice, accidentally stumbled upon treasures and then returned by a different route. The listeners exchanged wary glances. Alina warned everyone not to try to find a workaround for profit because the relics weren't worth it. Shikarabi tried to calm her down, explaining that this might hold the key to the mystery. Recalling how Sarah had once been shot, Alina frowned at the man's response and didn't appreciate his joke. Shikarabi apologized and asked Akira for his opinion. He agreed with Alina, which surprised the man. The rumor seemed to have affected them too. Sarah looked down at the bullet hanging around her neck. She admitted that they had gone through a tough time, but added that there was a good side to it. The main thing was that they were alive. Looking back at Alina, she asked for her opinion. The blonde girl smiled softly at her partner and agreed that they had benefited from their previous outing. Sarah added that since then, luck had turned in their team's favor, which Alina also agreed with. When Shikarabi asked what he thought, Akira pondered and replied that he didn't regret what had happened. The man sighed in dissatisfaction, realizing that the heroes shared the same opinion. He remembered how in the past he had supervised and solved the problems of young hunters, which made him uncomfortable. Shikarabe headed for the exit to blow off some steam. A swarm of scorpions surrounded them. Bursts of gunfire echoed loudly off the walls as the heroes fought their way through the insect bodies. After dozens of shots, a mountain of dead scorpions piled up in front of them, with new ones still moving behind it. Seeing another wave, Shikarabe suggested that the nest must be nearby. Alina listened to the device in her ear. She proposed they return first, as they had gathered enough data about the underground city, reminding them that their allotted time would soon run out. As they passed through the desolate ruins, Alina noticed something strange. Akira asked the girl what was bothering her. The blonde girl replied that their path was blocked by a ceiling collapse. Sarah asked if they could find another way. Alina was confident they could find another route, but her unease persisted. After all, this was the third time they had changed direction. After a brief silence, someone suggested that other research teams might have used explosives in a battle, leaving behind weakened supports. Shikarabe added that they needed to find a new way back while they still had strength and ammunition. Alina agreed with him and suggested they not delay. Alpha ordered Akira to stop everyone and choose the shortest path to the exit. Alina was about to move out, but the young man immediately stopped her. He said he wanted to check what was blocking the shortest path to defensive point number 19. The young man became wary because the rubble ahead seemed strange to him. Alina noticed his reaction, and Shikarabe and Sarah exchanged glances. But the girl agreed with him and understood that he didn't have time to explain why, trusting him completely. Shikarabe was surprised by Alina's sudden response. She called the team towards the collapse, but the man immediately spoke up, wanting to know the reason. Alina told them to follow her order if they didn't want to be stuck there. Shikarabe gave the girl an irritated look. As they started moving and prepared their weapons, the man declared that he would definitely bring up the issue later. Alpha asked the young man to switch to CWH, explaining that the client would cover all his expenses. Akira understood what the girl meant and raised his weapon. Dropping to one knee, Akira aimed, holding his gun in front of him. He pointed the weapon at the pile of rocks and stated that it wasn't rubble at all. A shot rang out and a darkness of Yarada scorpions, camouflaged as rocks, crawled out from the ruins. The team froze in shock. The monster's claws lunged at Akira, but his allies were already behind him, weapons raised and aimed at the creatures. Without hesitation, they opened fire, leaving nothing alive. After dealing with their enemies, they cleared a path forward. They needed to hurry to the defensive outpost to establish contact. Akira added that if they didn't, they would be surrounded by new enemies, so he suggested breaking through the encirclement. Listening to her partner, Alina ordered Shikarabe and Sarah to take the lead. She speculated that the roadblocks ahead were also scorpion nests, but she suggested not retreating but pushing forward. The order was clear: shoot at will. Akira was assigned to the flanks. Sarah expressed her trust in the young man, and Shikarabe noted that it was better to go forward than to wander around looking for a detour. Alina asked if he was ready. The young man briefly replied that he was ready. A new horde of scorpions awaited them ahead. The heroes opened fire, but Alina suddenly yelled at Sarah to look up. A new wave of creatures crashed down from the ceiling. She started shooting at them from above to prevent them from overwhelming the heroes. Along the way, Shikarabe was warned that there was fake rubble in front of him. An enormous scorpion emerged from it, and they immediately opened fire on it. Shikarabe kicked one scorpion over, but dozens of smaller ones quickly replaced it. Akira was overwhelmed by the insects, but Alpha told him to focus. The young man stated that everything happening reminded him of the previous day. Alpha, smiling at his comment, replied that at least they had a path to retreat. The space around them expanded, and the young man didn't know if it made things easier or harder. Alpha calmly replied that it made no difference. He chuckled and continued shooting. Shikarabe noticed that smile. He recognized the young man's strength and understood why headquarters had recommended him, but deep down he wondered if Akira was looking down on him. As he fought through the hordes, he realized he needed to be careful with his own conclusions. The team cleared a path back. Alina made contact and reported that they were research team number 9. The response came instantly. The girl reported the completion of their research, adding that they had to fight a huge number of Yarada scorpions and stated that their nest might be nearby. She also reported that the team was returning but would save the details for later as they needed to hurry. After disconnecting the device, she smiled and said that they were safe now. The squad continued at a calm pace. Shikakabe realized that Akira had encountered scorpions disguised as rocks before, and therefore suspected that the rubble blocking the path might not be rubble at all. He asked Akira what he would do if he turned out to be wrong. Akira replied that he would simply calm down. The man responded that in that case he would lower his evaluation. Akira calmly remarked that he could report all his mistakes and ask headquarters not to include him in the team anymore. The girls exchanged glances with smiles, and Shikakabe was left in silent astonishment at the young man's directness. The man thought Akira just wanted to confirm if he was right or not. He crossed his arms, looked away, and quietly said that he trusted his intuition. However, the man didn't like the young man's answer. He looked at him suspiciously but decided not to ask any more questions. Shikarabe decided to leave the team early because he still had a report waiting for him. Alina thanked the man for his work and they said their goodbyes. As he headed for the exit, an unknown girl in a maid uniform called out to him. She wanted to ask him a few questions. The man stopped halfway and asked the girl not to delay with her questions. Shiori then asked for his opinion on Akira. Shikarabe in turn inquired about the nature of her question, assuming her displeasure with his choice. The girl replied that there had been a small conflict between her and Akira. To prevent a similar incident, she wanted to understand his strength precisely. The man simply stated that as long as she didn't do anything foolish, everything was acceptable. As he was about to leave, Shiori stopped him, saying that she had actually underestimated Akira's skills. Shikarabe looked back at the girl and after a moment's thought replied that Akira had good skills, at least he didn't hinder them. He looked at Shiori again, asking if that answer satisfied her. She replied that this time their team had decided to bring the young man along for various reasons and wanted to know what the man thought about his skills. Shikarabe responded that compared to Akira, Katsuya was much better, calling him a skilled hunter. He decided to stop there to avoid giving false impressions. Shiori bowed to him and thanked him for the answer. The man noticed Katsuya's presence in the building, who was intently watching him. Even if he considered Katsuya better, Akira still managed to fill his role as a substitute on this mission. A blonde huntress approached the girl, asking about the topic of her conversation with Shikarabe. Shiori replied that she had asked for his opinion on Akira's performance in the past mission and stated that everything went successfully. Katsuya became curious about what else they had discussed. The girl replied that the man had noted Katsuya's skills, which pleased the young man. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head upon hearing that Shikarabe considered him stronger than Akira. Shiori then glanced back at Akira. At this time, the young man was talking with his partners. Alina was surprised that Akira wasn't satisfied with the mission, saying that in her opinion, everything went well. Akira admitted that he was on the verge of failure and realized that he was still too green for a research team. Alina exchanged glances with Sarah and noted that she could inform headquarters to assign the young man to defense. To their surprise, Akira was only happy and asked them to do exactly that. Alina asked again if he was sure, reminding him that research teams paid more and valued experience, but the young man didn't care. The girl tilted her head in surprise. People usually strive for promotion. Akira simply remarked that at this rate there wouldn't be any hunters left soon. The girls smiled awkwardly and left. The cleanup of the Yarada nest continued. Hunters swarmed around, monitoring the ruins. Some people were building fortifications. Alpha noted that Akira had been sent to defense duty again. He was pushing a heavy cart, realizing that Alina's report had been successful. He hadn't expected so many hunters to be involved in setting up the lighting. Alpha explained that the lights act like a scanner. If the scorpions break through again, they'll know immediately. She added that valuable relics had been found in the underground city, and the city administration was already looking for a way to claim them. Picking up a candelabra, Akira noted that the work wasn't dangerous. He hung several lamps along the walls. Finishing the last one, he breathed a sigh of relief. Akira remembered that other hunters were supposed to be here, but he hadn't seen anyone yet. Suddenly, Alpha told him to be on alert. The young man noticed she was looking straight ahead. She pointed her finger down the corridor and stated that there was a suspicious armed man there. But he didn't notice anything suspicious. It was just a regular hunter with a weapon. Alpha then reminded him that the terminals given to hunters track each other. Akira knew this but didn't understand what she was getting at. The girl explained that the man wasn't transmitting a signal. Perhaps his terminal was broken, turned off, or missing entirely. Akira guessed that this could be suspicious because other hunters wouldn't be able to detect him. Alpha nodded at his deduction and activated visual support. Now, the young man could clearly see the unknown man moving forward down the dark corridor. He quickly reported that this person wasn't sending a signal about his location and concluded by saying he awaited further instructions. The response didn't show much confidence. Akira stated that without specific instructions, he would consider it permission not to interfere. He was told to check the terminal and if it wasn't broken, to bring the man to headquarters. If he resisted, force was permitted. Finally, he was reminded to maintain communication. Akira accepted the order and sighed in displeasure. Alpha reminded him that they had received permission to kill if necessary and asked him not to hesitate. He told Alpha that he was counting on her if things got out of control. The girl gave a brief nod. Taking a breath, he shouted to the man that he wasn't receiving a signal from his terminal. The unknown man turned to face him and checked his device with concern. Akira looked at the man in confusion. The man held up his device, shaking it in his hands. The young man assumed he was trying to say that his terminal wasn't working. The man heard him and Akira noticed Alpha smiling faintly. The stranger began to approach. Akira then sharply raised his weapon and the man, startled, put his hands up. With his hands raised, the man continued to walk closer to the young man. Akira glanced back at Alpha again, but her approving smile remained on her face. Noticing the guy let go of his weapon, the stranger breathed a sigh of relief. He pointed at his device again and raised it, while his other hand reached for something else. Pulling out a pistol, the stranger opened fire. Akira, noticing the bullet heading his way, managed to dodge the shot. Without hesitation, the guy opened fire. Shots rang out one after another, filling everything with smoke. Akira kept shooting, but he was immediately called out from the side. Alpha was trying to bring him back to his senses. Hiding behind the wall, Akira coughed. Alpha watched him anxiously. She informed him that she had taken control of his suit to dodge the bullet, trying not to break his bones. Akira apologized for staying put. The girl reassured him, saying it was her duty to help him. The guy asked the girl for a situation report. She explained that the opponent was experienced and armed specifically for combat with humans. Even if hit by a shot, he was likely unharmed, as he had anticipated it and quickly adjusted. Akira noticed that his terminal was damaged and there was no communication with headquarters. He irritably said that the stranger had only come to kill him. Understanding the situation, he was interested in his chances of winning this fight. Alpha confidently stated that he had every chance to win. After all, during the first shot, he couldn't finish him off. With a satisfied smile, Akira prepared his weapon. Alpha advised him to take expensive medications, as they could temporarily boost his health. Then they needed to find a counterattack. Preparing his weapon, Akira focused. He jumped out from behind the wall, gripping his gun tightly. Determination was evident in every one of his movements. At that moment, the stranger was sitting in cover. The man was confident that he had caught Akira off guard and that his attack was flawless. But remembering that he had managed to dodge, he was surprised by his quick reaction. The man speculated that Akira could be an agent from city management or a veteran inside the boy's cybernetic body. Anyway, the stranger needed to deal with the guy quickly. He used his transmitter to state his name, Yajima, and ordered new holes to be dug from above. He added that he would explain everything later, but Kane and Nelia needed to be warned because the city administration might have found out about their plan. He was told not to delay and to take the relics with him. Everything was going smoothly. Yajima managed to slip past the researchers, taking some of the relics, but he needed to retrieve the rest before the sensors were installed. Smiling, he raised his pistol. It was time to get rid of the hunter. While behind the pillar, he felt an impact on it. Akira had already opened fire on him. Using his skill, Akira saw the man's silhouette behind the wall. After the shot, a huge hole gaped in it. The pillar didn't collapse, but it was covered in cracks. When the guy was about to shoot again, Yajima shouted an apology, assuring him that he had mistaken him for an enemy. Akira didn't believe a word of it. Yajima tried to stop Akira, telling him that he was actually part of the research team and asked him to contact headquarters. Unwilling to listen to the lies, he shot at the pillar where his opponent was hiding again. Alpha supported him, noting that while the pillar was ancient, it wouldn't last much longer. More shots rang out. Yajima realized that Akira wouldn't give him a chance to surrender and stay alive, also doubting his involvement with the city agency. Noticing the condition of his cover, he noted that these were CWH anti-material bullets. Even if the man didn't know how Akira got such a rifle, it gave him new information about his weapon. He had enough time to deal with the young man. Akira was about to take another shot, but he noticed the man stand up and break through the pillar with a single blow. Shards of the pillar flew towards Akira. Through the piles of stones, Akira noticed Yajima aiming his pistol at him. Taking advantage of the moment, Yajima noticed the guy's confusion. He couldn't aim properly. As he was about to shoot Akira in the head, he noticed that Akira had managed to switch his weapon, throwing the rifle aside. Without hesitation, Akira opened fire again, bullets loudly embedding themselves into the stone debris. Yajima managed to hide behind a huge stone, trying to understand what had happened. He was sure he had caught the guy off guard, but he still shot back at him. Yajima recalled his expression. His surprise didn't match his body's reaction. Immediately, the thought occurred to him that the guy might be just like Yajima. Akira, also hidden in cover, asked Alpha for a situation report. She informed him that he hadn't been able to inflict significant damage on the enemy, even with armor-piercing rounds. The young man once again opened fire on the rubble where Yajima was hiding. The man assessed the accuracy, assuming that the young man might be using a powerful information-gathering device, similar to the CWH rifle. He was curious how Akira managed to bring it into this area. Yajima also speculated that the young man had anticipated when he might need the rifle. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, he grabbed a device and immediately threw it towards Akira. He hadn't really wanted to use it, but there was no other choice. The dark-haired young man noticed the dangerous device flying his way, from which steam began to emerge. Thick smoke enveloped the corridor, and the man's silhouette became blurry. Akira immediately reported this to Alpha. She explained that it was the effect of jamming smoke which reduced the scanner's accuracy. Even if Akira couldn't see Yajima, the man couldn't see him either. He assumed the man might use this to escape. Alpha said that the device could be configured so that the smoke wouldn't obstruct the view within a certain radius. If he had configured his scanner to waves that weren't jammed, it was possible that the jamming smoke hadn't affected him. Akira realized that Yajima might be seeing him more clearly. The man dodged a bullet and hid behind a rock. He understood that Akira was shooting blindly, meaning the smoke was indeed jamming the sensors. Meanwhile, the man could see the young man clearly and had time to carefully sneak up on him unnoticed. Once behind the rock that stood behind Akira, he prepared his pistol. He tried to calm himself. Victory seemed close, but twice already that feeling had almost cost him his life. Now he decided to end the fight. He waited for the moment Akira would reach for the trigger, intending to shoot him at that exact instant. In close combat, Akira wouldn't be able to aim the rifle effectively, so the man had a chance to get closer and fight hand-to-hand. His bullets could penetrate tank armor, and a headshot would leave nothing but a memory of the young man. He aimed directly at Akira. With a twisted smile, Yajima rushed out of cover, pointing his pistol at the young man, ready to finish him off. But suddenly his arm was thrown backward. Akira's rifle rested on his shoulder, its barrel pointed directly at the enemy, and a devastating shot rang out a moment later. Yajima fell onto his back. Alpha glanced at him after she had finished with him. Even in such weak jamming smoke, she had been able to track the man. Akira felt a tingling sensation in his arm and bent forward. Yajima, meanwhile, remained motionless. Looking at the body, the young man realized he was facing a cyborg. Alpha suggested shooting it in the head to be sure, just in case it was being controlled remotely. She added that cyborgs often move even without a head, so she would aim for the arm first. Akira asked how she knew it wasn't human. Alpha replied that she knew from the start based on his manner of lying. His face showed no emotion and his intonation didn't match his thoughts. The young man asked her why she hadn't warned him about it earlier. Alpha admitted that Yajima had managed to deceive even her. Such detachment is only possible in those who have complete control over their facial expressions, cyborgs or humanoid machines. She told him not to hesitate and to finish him off. Gripping his rifle, Akira approached the prone Yajima, who was groaning in pain. Yajima was trying to figure out what to do next. He barely felt any pain, even if his receptors had been altered, but he couldn't gather his strength. He decided to stall for time, hoping for backup. Yajumo extended his hand and asked Akira to stop. In a pained voice, he begged him not to shoot, admitting defeat. Akira asked why he had attacked. Yajumo insisted it was all a mistake and pleaded for him to listen. The young man checked with Alpha, asking if he was lying. She replied that his fear was genuine, but his words were a lie. She speculated that he was either trying to persuade the young man to let him go or was stalling for time. Akira asked if he was stalling for time. Yajumo, wincing, denied it, insisting he was telling the truth. Alpha calmly stated that he was still lying. Lost in thought, the young man remembered that headquarters had ordered him to bring the stranger in alive, if possible, for interrogation. Alpha suggested shooting off his remaining limbs for safety. But Akira's arm began to ache again. Alpha realized that shooting the CWH with one hand was too dangerous and gave him more medicine. Akira noted that he didn't have much of the expensive medicine left. Alpha asked him to be careful. Swallowing the pills, the young man once again raised his gun and aimed at the man. Yajumo realized that Akira was going to dismember him and transport him to headquarters. He tried to come up with a plan to prevent this. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard behind Akira. It turned out to be Shiori and Riene, who were holding weapons and heading towards the young man. Reinforcements had arrived. Alpha remarked that it would have been better if they had shown up earlier, and Akira agreed. Yajumo caught the young man's eye and smirked, realizing that even familiar allies weren't his friends. His smile widened as everything was falling into place for him. It would be difficult for Akira to explain himself, and the girls would hardly believe him. Taking advantage of this, Yajumo screamed for help, accusing Akira of attempted murder. The girls tensed up, and the young man was shocked by what he heard. Akira, in turn, tried to explain that even if he had shot, it was in self-defense, as Yajumo had opened fire first. However, Yajumo shouted over the young man, continuing to tell his lies. Riene tensed up. The dark-haired man calmly reminded them that Yajumo was the one who shot first. The man, without missing a beat, tried to twist the situation, insisting that Akira had started shooting first. The blonde asked Shiori what they should do in such a confusing situation. Shiori hesitated, glancing at both of them. She knew Akira wouldn't lie even to an enemy, but she also believed Yajumo was just defending himself out of desperation. She decided to call headquarters to clarify the situation without further problems. Akira told her to call as soon as possible, reminding her that he was acting on their instructions. He emphasized that he had received permission to eliminate the target if necessary, and this could be verified through headquarters. Yajumo quickly seized on his words, also demanding to call headquarters to prove his sincerity and ensure he wasn't lying. But Shiori couldn't get through due to a bad signal. Yajumo immediately shouted that it was Akira's fault, claiming his smoke had jammed everything around them. The argument flared up again. The men interrupted each other, while Shiori only grew more tense from the escalating situation. Riene suggested taking them directly to headquarters to save time, which the dark-haired huntress agreed to. Shiori addressed the guys, informing them they would go to headquarters. Yajumo accepted the order and tried to get to his feet, while Akira held his weapon, watching his opponent's every move. But unable to support himself on one arm, he fell. Noticing the dark-haired man aiming his rifle at him, he cried out in fear. Shiori noticed the man's behavior and asked Akira to lower his rifle, but the young man still held his weapon and didn't rush to answer her. Shiori called him again, and finally, the young man replied that he had heard everything perfectly. The girl noticed that Akira was not in a good mood and decided to act cautiously to avoid provoking another outburst. Akira caught her gaze but tried to compose himself. Suddenly, Alpha warned him to stop the blonde as she had gotten too close to Yajumo, trying to help him up. Shiori noticed this too. Riene reached out to the man, but when Shiori tried to stop her, Yajumo suddenly grabbed the girl's wrist. He yanked her towards him, holding her tightly, preventing her from breaking free. Squeezing her neck, Yajumo ordered both of them not to move, threatening to kill the girl on the spot. Riene struggled to ask why he was doing this, but she only met his cold gaze and a sharp remark that it should be obvious to her. He then turned to the others, confirming their fears that he was using the girl as a hostage. Gripping her neck tightly, he warned that he could kill her if they moved. He ordered them to drop their weapons. Riene only managed to shout at Shiori not to obey before Yajumo tightened his grip, silencing her. The man warned that he could break her neck with a single move. The girl began to choke. Shiori irritably lowered her weapon and kicked it towards the opponent. He turned towards the girl, noticing her action, but Akira continued to hold his rifle. Yajima said nothing to this but kept squeezing the girl's neck and looking at the young man with a warning. The dark-haired girl asked Akira to obey the opponent. Akira was not happy with this outcome. His gaze darkened. Shiori tensed, seeing that the young man wasn't listening to orders at all, but Akira replied that he had heard everything perfectly. She tried to approach him, continuing to ask him to put his weapon down. Yajima smirked, stating that Riene's life now depended solely on Akira's actions. The young man looked up and calmly asked how far he was willing to go, adding that he was waiting for his partners. After a short pause, Yajima replied that if Akira simply put down his weapon, he would leave and release the girl. But the young man suddenly asked if he had come for the relics from the dungeon. Seeing how his face changed, Akira continued. He accused him of being willing to kill for his goal, and since he had seen the young man's face, he would probably have to be eliminated too. He assumed that Yajima had hidden the relics nearby and intended to escape later, changing his appearance. But to cover his tracks from headquarters, he needed to get rid of witnesses. Yajima continued to listen to the young man in silence. Akira realized that the man needed to kill everyone and flee the scene because if he was seen, he could easily be tracked. He stated that by such actions, Yajima was provoking the city to put a substantial bounty on his head, so his only way out was to kill the witnesses. Yajima roared, telling him to shut up and lower his rifle. Akira, however, calmly replied that the attacker had almost no chance, and even if he had accomplices, they likely wouldn't be able to help in time. The man gave a final warning, tightening his grip on Riene's throat. But Akira refused to obey him and held his weapon firmly. Shiori was scared of the consequences, while Yajima was surprised by his resolve. With a scornful smirk, Yajima reminded him that the girl's life was entirely in his hands. Akira, however, ignored the threats and stood firm. A sinister smile spread across Yajima's face. He felt he had the right to control someone's fate and, if necessary, take the girl's life. A dark thought flashed through his mind. Once his people arrived, Akira might shoot them, and then the advantage would be on his side. He decided to stop trying to persuade the young man by threatening the hostage and chose to take action. The man continued to threaten, but suddenly an explosion erupted near his feet. Dust billowed into a cloud. Akira ordered Shiori not to hesitate and to finish off the opponent. Aiming, he asked Alpha what Shiori would do. She replied that Shiori would probably try to kill Akira. Alpha explained that this way, Riene would at least have a chance to survive, and the hunter simply wouldn't be able to miss such an opportunity. Akira agreed with Alpha's words and regretted not finishing off Yajima immediately. The girl replied that it wouldn't have changed events and suggested focusing on what was happening now. She added that in the worst case, they would have to kill everyone present. Akira agreed with this thought. Meanwhile, Shiori silently watched Yajima. The man, noticing this, assumed that she also no longer cared about the girl. He lifted Riene up, gripping her neck tightly. Realizing he would most likely die too, Yajima relied on his comrades. Shiori quickly ducked to grab her weapon. Akira and Shiori aimed their weapons at the same target, but shots rang out from two sides at once. Shiori skillfully dodged and fired back, aiming at Akira. The young man also maneuvered among the debris, continuously returning fire. Shiori took cover behind a large rock. Noticing that Akira had also taken cover, she moved forward, assessing his speed and reaction. She understood that if things continued at this pace, Riene's situation would only worsen. Akira darted out from behind a rock and fired. The girl skillfully dodged and the bullet struck the rock, sending large fragments flying. The rock slabs crashed down on Shiori, injuring her back. Akira was shocked, realizing this could seriously harm the girl. But she managed to knock the rifle from his hands, instantly disarming her opponent. The weapon flew aside, but Akira didn't lose his composure. He switched to hand-to-hand combat and disarmed her with a powerful kick. Meanwhile, Katsuya was trying to make contact. His partner noticed his concern about the girls going alone and not responding. She suggested there might be no signal where they were. Katsuya decided to follow them. Weapons flew in different directions. Akira advanced on Shiori to deliver another blow, but then he reached for another weapon slung over his shoulder. Shiori, noticing this, reacted quickly and moved toward him. She struck his arm to prevent him from grabbing the other weapon, and so the hunters began fighting with their hands and feet. Riene, still trapped, watched the fight with concern. Yajima smirked at the unfolding events. He watched with a smile as the hunters were ready to kill each other. Riene clenched her hand and elbowed the man, but Yajima didn't budge. His smirk remained, and he lifted the girl, giving her no chance to escape his grasp. He warned her that even if she took her own life, the situation wouldn't change, adding that Shiori and Akira wouldn't immediately realize her death. Tears of despair welled up in the girl's eyes. Yajima was surprised that Riene gave up so quickly. Akira was fighting a formidable opponent and asked Alpha if they could handle it. Smiling at the question, the girl encouraged him and told him not to give up. Akira was counting on her to help him in a pinch. His body was already aching, and he added that his limbs felt like they were about to fall off. But Alpha assured him that was unlikely. Alpha noted that Shiori was likely using an acceleration drug. Her movements showed it increased power, not duration. The girl attacked swiftly with a kick, but Akira managed to block with his arms. He hadn't known about such a drug before. He just needed to hold out until the drug's effect wore off. Alpha confirmed his suspicion. His limbs worried him as he started to feel a strange pulsation in them. His assistant replied that everything would be fine, but the guy was only concerned by her imprecise answers. Winking, she admitted she didn't know how much longer the drug's effect would last, which was why her predictions were vague, and asked him to focus on the battle. There was no point in complaining. Akira, expressing his understanding, raised his leg to strike the girl. With a flick of his hand, Akira grazed the fabric, tearing Shiori's dress. Realizing the torn rags were only getting in the way, she ripped them off, revealing her form-fitting black suit. Initially, she had planned to feign a hopeless situation and prolong the battle to find an opening and use it to save Riene. That's why she took the speed-boosting drug. However, she never imagined Akira would be such a strong opponent. The young man's fist was coming straight for her. She defended against the blows, but she had enough freedom of movement to find a way out of the situation. Shiori couldn't come up with a further plan, as her lady's life was on the line. Yajima watched her with cold curiosity, mentally promising the girl mercy, a quick, painless death. Recalling how Riene had tried to help him earlier only amused the man. He just had to wait for reinforcements. Looking around, he noticed a rifle lying on the ground. Yajima realized this weapon was dangerous, as it could even penetrate Kane's defenses, and thought he needed to get rid of it. Shifting his gaze back to the battle, he understood that Akira would defeat Shiori. This was because the hostage ploy had only worked on the girl. He wondered when Kane and his other partners would arrive because time was running out. Shiori's strength was fading. Even the hostage wasn't that important to him, as he only needed to deal with Akira. Turning his gaze back to the rifle, he hesitated to approach it, fearing the hunters would notice his movements. But he decided to approach it slowly anyway. He already envisioned the cruelty with which he would kill Akira once he got his hands on the weapon. Moving, he checked on the hunters, but they were solely focused on their battle. Akira managed to elbow the girl in her stomach. Seizing the moment, he tossed Riene aside and reached for the rifle, but Akira immediately noticed him and followed. He managed to grab the weapon and aimed the barrel at the approaching young man, instantly pulling the trigger. But there were no bullets in the magazine. Akira took advantage of this chance and punched the man. His punch was devastating. The fist slammed directly into Yajima's face. From such a blow, Yajima was sent flying. Yajima remembered the magazine had been loaded, then realized Akira had managed to insert an empty magazine before he could be disarmed. The man crashed into the wall so hard that it cracked. He couldn't believe the young man had deliberately left one bullet, replacing the magazine with an empty one. Akira had planned everything in advance, letting the rifle be knocked away to mislead the enemy, making him believe the weapon was fully loaded. This all turned out to be Akira's trap. The young man picked up his rifle and loaded it. He aimed it at the man, who once again tried to stop him. Without losing a second, he pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced Yajima's head. Akira didn't stop with just one headshot. Several more explosions rocked the area, sending the cyborg's limbs flying. Shiori looked up, watching the scene unfold in horror. Seeing Riene slowly getting up, Shiori rushed to her, trying to help her stand. She reached Riene, knelt beside her, and tried to help her up. Riene asked if they were safe, but then noticed Akira was already walking towards them, his weapon ready again. He understood there was no reason for another battle and considered putting the gun down. Alpha reminded him that he hadn't been able to finish off the enemy earlier because the girls didn't trust him, adding that Shiori had been willing to kill for the hostage. She also added that Akira had every right to be upset about it. The young man sighed, agreeing with her. The drug's effects were wearing off, but Alpha suggested that the girl might have spare pills and wouldn't hesitate to use them in an emergency. Akira saw the sense in Alpha's warnings. The girl assured him that if there were no misunderstandings between them, he could put the gun down as long as he didn't touch Riene. But Akira refused the offer. Shiori stood to protect Riene and asked the young man to stop the senseless fight. She understood Akira's anger and apologized to him. Shiori was ready to make amends in any way possible. Explaining that what happened was just a result of a misunderstanding on her part, she tried to convince the young man to let go of his anger and admitted her fault. Shiori lowered her head and then a shot rang out. The bullet missed. It was a warning not to move. The girl felt the drug's effects wearing off. She was sure Akira was just taking precautions in case she used her spare pills. She felt dizzy. Unable to hold on, she collapsed to the ground. Riene reached for the girl, trying to help her. Shiori urged her to get out of there as quickly as possible. The girl froze, expecting the next shot, but silence remained. She realized Akira was simply waiting for the drug to wear off, not wanting to fight further. Suddenly, Akira sharply turned and opened fire towards the corridor. Katsuya and his partners entered the hall, having managed to hide behind a pillar. He shouted that he had come to help, and Akira instantly prepared for another shootout. Shiori realized that Katsuya and his squad would now repeat the same mistake they had made. Quickly assessing the situation, Akira realized he was up against 5 opponents. Shiori realized that things had gone too far, and any chance of stopping the guy was completely lost. Alpha told Akira to lower his rifle. Akira added that he thought it was likely she had taken some other enhancing drugs. Alpha firmly stated that she wasn't going to let such an action happen in such a tense situation. After that, she mentioned that if Akira was worried, he could shoot her. Akira replied that it seemed excessive and too extreme a solution for him. Then he noticed movement and said someone was approaching. He assumed they might be her friends. Alpha explained that it looked like other hunters were coming. She said they were here to check out what was happening. Akira fired a shot in their direction and said he missed. Alpha calmly explained that she had knocked his aim off so the shot would look scary but not fatal. Akira said in surprise that he didn't understand her actions. He said those people were trying to kill him with their shots. Akira continued, stating that even if he wasn't going to kill them, they still needed to fire at least a few real shots in their direction. Alpha suggested that the hunters were probably shooting to distract him. She clarified that he was about to engage in combat in his current state. After that, Alpha advised him not to get involved in unnecessary and dangerous battles. Akira said that 5 against 1 was a tough ratio. Akira's thoughts turned to Alpha's caution. He wondered if the opponents were really that strong. Akira said it wouldn't be easy to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Katsuya said he didn't understand why Akira was fighting Riene and Shiori. Yumina replied that she didn't know either. She added that she had asked them not to do anything rash or foolish. Katsuya said he didn't understand why they needed to hold back. He said they had to help their allies. Yumina replied that she was just asking him to be more careful and attentive. After that, she told Katsuya to calm down already. Katsuya agreed and softened. Then he asked Yumina what her plan was. Yumina turned to Eri and told her to try to contact headquarters. Eri reported that there was no connection and a call was impossible. Yumina was surprised and said something strange was happening. Katsuya said Riene and Shiori should be released. He added that he didn't understand what was going on but noted that challenging Drankem was incredibly dangerous. Katsuya said he still had a chance to stop this. He added that they could discuss a ransom for Riene and Shiori. Katsuya realized that they wouldn't be able to reach their comrades if things continued like this. Yumina had a thought that Akira was shooting as if he knew what was happening behind the pillar. She considered the possibility that he was using an advanced scanner for his view. Yumina told Eri to make sure Katsuya didn't do anything reckless. She promised to try and negotiate herself. Eri agreed with her and confirmed her readiness. Akira thought to himself that Yumina had dropped her weapon. He wondered what she was trying to achieve with that action. Yumina stepped out of cover and raised her hand. Katsuya, astonished, said he didn't understand her actions. Yumina became certain that Akira hadn't actually shot. She thought that, as she expected, he had a clear view of the entire situation. Akira realized that the girl had noticed his ability to observe their actions. He understood that this was why she had dropped her weapon behind the pillar, where he theoretically shouldn't have noticed it. Akira thought it wasn't surprising to see how wary Alpha remained of them. Yumina understood that Akira hadn't shot Riene and Shiori. She noted that he also hadn't used them as human shields. Yumina concluded that he wouldn't shoot an unarmed opponent. She decided her assumption was correct. Yumina added that so far, everything was going favorably. She stated that she only wanted to talk. Yumina explained that they were there solely to help Riene and Shiori. She emphasized that they had no intention of engaging Akira in combat. Yumina said they intended to take Riene and Shiori with them. She said they wouldn't attack Akira. Yumina clarified that this was their condition and added that it would be the right thing to do. She said she didn't know all the details of what had happened. Yumina said she believed Akira was the one who had defeated Shiori. She admitted she didn't want to get into a conflict with such a strong opponent. Akira addressed Alpha, calling her name. Alpha calmly replied that Yumina was not lying. Yumina explained that given their organization's status, they couldn't afford to leave without attempting to retrieve Riene and Shiori. She added that if possible, they would just like to take them and leave quickly. Akira called Alpha by name. Alpha confirmed that she was still not lying. Akira remarked that Yumina just wanted to take Riene and Shiori and not get into a fight with him. He explained that even with such an agreement, the situation remained pointless if others could ignore its terms. Yumina felt a flicker of surprise and displeasure regarding Katsuya, wondering about his behavior despite her request not to do anything foolish. She expressed doubt, thinking it might be a bluff on his part. Yumina reminded him that they had an agreement. Akira briefly agreed with that statement. Yumina then suggested an alternative. She could become a hostage instead of Riene and Shiori. She explained that in such a case, they would first have to take Riene and Shiori to safety, and then Akira would not be pursued. Yumina stated that she would remain a hostage even after they were out of sight, so there shouldn't be any problems. Akira interrupted and asked her to pay attention to her augmented suit. Yumina decided not to remove the suit on the spot, so she chose to only disconnect its power source. Alpha reported that Yumina's suit had been deactivated. Akira told Yumina to turn her back and slowly approach him. Yumina told Katsuya and Eri that everything was fine now, and to take Riene and Shiori. Katsuya asked what was happening, but his question was conveyed as an assertion of confusion. Yumina stated that she was fine and told them to take Riene and Shiori to headquarters and report what had happened. Katsuya demanded an explanation of what was going on, expressing his bewilderment. Yumina briefly instructed him to accept the situation and take them under his care. Katsuya expressed his displeasure and tried to understand what she was trying to achieve with this. Yumina ordered them not to worry about her and urgently demanded that they take Riene and Shiori to a safe place. She reminded him that their goal here was to rescue Riene and Shiori, and therefore Katsuya had to complete the task. Katsuya expressed his crude surprise with a curse word and then lifted Shiori onto his back. Shiori pleaded for them to take her lady to safety as quickly as possible. Katsuya instructed Eri to take Riene with her. Riene apologized and admitted her guilt, her regret sounding sincere. Katsuya countered that it was Yumina's initiative to offer herself as a hostage, so the fault was not Riene's. Riene tried to explain herself, repeating again that it was all her fault, her speech broken. Katsuya was still trying to understand what was even happening in this situation. Yumina asked a direct question, asking if they were letting her go, but it was perceived as a request for action. Akira replied that he wasn't letting her go, but merely told her to keep moving and try to contact headquarters. Yumina reported that they had already tried to make contact, but there was no signal. Akira explained that the lack of communication was due to jamming gas and gave instructions on how to restore it. He informed them that if they moved far enough away from that location, communication should return. Akira mentioned that his terminal was broken during their last fight, so Yumina would have to contact headquarters for him. He urged her to hurry and get it done quickly. Akira then asked Yumina why she offered herself as a hostage for a peaceful resolution, sounding like he was trying to understand her motives. Yumina explained that she didn't see the point in fighting if they could resolve things through negotiation. She added that she didn't want to sacrifice anyone in a battle against someone capable of defeating Shiori. Akira accepted her explanation and then asked what Yumina would have done if he had actually shot her. Yumina admitted that in such a scenario, she wouldn't have been able to do anything and had no means to change the outcome. Akira exclaimed in indignation upon hearing about Yumina's helplessness in that hypothetical situation. Yumina expressed her gratitude that he hadn't actually shot her. Akira was surprised and pondered her decision to take such a risk, knowing she could have been hit by a bullet. Akira found himself admiring Yumina for stepping forward despite the danger, acknowledging that he wouldn't have been able to do the same. He wondered what kind of lives they must have lived to be capable of such an act, doubting he could ever truly understand it. At that moment, a voice from headquarters reported on incident number 27, mentioning 3 casualties in the battle against a suspicious man and stating they could not afford any more losses. The report also indicated that the man might be dead, but he could have allies ready to extract relics from the underground city. It requested reinforcements from individuals with extensive combat experience. It was noted that the communication terminal had been destroyed in the fight with the suspicious individual, so another terminal was being used to establish contact. The report concluded by mentioning that the other 2 casualties had already been picked up by hunters from Drankem. Following these signals, the voice urgently requested that the call not be ended and awaited a response from number 27. Akira then gave permission to leave and announced he was returning to headquarters. He offered to go with Yumina if she was also heading to headquarters. Yumina reacted with a brief moment of surprise before stating that she was fine. Akira warned her that in that case it would be best not to return to where they had come from, as the attacker might have companions. He said goodbye, telling her they would see everything later. Yumina tried to interrupt, asking for details, but the voice from the terminal cut in, asking what was happening. Yumina repeated her confusion, wondering aloud exactly what was going on at that moment. Elsewhere, one of the men complained about the cramped space and expressed surprise at being called there. He reported that they had found Yajima's body, explaining that only something resembling a body remained. The description of the remains was grim, noting that his head was missing, meaning Yajima was irrevocably dead. One of the attendees stated that it was pointless to try and restore the deceased's brain with such injuries. The man then concluded that retreating was the only sensible course of action in such a situation. The conversation shifted to the relics hidden in the area, and the discussion continued with a brief exchange of opinions. The inspection team member noted the absence of other bodies, indicating that Yajima's killer had left the scene. It was also reported that headquarters had already received word of a battle in that sector. Hunters were expected to descend upon the area soon to investigate and examine the scene. The unit commander concluded that removing the relics would be impossible once the hunters arrived. Implying the seriousness of the situation, he added that fending off the arriving forces would be extremely difficult. Kane agreed with the decision to retreat, and the report concluded with a formal order to gather and leave. His interlocutor was surprised by Nelia's calm reaction to the news of Yajima's death and reproached her. Nelia replied that she didn't dwell on the past and preferred to look forward. At that moment, the soldiers received the command to open fire on the relic thieves, and the order sounded like a strict directive. Following this, a group of soldiers was annihilated in the clash, and the episode was marked by a grim acknowledgement of the losses. Elsewhere, a man stated that he considered the report concluded and praised his subordinates' work. He suggested going to a nearby clinic for wound treatment, warning that they charged for their services. Akira was contemplating at that moment that the investigation team sent had been wiped out, which seemed like an alarming sign to him. Alpha expressed confidence that the suspicious guy's friends were behind it and added that the situation looked almost like a conspiracy. Akira complained bitterly about his bad luck and wondered how much more trouble would befall him due to it. Alpha doubted Akira's luck and suggested that everything had worsened after his decision to let the beautiful lady be taken hostage. In response, Akira stated that if he had simply dropped his weapon then, that person would have killed him without hesitation. Alpha saw this as further confirmation of Akira's bad luck and didn't let it pass without comment. Akira, with playful aggression, agreed with the accusation of his bad luck and questioned whether even Alpha's support could change anything. Alpha, without hiding her regret, replied that she had done everything possible and that he knew that better than anyone. Akira then changed the subject and complained about the high prices in the wasteland, which were especially painful for people without insurance. Their conversation was interrupted by a man from the clinic who greeted them and introduced himself as Yatsubayashi, the chief doctor of the Kyuzusuhara ruins underground city. Yatsubayashi asked Akira how he intended to pay for the treatment and procedures. Akira calmly stated that he would pay with the cash he received from his last completed job. Yatsubayashi informed him that the offer was accepted and noted that, according to city laws, he could offer a free examination. He warned the patient not to blame him if the treatment wasn't completed properly due to a lack of funds. Yatsubayashi noted that the good news was Akira's injuries were minor. He added that despite the minor injuries, he still recommended treatment. Yatsubayashi clarified to what extent the patient would like to restore his health and improve his physical condition. Akira expressed doubt, saying he felt like his arms and legs were falling off, even though he was being told otherwise. Yatsubayashi explained that, in his understanding, serious injuries meant a complete absence of limbs or bones protruding from the body. He added that he only considered injuries requiring mandatory hospitalization to be serious, and Akira's injuries did not fall into that category. Akira still complained that it hurt to walk and asked for something to be done about it. Yatsubayashi offered his own homemade super healing remedy and even promised to sell it for free. Akira suspiciously declined, noting that the remedy looked like poison. Yatsubayashi was surprised by Akira's certainty and said that jokes had nothing to do with it, and he himself was concerned about the outcome. He explained that he developed this medicine by studying items left over from the old world. Yatsubayashi added that the drug could therefore be considered an old-world relic and that he was selling it for next to nothing. He emphasized that it was hard to ask for anything more than such a valuable remedy at such a price. Alpha intervened and informed Akira that she felt no threat from Yatsubayashi and saw no signs of deceit from him. She added that she didn't believe he was someone trying to rob or deceive Akira. Yatsubayashi replied that he understood Alpha wouldn't lie but asked her to look at Akira himself. Alpha acknowledged this as a fair point and confirmed that she had checked everything. Akira, in his thoughts, pondered that if the remedy was truly as good as they said, it was still better to think carefully. Yatsubayashi offered to include some other old-world prescription drugs in the treatment if Akira decided to use his remedy. He emphasized that this would be a special offer, one that would make his service stand out. Akira then turned to Alpha to hear her opinion. Alpha stated that, by all indications, the drug's effectiveness was indeed comparable to the restorative agent Akira had found in the ruins. She added that she thought it would be wise to acquire more of it. Akira asked how much of the drug Yatsubayashi had and what price he was selling it for. Yatsubayashi replied that one dose cost 200,000 gold. He also noted that such medicines were sold exclusively to people with fatal injuries and that there would be no negotiation on price or quantity. Akira said he understood and agreed to the purchase. Yatsubayashi happily remarked that it was excellent, asked Akira not to move, and informed him that everything was ready. He told Akira to lie down for an hour and asked him not to tell anyone about the deal to avoid unnecessary rumors. Akira then asked how much the treatment would cost. Yatsubayashi replied that he would charge 10,000 and guarantee the results, adding that after deducting the testing cost and covering expenses from the city, Akira would receive much more than he paid. He thanked Akira for participating in his experiment and invited him to return whenever he wished because the more medicines a patient tried, the better. Akira was surprised by the word experiment. Yatsubayashi said he thought it was time for him to go and asked Akira not to stand in his way, explaining that he wanted to save as many lives as possible. Akira responded that those people were already half dead, but he still listened to the doctor. Yatsubayashi informed him that the second person was still alive because the front part of their head had been partially replaced with a prosthesis. This area contained nanomachines that prevented him from dying as long as his head remained attached to his body. He explained that even in such a case, it was still possible to save a life if help was provided in time. But he added that it all depended on whether these people could pay for the treatment. Yatsubayashi reminded him that turning a person into a cyborg was an extremely expensive procedure and required significant funds. He then ended the conversation and told them to leave. Alpha pointed out to Akira that he only had minor injuries, which should make him happy. Akira agreed with her words and noted that it was indeed true. Elsewhere, Kane asked if Nelia had managed to analyze the information they had received. Nelia replied that she hadn't achieved any significant success. Kane cursed under his breath and said that Yajima had left nothing but chaos and disorder. Nelia explained that Yajima had a special post-mortem refusal program. This program activated at the moment of a person's death, collected all information, and blocked it until the program's objective was destroyed. After Yajima's death, his insurance was blocked, and along with it, payment for the work. Kane said that the relics couldn't be obtained without unblocking the necessary data. He demanded that Nelia take action and fix the situation. Nelia admitted that she was powerless in this situation and suggested they just forget about it. Kane was outraged, saying it was impossible to give up after putting in so much effort. He explained that if they could sell the relics they found, they would get 10 billion gold or even more. Kane added that such riches aren't easily forgotten and it's impossible to just give them up. Nelia replied that they weren't planning on giving up the relics at all. She clarified that she meant something else. Fighting the posthumous program was useless, but there was another way to solve the problem. She proposed killing Akira, as that was the only way to access the locked data. Meanwhile, Akira noted that the treatment had been quite effective. Alpha said he had clearly underestimated the doctor and emphasized that the day had ended well after all. She added that they now had an extra supply of old-world restorative medicines. Akira agreed, saying it seemed luck was on their side sometimes. However, he admitted that, remembering his perpetual bad luck, he was sure trouble would eventually show up. Elsewhere, two men were discussing the lack of communication with the temporary base. One said there was still no connection and they couldn't do anything until the colorless fog around them disappeared. He complained that he wanted to deal with the relic thieves as soon as possible. He then decided to act the old-fashioned way and instructed the hunters to reach the temporary base. The second man replied that the order would be relayed immediately. Akira was riding his motorcycle, thinking he just wanted to reach the temporary base. He dreamed of returning home and finally getting some rest. Alpha noted that it was for his own good, as his equipment was already showing significant wear and tear. Akira mentally noted that today had been too exhausting. Suddenly, his motorcycle sharply swerved to the side. Akira exclaimed, asking what was happening, and questioned Alpha about what she was doing. At that moment, bombs began falling from the sky. Kane said that should be enough for the unlock and asked Nelia if it had worked. Nelia replied that it hadn't and added that it seemed Akira was still alive. Kane was astonished, as the attack should have finished him off. Nelia explained that either the program hadn't recognized his death or he was genuinely still alive. There was no third option. She told Kane to find the body because the program would definitely register the death if his head was severed. She added that if Akira was alive, he could be killed in any way but without excessive damage, otherwise the program wouldn't recognize him. Kane agreed, saying he just needed to find him. He looked around and noticed the body was gone. Kane figured the explosion must have thrown him and pointed out that the motorcycle was nearby. He said the body had to be close. Nelia reminded him that they needed the body, not the bike. Kane confirmed he was looking for it and soon found it. Akira was holding a weapon in his hand. Minutes earlier, Alpha had calculated the trajectory and impact zone. She realized escape was impossible and prioritized defense. Akira pushed off the motorcycle, managed to gain speed, and narrowly dodged a direct hit from the bomb. He wondered to himself what that was, what had happened, and if he had lost consciousness. Akira didn't know how much time had passed or where he was. Alpha called out to him and told him to get up. She warned him that if he didn't get up and start attacking, he would die. Akira got up and grabbed his weapon. Kane fired. Alpha yelled for Akira to run. Nelia asked Kane what was happening, suggesting he might have run into a monster, expressing caution and wanting a clear picture of events. Kane reported that he had found the scoundrel alive, adding this with a hint of irritation and surprise that he couldn't just leave him dead. Nelia clarified if the creature had been killed, but it sounded more like a statement than a question, expecting confirmation. Kane explained that the guy had dodged his rockets and not only dodged them but also counterattacked, piercing the protective field in his armor, which came as a shock to him. Nelia noted the strangeness of the situation and expressed confusion as to why anyone in that city would need such powerful bullets, her voice filled with serious bewilderment. Kane questioned the logic of such a small person having a CWH rifle and sharply commented on who could have possibly left such a weapon there. He stated that fighting even a tank with such weaponry was pointless, calling the attempt insane. Nelia reminded him that she had previously warned about the risk of their plans being exposed before Yajima's death, suggesting that this might be the root of the problem. Kane connected these events, concluding that the weapon was initially meant to stop them, and in the worst-case scenario, the city might even deploy its security forces. Nelia admitted that they likely couldn't handle everyone alone and emphasized that they could avoid problems if they quickly dealt with the guy obstructing their mission. She reminded him that the colorless mist was still blocking communications, so speed was critical to not miss their chance. At that moment, Akira informed Alpha that the bastard had withstood a CWH shot, his words tinged with growing concern. Alpha explained the origin of the protective effect, calling it light from impact conversion, and clarified the system's mechanism in technical terms. She described this system as one that creates a force field to convert energy into light, serving as a barrier, her words calm and analytical. Akira didn't dwell on the nature of the phenomenon and immediately moved to the practical question, stating that he wanted to understand how to fight it and insisting on a solution. Alpha advised him to keep shooting and pray that the shots would penetrate the defense, essentially suggesting persistence as a tactic. Akira expressed frustration and asked himself if the enemy had any weak points, his tone conveying his deep concern. Alpha, analyzing the situation, noted that in their current predicament, they first needed to get away from the enemy before looking for weak points and a plan of action. Akira turned to Alpha, asserting that she was confident their only option was to escape. Alpha calmly explained that if he couldn't escape, his chances of death would be 100%. She emphasized that the motorcycle could have increased their odds, but it had been destroyed. She added that now they could only hope for the enemy's armor to have low mobility and for its weapon to have a small effective range. Her words were coldly rational as she suggested they try their luck. Akira refused, saying that the only time he'd ever been lucky was when they met, and then a feeling arose in his mind that all was lost and there was no way out. Alpha continued, stating that she wasn't ready to lose yet and intended to fight until the very end. She noted that her advice could help even in such a situation, and added that later they would do the same thing they always did. Akira acknowledged she was right, said they would proceed exactly as planned, apologized for his whining, and explained that he was just overly agitated. Then he added that he was now ready to continue. Alpha noticed a change in his tone, pointing out that he sounded more confident. At that moment, Kane realized the enemy was hiding nearby. Nelia declared it was time to finish him off once and for all. Kane pinpointed the exact location, and soon, gunfire erupted. Nelia was surprised that bullets weren't penetrating the building and wondered how old it was and what it was made of. Kane sharply replied that it didn't matter, then noted that the program was still running because the small enemy was still alive. Akira yelled that the opponent possessed ridiculous strength, as a single shot could tear him to pieces. He pointed out that their attacks were barely having any effect. Alpha confidently explained that there was progress, even if the damage wasn't very noticeable. She clarified that the enemy's defense was absorbing an incredible amount of energy, and they needed to keep shooting until all its power was depleted. Akira agreed, accepting it as the only solution. Nelia observed that Kane had missed again. Kane retorted that he almost hit and would surely hit next time. He kept firing but missed again and again, losing his patience. His words grew increasingly furious and he screamed in frustration, unable to understand why he couldn't hit the target. Nelia hadn't expected the enemy to dodge all the shots and speculated that this child might be an agent from the city. Kane sharply replied that even if that were true, it was absurd to assume the kid had a device that could predict his shots. He told her to stop talking like that. Nelia countered, reminding him that one of the structures in the Kyuzusuhara ruins might still be active. She continued, saying she had heard rumors about the discovery of a relic that allowed real-time area scanning. Nelia pointed out that old-world technology defied logic, so she wouldn't be surprised if the enemy was using a device that predicted their every shot. She added that if that were the case, he would surely know their positions too. This meant he was using an advanced scanner as an information-gathering tool. According to her, if that was indeed the situation, it was no wonder the enemy was dodging all their bullets. However, she clarified that this was just a theory for now. Kane called the kid a little brat, his anger only growing. Alpha immediately told Akira to hide in the building to save his life. Kane, on the other hand, declared that he would tear the opponent to shreds and began firing arrows at the building. Nelia sharply pulled him back and reminded him that they wouldn't be able to remove the lock program if the enemy's body was too disfigured for recognition. Kane yelled at her to shut up and noted that if the enemy was truly an agent from the city, his corpse would remain regardless. Nelia stated that she would have to check everything personally, as even a body part should trigger a reaction from the program. She added that if the enemy somehow remained alive, she would finish him off with her own hands. She told Kane to wait for her. Kane irritably asked if she was really going alone. Nelia replied that she didn't want Kane to destroy everything around them and noted that she worked much more cleanly. Kane reluctantly agreed and asked if she would take a gun with her. Nelia said she wouldn't because the weapon would get in the way. Meanwhile, Akira realized he was still conscious even after another hit, noting it as an important moment. Alpha told him that he should take his medicine while there was still time. Akira agreed and wondered why he was being attacked in the first place. Alpha admitted she didn't have a precise answer, but suggested that the reason for their attacks was because Akira had killed someone in the underground city. Akira noted that the deceased must have had good friends and was surprised that they were still convinced he hadn't died from their attacks. Alpha confidently stated that they would continue to attack until they saw his body dead. Akira sighed and said he had already figured that out himself, but he didn't understand why his enemies needed such extra hassle. He recalled thinking that the day was over and was sure he wouldn't have to do anything else. He noted that this was truly bad luck and wondered if everything happening could be punishment for recently abandoning Riene. At the same time, he emphasized that thanks to that, she was still alive. At this moment, Nelia activated a relic and stated that it could scan the entire area. She admitted that she had only recently acquired it and hadn't expected to use it so soon. Nelia generated a map of the building and pinpointed the enemy's location. She expressed surprise that Akira was still alive and suspected he had a partner nearby. Akira noticed Alpha had changed her appearance and wondered why. Alpha replied that it was sometimes nice to wear matching items and asked how she looked. Akira was annoyed and said it wasn't the time for such silly questions. Alpha reacted calmly, noting he was being too rude. She added that they should get out of there and could continue their conversation later. Then she warned that one of the enemies had entered the building. Akira clarified if the enemy was still in armor. Alpha explained that the opponents had removed their suits and approached them without protection. She said their plan to lower the enemy's defenses and lure them into a confined space had worked, though she admitted she wasn't sure how much it had weakened them. Akira noted that even just getting them to remove their armor was good enough and asked for their exact location. Alpha replied that the enemies were right behind the wall. Akira spotted Nelia and realized he needed to lure her into a position where he could get a clear shot. But at that moment, he noticed she was looking directly at him. Alpha sharply ordered him to get down. Akira recognized the relic in her hands. It was an old-world knife. He couldn't believe she had managed to find it, possibly in the underground city. He felt blood and realized he had been hit. Akira was surprised as he was sure he had dodged it. Alpha lay nearby, her body appearing to be sliced open. Nelia declared that she had caught the enemy, but quickly realized she had only hit his bag. She complained about wasting a valuable relic but then calmed down, figuring that at least she managed to finish off the enemy's friend. Nelia noted that Akira seemed to know her moves as well. She declared that she still had plenty of other relics. Nelia then sliced through the wall and stated that she would cut her enemy into pieces, like a salad. Akira called out to Alpha. Alpha replied that there was no need to panic, as this body wasn't real. She reminded him that he had forgotten about her ability to reproduce the effect of being hit by a relic. Akira was surprised and asked why that was necessary. Alpha told him not to ask questions and to focus on the opponent in front of him. Akira thought he couldn't shoot through the wall. He noted that this old-world cutting weapon was extremely dangerous and wondered what to do. Alpha suggested the only option: attack the enemy from their blind spot. She warned that the battle would be tough and told him to prepare. Akira resolutely said he would finish her, even if it meant sacrificing his limbs. Alpha promised to help. Akira remarked that her help would feel real if she responded with her usual cheerful and encouraging tone. Alpha smiled at his words and said he could relax, as with his suitu inus, he could hop all the way home even with one leg. Meanwhile, Nelia mused that Akira was still in place and probably thought she couldn't reach him. She noted that the enemy's rifle couldn't penetrate walls, and while her blade could cut, it wouldn't reach him. She concluded that both of them were out of each other's range. But then she decided she wasn't going to waste time and said she would make a path to him. She sliced through the floor and descended to the lower level. Akira mentally noted that she attacked from below. Nelia cut through the space under the floor and launched her attack. Akira realized that Nelia had destroyed his AAN, and he desperately noted that if she destroyed his CWH as well, he would have no means left to counterattack. He remembered that in the underground city, the guy he fought wasn't damaged by his bullets, and he figured the same would likely happen with this opponent. Nelia confidently asked what he thought of her sword, stating that it was reinforced with liquid metals, allowing it to cut through any surface with ease. Akira exclaimed that at this rate he risked losing his legs. Alpha told him to hold on a little longer, noting that the enemy hadn't inflicted any serious wounds on him yet. Akira nervously replied that he didn't know if he should wait a little longer for a counterattack or wait until his legs were completely cut off. Alpha said the first option was the right choice, though she couldn't guarantee he would emerge from the fight completely unharmed. Akira desperately asked her to do everything possible to keep his body intact. Alpha calmly replied that he was asking for too much. Meanwhile, Nelia mentally admitted that it was incredible she still hadn't managed to kill Akira. Now she understood why Kane had failed. But she decided it didn't matter, as the trap was already set. She carefully cut a specific section of the floor so it wouldn't collapse immediately, but would be ready to give way under the enemy's weight. Nelia knew that as soon as he stepped there and lost the ability to move, he would become an easy target for her blade. She confidently thought that Akira was definitely caught now. However, he unexpectedly parried her kick with his own. Akira cursed mentally, realizing that the rubble was hiding her movements, and he felt himself starting to fall. He realized that he could become vulnerable to her attack while in the air. Nelia attacked from below again. Akira managed to turn away from her strikes and, at the decisive moment, grabbed one of her swords. He was surprised to be holding her weapon and wondered if that was why Alpha was controlling his manhua suit. He noted that the blade didn't even have an edge. Nelia unsheathed the blade at that moment. Akira thought that now he understood how the weapon worked, as nothing happened while it was hidden. Nelia scoffed, saying it was a shame he was going to fight her with just a hilt. Akira realized in his mind that the sword was now working, and understood that Alpha had helped him somehow. Nelia guessed that he had learned the secret of how the weapon worked and expressed her bewilderment. She noted that such information should remain strictly confidential and that no agent should know it. She asked who he was, remarking that it was strange he wouldn't even say his name, especially since their meeting could be fated. Akira briefly introduced himself, stating his name was Akira. Nelia replied that her name was Nelia and she would remember his name until the moment he died, adding that it would probably happen in about 30 seconds. She attacked sharply. Akira mentally noted that her sword had extended and realized he would have died if he hadn't managed to retreat in time. She attacked again. Akira dodged. She struck once more. Akira asked Alpha why his blade couldn't extend like his opponent's. Alpha explained that there wasn't enough liquid metal left in it, and that woman had likely already used up most of the substance. Akira speculated that she had deliberately given him the blade with less metal. He then wondered if it was just a coincidence. Alpha confidently replied that it was most likely a coincidence. Akira sighed, saying his luck wasn't on his side again. Alpha promised to do everything she could to help him. Akira stated that 30 seconds had passed. Nelia mockingly replied that it was very sweet, and now she could remember his name even longer, which she was also happy about. Akira was indignant in his thoughts, not understanding how she had interpreted his words so strangely. Then Nelia unexpectedly asked if Akira had a girlfriend. Akira, bewildered, replied that he didn't understand why she needed to know that. Nelia continued, asking if he wanted to date her. She explained that her ex had died and now she was completely alone. Nelia confessed that she liked strong people and said Akira more than suited her. Akira said with cold confidence that Nelia must be too overconfident if she could allow herself to joke at such a moment. Nelia softly but seriously replied that she wasn't joking at all. On the contrary, she was absolutely serious and actually wanted to claim him for herself. Akira, surprised, repeated her words, clarifying if she really said that, and wondered if it meant she would let him go if he agreed. Nelia clarified that of course not, as she was still going to kill him, and her desire to date him didn't interfere with her desire to destroy him. She asked what one had to do with the other. Akira sharply retorted that if she intended to kill him, then why would she even want him? He thought her words sounded completely insane. Nelia calmly stated that fighting to the death with your partner is a unique and unparalleled experience, and since people only live once, they should enjoy every opportunity. She emphasized that this is exactly what she does. Akira firmly said that he did not share her opinion. Nelia replied that it was a shame. Meanwhile, Kane mentally noted that there was very little time left before the colorless mist would dissipate. Kane then contacted Nelia and asked why she was taking so long. Nelia replied that it wasn't a good time and asked him not to bother her. Kane ordered her to stop playing around and hurry up. Nelia asked if there was a problem with identifying the denial program. Kane confirmed that they were indeed having difficulties with that and irritably added that she better not tell him the guy was still alive. Nelia calmly confirmed that he was and said that it was now clear to her why Yajima had lost so easily. She stated that she didn't want to be distracted and cut the connection. Kane mentally noted that this seemed too strange and wondered if there was an error in the information their comrades had given them. In any case, he decided they needed to change the plan. Nelia returned to the fight and told Akira that she apologized for the delay, explaining that her friend was too persistent and kept rushing her. She asked if he had gotten bored. Akira coldly replied that if she wanted, she could go to him right now and talk as much as she liked. Nelia dramatically exclaimed that he was too cold to her and suggested that he probably wasn't very popular with girls. Akira sharply said that he was definitely not popular with those who try to kill their own partners. Nelia replied that it wasn't her hobby at all, but just a way to live life to the fullest, because you only live once and there's nothing fun in an ordinary life. Akira firmly stated that his life could hardly be called ordinary. Nelia responded by saying that if that was true, then he should enjoy what was happening. Suddenly, the ceiling started to collapse. Akira mentally noted the ceiling was falling apart, but it didn't matter at all. This was no time to dodge falling debris, especially while fighting such a dangerous opponent. Despite the chaos, they continued their battle. Nelia irritably remarked that everything was happening at the worst possible time, wondering to herself why the ceiling debris had to interfere with their fight. She thought to herself that her sword was too damaged and had very little fluid left. She then wondered about Akira, noticing he was pinned under the rubble. She then remembered his friend, whom she believed to be dead, and noted that her cybernetic eyes could no longer see her. She speculated that the friend was using some advanced old-world camouflage technology. Now she understood why Akira was so skilled and experienced, as all his gear was high-level. She decided that using such valuable relics for killing was worth it. Akira desperately turned to Alpha, saying he couldn't move properly and asking her to take control of his suit. Alpha replied that she couldn't do that at the moment, explaining that the suit's functionality was severely reduced due to the overload from the previous attack. Akira exclaimed that this was the absolute worst timing. Alpha calmly explained that his suit wasn't responding to her commands, but added that he should still be able to move on his own, so he needed to keep trying. Nelia stated that she would think about everything else later. Right now, she needed to kill him. Alpha addressed Akira, stating she would find a suitable attack point and that he needed to do his best to buy time. Akira firmly said he understood but asked her to hurry. Akira mentally noted that his opponent's movements were too erratic and chaotic, making it impossible for him to handle her alone. Nelia, in her thoughts, emphasized that he was moving completely differently than before when he was just dodging her sword, and she decided she would kill him before he could recover. Akira spoke aloud to Alpha, telling her to find a blind spot for a counterattack. Alpha calmly replied that yes, she had found one, but Nelia's defense had almost no openings, so he needed to wait a little longer and focus on her. Akira mentally considered that an unexpected attack might be possible now, but then immediately doubted if she could even do anything in that state. Nelia was mentally surprised when she sensed someone else nearby. She decided it didn't matter and told herself she would still be able to defend herself. She was certain she had already killed her, and therefore couldn't believe what was happening. Nelia abruptly kicked Alpha, but her leg passed right through the figure as if it were an illusion. At that moment, Akira struck her in the back, then drew his weapon and began firing in her direction. Akira mentally noted that he hadn't hit her head, and it annoyed him. Alpha explained that his augmented suit was currently unable to absorb the rifle's recoil. Akira frustratingly asked what he should do in such a situation. Alpha calmly replied that the only option was to get closer and shoot at point-blank range. Meanwhile, Kane mentally noted that the colorless mist had finally dissipated, and communication between the underground city and the temporary base should have been restored. He realized he had lost contact with Nelia and concluded that it was over for her. Kane observed that she was trying to summon her armor, which meant she was on the verge of life and death. He had partially expected such an outcome. Nelia, in a panic, mentally noted that her mechanized armor was destroyed and wondered what exactly was happening outside. Kane contacted her and asked what was going on. Nelia struggled to reply that she was in a difficult situation and asked him to lend a hand. Kane coldly remarked that it meant one thing: she had lost. Nelia tried to object, saying she was just in a tough spot, but if he hurried, she could still be saved. Kane calmly noted that, judging by her voice, she couldn't even move. He added that she had lost in hand-to-hand combat, which was her specialty. He emphasized that otherwise, she wouldn't be calling for her armor. Kane also said that she had surely already realized that he was the one who destroyed her mechanized armor, and that she shouldn't expect any help from him. Nelia said with resentment that it was too cruel. Kane replied that he also had his own plans, and although he was sorry he had to destroy her armor, he would send her his in return. He stated that this should be enough to save her. Kane added that he was already sending it and had configured the system so that the armor would cause chaos near her. He said goodbye, telling her they would see each other again. Nelia desperately said he could have at least sent it with the access code, but then resigned herself to the situation and said she would manage. Akira exclaimed tensely that it hadn't worked yet. Alpha told him to calm down because if he rushed, he would definitely miss. Nelia turned to Akira and said that if he killed her, he would follow right after. She added that her partner had betrayed her and was now trying to destroy her, just like Akira. Nelia explained that the bastard had sent his mechanical armor here, which was impossible to escape from, and it would pursue him to the ends of the earth. Nelia stated that if the armor exploded, it would destroy the entire building. She said the only way to stop it was to log in as an administrator. Nelia recounted that she had already tried to do it from there and warned that if he killed her, he would die too. Finally, she added that it was his choice and that for her, it wasn't so bad to die at the hands of someone she wanted to claim. Akira calmly asked her what terms she was offering. Nelia replied that there were no terms. Alpha immediately told Akira that they needed to get out of there right away. Akira said, bewildered, that he didn't understand why they wanted to kill him so badly, and he assumed Nelia was just trying to buy time. Nelia firmly replied that he was mistaken, as they sought to kill him because it was the only way to access a certain relic. Akira asked in surprise what his death had to do with it. Nelia explained that Yajima, the guy Akira killed, had activated a special posthumous revenge program, and now they couldn't access the relic as long as Akira was alive. Akira noted that he now understood what Yajima meant when he said Akira would regret what he had done. He admitted to himself that back then, it seemed like empty threats. Now the situation seemed like some ridiculous joke. He was indignant and wondered who could have possibly thought of creating such a program. Nelia calmly said she didn't know, but it was because of the program that they went to such lengths and came for his soul. Now that he knew the truth, she offered to make a deal. She would stop Kane's mechanized armor, and in return, he would have to save her. Akira replied that the only thing he was obligated to do was get out of that place. He added that he could easily escape while the armor was trying to get inside the building. Nelia coldly said she didn't think that was possible. She added that this was precisely why he was still there and not free. Akira asked doubtfully where the guarantees were that Nelia wouldn't attack him immediately after gaining control of the armor. He also added that she could still get the relic she needed if she killed him. Nelia replied that he should at least trust her a little. She emphasized that in her current state, the last thing she wanted was to fight him. Nelia stated that they could both survive if they did as she suggested. She also added that she wasn't going to make up conditions like obligating him to date her, as it wasn't her style to threaten someone to get a guy. Akira turned to Alpha and asked her to confirm that Nelia wasn't lying and that her words about the program were indeed true. Alpha said she had mentioned before that cyborgs are hard to read by their facial expressions, so she couldn't give a precise answer. However, she added that Nelia's words about wanting Akira to be her boyfriend could very well be true. Akira irritably exclaimed that he didn't care about that. He began to ponder what he should do, hesitating between taking a risk and asking her to stop the armor or trying to escape on his own. Akira said aloud that he was left with the choice of risking it and asking her for help or risking it and trying to escape. Alpha added that there was another option. They could risk staying here and fighting. Akira countered that if he stayed, the armor would explode. Alpha calmly said there were no guarantees of that. She explained that, for example, they didn't even know if a self-destruct program truly existed or if Nelia could control the armor. Alpha also explained that if the armor was indeed using converted energy for the explosion, they could reduce the blast's power by shooting at it. In that case, some of the energy would go into maintaining the defensive field. And once the armor weakened, they could destroy it. In conclusion, Alpha said this was just a hypothesis, and there were no guarantees that everything would go according to their plan. Akira said aloud that they had 3 options. He listed them, specifying that they could trust Nelia, try to escape, or attack. Alpha replied that she wouldn't recommend any of the options because each one depended too much on luck. She emphasized that Akira himself had to make the decision, and she would provide assistance no matter what choice he made. Akira agreed. He glanced at Nelia and said he would try to fight. If that didn't work, they would use her plan, and she should wait in place. Akira also added the thought that they could wait until the armor ran out of supplies. Alpha replied that in that case, the final outcome could be self-destruction, and if the building was destroyed, they would all be in trouble. Akira admitted she was right and said that meant the only option left was to deal with the opponent directly in a frontal attack. He started shooting. He kept firing without stopping. Alpha supported him, saying there wasn't much left and the shield was almost completely depleted. Akira continued to shoot, maintaining his pace. He asked himself about their victory. Alpha replied that she thought they were fine and at least one of the dangers had already been eliminated. Alpha warned that they weren't finished yet and asked him not to let his guard down. Akira replied that he knew and suggested they move on. Nelia greeted him, remarking on his return and saying it looked like he'd managed to destroy Kane's armor. She admitted she was surprised he pulled it off in his current state. Akira noted that she seemed too calm and asked if she wasn't afraid to die. Nelia said she wasn't afraid of death, though she didn't particularly want to die. Akira responded that he didn't have much desire to die either. Nelia observed that they had something in common and unexpectedly suggested they date. Akira sharply refused, stating he had no intention of dating someone who tried to kill him, let alone a corpse. Nelia said there was no need to worry about that. Akira was surprised by her words and asked what she meant. Alpha warned Akira not to move. At that moment, they were surrounded. Akira, in a panic, asked Alpha where the enemies came from. Alpha explained that they appeared suddenly out of nowhere because these people were wearing camouflage suits and she couldn't detect them. Akira repeated, camouflage suits. Alpha clarified that these were special suits designed for escaping enemies. She added that they hide from thermal imagers, liquid detectors, and sound sensors. Akira irritably said he didn't ask for such details. One of the men ordered them not to move. He introduced himself as a member of the Kugamayama City Defense Squad and said they were coming with them. He warned that if they resisted, they would be considered enemies of the city and eliminated on the spot. Akira noted that he had a sense of déjà vu. Alpha said it was strange, but she had the same feeling. Akira shouted that his name was Akira and he was a hunter hired by the underground city. He explained that he was suddenly attacked during a mission from a temporary base and added that it could be verified. The man ordered Akira to be detained. He said that if Akira resisted, he was authorized to eliminate him. He warned that the area was full of dead hunters, so they couldn't let their guard down, but he didn't get to finish his sentence. Akira thought he was definitely going to pass out. Alpha told him not to worry and promised he would be able to rest. Akira replied clearly and wished him good night. The man said that the target had lost consciousness but was still alive. He ordered first aid to be administered. He stated that Akira was most likely part of a group of thieves hunting for relics. He added that they couldn't let him die until he told them everything. Nelia thought to herself that this was exactly what she meant when she asked him not to worry. She noted that she was still alive, which meant Akira wouldn't have to meet a corpse. The brother greeted his comrade, telling him he was back and could relax. He then ordered his brothers to report on the situation. They responded in loud, confident voices. All the units they had dispatched began an organized retreat. The individual squads responsible for collecting and recovering relics also started to pull back. The brother said understood and added that in that case they should also begin their retreat to avoid being isolated. He was asked what would happen to the remaining relic thieves. He calmly said that the city guard would deal with them. Hearing this, another brother said understood and gave the command to move forward. The brother was informed that until recently the plan had been executed perfectly. He was asked if he could explain why everything had collapsed at the final stage. The brother replied that the reason was Yajima's assassination. Due to his death, the plan to acquire a specific relic had become meaningless. He was asked if there had been any way to avoid that man's death. Another brother said reservedly that if he was going to claim that Yajima's death and the collapse of the entire plan were solely his fault, then he was prepared to accept it. But the response was a denial. It was stated that he was aware the problem was likely beyond his purview. The brother's culpability was not being considered. An apology was added if the question had sounded too harsh and inappropriate. A shadow of doubt crossed his mind. He had assumed that there would be no hunters in that area capable of defeating both Yajima and Nelia simultaneously. Or perhaps the brothers had received incorrect information. They were both still young and yet unusually strong. Another important detail emerged. Information was received that a faction calling itself Drankem had acquired a young and extremely talented hunter. Nelia herself had complained about some agent. Perhaps the city had indeed sent its agent from Drankem to conduct an investigation. If so, then they had been fighting that very person. If this was true, the opponent's strength was quite explainable. Apparently, a deeper and more thorough investigation was now necessary. Elsewhere, a man addressed a woman. He said that she was Lady Nelia. He introduced himself as Yanagisawa and asked how she was feeling. Nelia replied that she wasn't feeling great, which was obvious even without her saying anything, and added that she was very bored. Yanagisawa apologized and expressed hope that his company would at least alleviate her boredom a little. He said he wanted to talk to her in a friendly and calm manner. Of course, he still had to interrogate her, but he added that he wouldn't cross any lines. Nelia said she had already told him everything she knew, but if he wanted to get more out of her, he'd need a different approach. She stated directly that she would say as much as they offered her. Yanagisawa replied that this was reasonable. He said he respected criminals no less than ordinary people. Yanagisawa also clarified that he had official authorization to make certain agreements. He explained that deals had always been important, as they were what brought people together throughout history. Through deals, even enemies can stand shoulder to shoulder for a common goal. He emphasized that anyone incapable of making a deal is nothing more than an unthinking beast. And without the ability to reason, no negotiations can take place. Nelia asked what exactly he wanted to know. Yanagisawa said he would like to get more information about a person named Kane. Nelia replied that she thought she had already told him everything she knew about him. Yanagisawa agreed that was true, but added that according to the investigation, such a person didn't exist. Nelia coldly said she apologized, but he shouldn't blame her for his poor investigation. She then noticed Yanagisawa's intense gaze and asked what it meant. He responded with a question, asking what punishment she thought she would receive. Nelia thought about it and said she would most likely face something like forced labor for the benefit of the city. Yanagisawa agreed and said that was correct. He explained that this would indeed be the case if she had truly tried to steal relics from Kugameyama City. Nelia narrowed her eyes and asked what he was implying. Yanagisawa laid out his hypothesis. He said he had a theory that Kane was the founder of a terrorist group. As a result, many similar groups emerged. These organizations usually start with minor crimes but gradually move on to robbing relics and building up their own power. The destruction they leave behind cannot be ignored because it's too noticeable and causes immense damage. Nelia calmly replied that she understood. Yanagisawa continued, stating that they were convinced this guy, Kane, was responsible for many similar incidents. Of course, her involvement also figured in these cases. He explained that if they were wrong, the punishment would be one thing. But if they weren't wrong, her punishment could be much worse. He gave an example, saying that in such a case she might end up as part of an experiment at the Restoration Institute. Nelia mumbled in confusion that this institute was supposed to be closed. Yanagisawa confirmed her words, saying that the public had indeed been informed of its closure. However, he explained that they couldn't just kill all the scientists working there, nor could they destroy the fruits of their long labors. The scientists are still conducting research, though they are now under the Confederation's protection. Yanagisawa said the institute has returned with promising results, considering the limited number of people available for experiments. Of course, the test subjects are criminals or people who have crossed the Confederation in some way. Examples include leaders of terrorist groups and their followers. Nelia, terrified, began to stammer, repeating that she wasn't involved in any of it. Yanagisawa responded more gently, saying he knew and understood her concerns. He added that, of course, she had nothing to do with such things. But she needed to convince him of that and provide proof. He said he was willing to accept help from anyone, even criminals, because he valued any information. Yanagisawa clarified that this was precisely why he wouldn't want to be the one to send her to an inhumane place like the Rehabilitation Institute. However, he had a duty and a responsibility. Therefore, he wanted her to heed his warning, if not for him, then at least for her own sake. He admitted that he himself had no idea what they did to people sent there. That secret was carefully guarded by the Confederation. Yanagisawa noted that she probably already wanted to talk. He advised her not to worry, as she still had her whole life ahead of her. He reminded her that she had recently complained about being bored. He added that she shouldn't worry, because time would fly by. Meanwhile, Akira was deep in thought. He mentally asked himself if he was dreaming, and it felt like he had dreamed this dream before. Alpha initiated test number 499. It was recorded that the subject's probability of detecting the target was less than 1%. The current subject's survival probability in unexplored territory was also estimated at less than 1%. The system recalculated the subject's strength and restarted recommendations for the current objective. No further actions were required. It was confirmed that the oddities in the repetition of previous subjects' actions were minimal. The current subject allows distrust of people to influence decision-making. However, past subjects and the current subject do not possess similar ethics, patience, morals, or psychological states. Therefore, there is no danger. The probability of meeting the requirements if the previous subject succeeded was calculated. The recommendations suggested continuing to help people in the slums and their potential rescue. Actions were also compared to prevent errors that led to past failures. The system analyzed the thoughts of previous subjects that resulted in undesirable outcomes and built a model of desired actions based on these examples. The final recommendation was to shift the personality towards the goal to avoid repeating the result of test number 498. After this, the process was completed. Akira woke up. Alpha greeted him and called him a sleepyhead, asking how he slept. Akira said good morning and noted that he hadn't slept so well in a long time. He mentally added that he even had a dream but couldn't remember what it was about. Akira then asked where they were. Alpha replied that they were currently in the city hospital. Just then, a man approached him. He said they'd met again and expressed his surprise at how Akira constantly found himself in such crazy situations. The man introduced himself as Kibayashi and reminded Akira that he was the one who had given him the motorcycle. Akira recognized him and realized it was indeed the same person. Kibayashi explained that at the time he was acting as a handler for hunters, but now he was here as an official city representative. He added that he was glad to see him again. He had many questions for Akira, but this time he had come to negotiate. Kibayashi confirmed this, stating that he first wanted to outline the situation Akira was in. He also offered him a document to read. Akira then asked how they managed to get so much information from that woman. Kibayashi explained that the most important thing was that the woman named Nelia confirmed Akira's non-involvement in the relic theft and that he was not her partner. He added that truthfully it was suspicious how easily she agreed to cooperate. According to him, Nelia said that Akira wasn't the type to cling to the past. Akira calmly noted that some people can indeed change their minds quite easily. Kibayashi responded that thanks to Nelia, the investigation proceeded without complications and Akira was no longer under suspicion. After that, they took him to the hospital while he was unconscious. Akira said he understood and inquired about Nelia's fate. Kobayashi informed him that she had been sentenced to life. In other words, she would be forced to work for the city until her death. Furthermore, a bomb, which she would never be able to control, would be implanted into her new body. Akira mentally noted that while she might deserve such a punishment, the very idea of using such a powerful person for the rest of their life was unsettling to him. Kobayashi asked if Akira had any issues. Akira replied negatively, but then remembered and clarified if they had managed to study the mechanized armor controlled by a man named Kane, as it had a self-destruct mechanism built in. Kobayashi said that nothing was known about the self-destruction. Alpha interjected, noting that Akira deserved praise. Akira, in response, indifferently remarked that the main thing was that he won. Kobayashi suggested they return to the main topic and asked him to read the last page of the document. Akira read it and was surprised to see a demand for damages totaling 60 million gold. Alpha noted that it seemed to include the cost of his treatment and a week-long hospital stay. Kobayashi confirmed that this was Akira's current debt. He added that he understood Akira would complain, but it was pointless. Akira was stunned, wondering how they expected him to pay such an enormous sum. Kobayashi reassured him, saying that was precisely why he had come to negotiate. He then got straight to the point. He explained that if Akira accepted his offer, they would take on the burden of the debt themselves and even pay him an additional 100 million gold. Akira's thoughts were interrupted and he was stunned by the number. Alpha chimed in, telling him to snap back to reality. Akira looked confused and mumbled a short exclamation. Kobayashi continued, explaining that it was all pretty simple. They wanted Akira to sell them the rights to alter the records of his past battle. For example, they would say he found nothing in the underground city as he was merely on patrol. Later, he returned for some reason, already injured, which is why he ended up in the hospital. Essentially, that's how it would look. Kobayashi emphasized that it was highly likely other hunters would later use this exact story. He added that it was obvious, but Akira wouldn't be able to tell anyone the truth about what he actually did. To do so, he'd have to sign a confidentiality agreement. After hearing all this, Akira said, "That's it." Kobayashi enthusiastically confirmed that those were indeed the terms. He explained that all Akira needed to do was sell the rights to the story of how he stopped the relic thieves. At the same time, records of him single-handedly defeating them while they were in mechanized power armor would have to disappear. He added that such things probably didn't bother Akira much. Other hunters in his position would rather die than give up their achievements. Akira admitted that he didn't even consider such a condition worth 100 million gold, but he wanted to make sure there was no hidden trick in the deal. Kobayashi assured him that everything was in order, and to finalize the matter, he just needed to sign the non-disclosure agreement. After that, he asked if he could consider Akira agreeable to the deal. Akira, a little hesitantly, still gave his consent. Kobayashi then extended the document and offered it for signing. Alpha interjected, telling him not to worry, as such papers were standard practice. Kobayashi concluded with satisfaction that the deal was closed. He explained that the payment already included the price of his silence. He said that although those responsible for the relic theft had been caught, it didn't change the fact that the city administration had been greatly disgraced. Even worse, they were defeated by a simple hunter who happened to be nearby by chance. This single fact could sow doubt among the people about the effectiveness of the authorities. Because of this, the city's reputation would suffer. Therefore, the authorities wanted to cover up their failure with money. For instance, they could announce that the hunter was actually following the city's orders. That's precisely why they decided to buy the rights to his story. Kobayashi also noted that they had done everything possible to ensure Akira received the most expensive treatment available. This was another way to buy his silence. In a normal situation, the authorities could have simply erased all records of the hunter and bought the information, but the cost of the matter amounted to 160 million gold. Akira admitted that it seemed logical. He said that none of it really bothered him and that they could do whatever they wanted with his story. Kobayashi asked if Akira had any more questions. He admitted that he had grown fond of Akira and was willing to help with anything. Akira was surprised, wondering why he was receiving such favor. Kobayashi replied that he was drawn to Akira's lifestyle. It was a carefree and straightforward style where it was either live or die. He really liked that kind of approach. Furthermore, he had reviewed all of Akira's records and realized that even the top 20 hunters hadn't accomplished as much as he had. No, not even the top 30. But that's exactly what made him who he was. Akira asked if he had really been in such a critical condition. Kobayashi confirmed that he had. For this reason, the treatment cost 60 million gold. Now Akira was as healthy as someone from the central region. However, if he hadn't received such treatment, he would have lived for a maximum of 1 year. He added that a hunter's best tool is their body. Then Kobayashi inquired why Akira had used so many restorative medicines, as an unbelievable amount of nanomachines were found in his body. He warned him to take better care of himself if he didn't want to die too young. Akira thanked him for the advice but then suddenly remembered and asked about his augmented suit. Kobayashi admitted he had completely forgotten about it. He explained that Akira currently had no property as all his belongings were used for identification. They now officially belonged to the testing department. Akira said he understood but asked for one more thing. He wanted his hunter's license updated, a communication device, and hunter's clothing. After all, if he went out in the clothes he was currently wearing, he might be mistaken for someone insane. Kobayashi agreed, saying it was a valid point. He asked if there were any other requests. Akira turned to Alpha and asked if he needed anything else. Alpha advised him to ask for new weapons and an augmented suit. Akira said it would be better to buy those himself at Shizuka's shop. Alpha then suggested at least asking for help with renting an apartment, as it would be much better than moving from one hotel to another. Akira asked to be introduced to someone who rented housing to hunters. He admitted he wasn't sure if he could afford to rent a house with his current funds. He also demanded that he be paid today, as he needed to purchase new equipment. Kobayashi said that was perfectly fine. He added that if that was all, he would be leaving and warned that once he left the room, Akira wouldn't be able to ask for anything else. Akira replied that he understood. Kobayashi said that in that case they would see each other again soon, wished him a speedy recovery, and noted that if he ever did something foolish again, he shouldn't hesitate to contact him. Akira mentally chided himself, thinking he should have asked for some food. Alpha supported him, saying he hadn't eaten anything for a week. Akira sighed, noting that he always realized such things too late. Alpha added that it was very typical of him. Inside a small shop called Cartridge Freak, Shizuka let out a heavy sigh, thinking that Akira hadn't visited in a whole week. She noted to herself that this was fairly normal behavior for him, but still started to overthink things, wondering why she was so worried. Soon after, Akira himself walked into the shop. Shizuka greeted him, saying he was back and that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Akira replied that he was glad to be back. Shizuka offered to restock his supplies. However, he informed her that he had lost all his equipment and wanted to look at everything she had. A surprised Shizuka asked what he meant by that. Akira explained that he had lost absolutely everything, his weapons, ammunition, and his augmented suit. She exclaimed in indignation, asking what had happened to him. He replied that a lot had happened, but asked her to just show him what was available. Shizuka agreed but clarified what price range he intended to shop in. Akira then calmly stated that he had 80 million gold. Shizuka thought she had misheard, but he repeated that it was correct. He really did have that much money. A stunned Shizuka said it was very strange, as even Akira should understand that such money isn't just thrown around. But he replied that he truly couldn't explain the details because he had signed a contract. The girl noted that this made the situation even more suspicious. Then she asked if he was injured. Akira replied that he felt great, even better than ever. In her thoughts, Shizuka admitted to herself that she was glad to see him alive after another crazy mission. At least he managed to get a large sum of money. And now she herself needed to do her job properly. She suggested they go together and said she could choose his equipment for him based on his budget. However, she warned that she might give in to her own preferences and choose something to her taste. But if he agreed, he shouldn't regret it later. Akira agreed without hesitation. Shizuka selected items for him, adding that when he got another augmented suit, he should use this particular item. For weapons, she suggested he take the A to D and AAH and she would sell the rest later. She clarified that the new weapons would be delivered in about 2 weeks and asked if he intended to go into battle with this current set. Akira said he would rather wait until the new gear arrived. Shizuka agreed, noting that it was indeed the right decision. She advised him to rest and regain his strength before his next mission. After that, Akira left the shop. Shizuki mentioned she would confirm the communication device with Elena, as she was sure Elena would be happy to hear that Akira was alive. Meanwhile, Akira was thinking that his treatment had cost 60 million gold, and his new reinforced suit would take the remaining 80 million. He noted that he had been dealing with enormous sums lately. Alpha calmly remarked that it didn't matter, as the main thing was to be happy that he could now afford it. At Cheryl's base, her mind was filled with anxiety. She recalled not having seen Akira for a whole week. He hadn't answered her calls, and his belongings weren't at the hotel where he usually stayed. She knew that this typically only happened when a hunter died. But deep down, she couldn't believe he was dead and stubbornly kept telling herself that he was alive and would definitely return. Just then, Irio entered and addressed her. Cheryl scolded him for not knocking again, even though she had already told him about it. He apologized. She asked why he had come. Irio informed her that Akira had arrived and asked if he should be let in. Akira entered and Cheryl joyfully rushed to him, hugged him, and said she was happy to see him alive. He replied that he was also glad to see her. Cheryl said she hadn't been able to contact him and had been worried. Akira calmly replied that the reason was he had almost died. Cheryl was startled and asked if he was okay. He said yes, adding that if his wounds were still hurting, he wouldn't let her touch him so easily. Cheryl asked him not to make her worry so much again. Akira reminded her that being a hunter always involved risk. Cheryl, a little embarrassed, admitted that it was true, but still said that sometimes she wanted to hug him tightly and say something comforting because he was her beloved. Akira was surprised, and at that moment, Cheryl mentally feared that he saw their relationship as a mere farce. She quickly clarified that she meant that others perceived their connection that way. Akira agreed and said that was indeed the case. A suspicion crossed his mind that she was thinking about losing his support if their relationship didn't exist. Then he firmly stated that he had promised to help her and would do everything he could as long as he was alive. But his job was such that sometimes a hunter's only path left was death. So she needs to focus on getting stronger and be ready for the moment he's no longer around. Cheryl replied that she was doing exactly that, and thanks to him, she had already learned a lot. But she asked him not to talk as if he were already dead. Akira hesitated and nodded, but he noted to himself that his response wasn't very good. At that moment, Irio opened the door again, announcing that Katsuragi-san had come to visit them. Cheryl irritably reminded him that she had just told him to knock before entering. Irio apologized again. Katsuragi entered and said he was just passing by, apologizing for the intrusion. Cheryl replied that it was no problem. Katsuragi's thoughts noted that Cheryl hadn't yet cut ties with Akira. He turned to the hunter and asked about the relic collection process. Akira replied that he couldn't work while waiting for new equipment, so they would have to wait. Katsuragi was interested and clarified that Akira was upgrading his gear. The young man nodded. Katsuragi said he could buy it from him since he was also in the business. But Akira informed him that he already had a shop where he regularly bought supplies and politely apologized. Katsuragi then reminded Akira that he wasn't selling him relics or buying goods from him, and asked why they had even made an agreement if there was no benefit in their partnership. He added that they were supposed to be companions fighting on the same side, but there was a limit to everything. Akira calmly offered to sell him some recovery medicine. Katsuragi sharply replied that it wasn't about him buying cheap trinkets from him. But Akira calmly stated that he would pay 10 million gold. Katsuragi, astonished, repeated the amount. Akira said he wasn't going to buy anything cheap because he needed high-quality, maximally effective medicine capable of mending even broken bones in a matter of seconds. Katsuragi clarified the payment, and Akira immediately declared that he could pay right away. In response, Katsuragi said he could prepare the package immediately, but the price would be 200,000 gold. Akira agreed and stated that he would take 5 packages. Katsuragi nodded and told him to wait, but added that he shouldn't have paid in advance. After all, there was a chance he might not return or might provide substandard goods. Akira coolly explained that if he ran, he would hunt Katsuragi until he killed him, and if he dared to provide shoddy goods, he could forget about Akira ever buying anything from him again. Katsuragi understood the seriousness and said that in that case, they would continue to be good trading partners. He handed over the promised box, which contained 4 packages of 200,000 each. Akira noticed he had ordered 5. Katsuragi replied that he only had 4 packs left in stock. Instead, he could offer 3 other packages, each costing 100,000. This brought the total to 1,100,000 gold, which was quite a good deal. Akira agreed to the transaction. Katsuragi thanked him, noting to himself that he hadn't expected such an easy time with the money. He hoped Akira would continue to buy large quantities of goods from him in the future. As he left, he told Akira to contact him whenever he wanted to make another deal. Akira turned to Cheryl, handed her one of the packages, and told her to use it as she saw fit. She thanked him, but Akira immediately turned to Alpha, asking if he had done something wrong. Alpha replied that considering Cheryl's role, officially his girlfriend, such a gift was clearly not appropriate. She said it would have been better to give something else of equal value, because medicine as a gesture of affection seemed strange. Akira understood and said he would give her something more suitable later. Cheryl, however, was thinking about something else at that moment. She noticed that first he calmly bought an expensive item as if it were nothing, and then he gave her a pack worth 100,000 gold. She wondered how much Akira actually earned. He had shown before that he earned more than she expected, so it wasn't surprising that he had so much gold, but the thought that she might never be able to repay him scared her. Embarrassed, she asked him if there was anything she could do for him in return. Akira was surprised by her words and said he didn't need anything at the moment. She insisted, saying he could ask for anything, simple or even impossible. Akira realized she wouldn't calm down until he asked for at least something. Then he told her that she should find children from the slums, feed them well, and teach them to read and write. Cheryl clarified if that was truly all he wanted. Akira replied that it was a serious task, and if she thought it was easy, then she was the one who should do it. Cheryl promised to do her best. Akira then added that she shouldn't tell anyone it was his request, and if asked, she should say she decided it herself. Cheryl agreed, saying it sounded good. Alpha asked why he had assigned her that particular task. Akira explained that he had been thinking that good deeds might improve his luck. He said that if he gave children food and education, he would earn good karma. Alpha agreed, saying that was probably true. Akira noted that even if he didn't do it himself but asked Cheryl, it would still count as him doing the right thing. This way, he hoped his bad luck would change. Alpha pondered and asked if he thought it would work, even if no one knew the initiative came from him. Akira said that's exactly when it would do the most good, because if someone found out, it would only create unnecessary problems. Alpha mentally noted that this was precisely why Akira had entrusted the task to Cheryl. She realized he was looking for a way to attract good fortune, even through supernatural methods. Ultimately, he wasn't doing this out of selfless motives at all, but merely because he wanted to earn good karma. He wasn't thinking at all about the difficulties Cheryl would have to overcome. Alpha concluded that Akira's offer was not an act of sympathy. Therefore, there was no problem with it. Alpha then said that the only question remaining was whether his plan would work. Akira calmly replied that it was just an idea, and whether it yielded results or not wasn't that important to him. Alpha added that in any case, even if he suddenly decided to do good deeds, the main thing was that it shouldn't lead to his death. She reminded him that she only had him, and she would really dislike it if he died. Akira replied that he wasn't going to die because the fate of strangers didn't particularly concern him, and Alpha knew that perfectly well. She agreed and said that was true. At the same time, she mentally noted that if it were Shizuka, Elena, or Sarah, the situation would be completely different. She thought that if her perception aligned with their feelings for Akira, including Cheryl, she wouldn't have any problems. At that moment, one of the girls informed Cheryl that the bath was ready and asked if she was going. Cheryl replied that she would be there in a minute. Akira heard this and said he would like to take a bath himself, adding that it would be nice to wash up at home. Alpha immediately clarified where exactly he meant home. Akira explained that he was talking about the hotel where he always stayed, but Alpha reminded him that his reservation at that hotel had already expired. Akira then realized he would have to find a new place to stay. Cheryl noticed his concern and asked if everything was all right. Akira said he just realized he needed to find a new place to sleep since his hotel reservation had ended. Cheryl immediately offered for him to stay with her. She clarified that, of course, it wasn't as comfortable as a hotel, but at least she had a bed. Akira was surprised and asked if she was really offering that. Then he hesitated and added that he would like to take a bath first. In the morning, Akira greeted Shurel and wished her a good morning, to which she asked if he was already leaving so early. He replied that he would be back soon and promised to return to her, after which Shurel said she would wait. The previous day left Akira in shock over the amount he had spent, and he admitted aloud that he could hardly believe he had used over 900,000 gold. He recalled a time when he worried about spending more than 200,000 and noted how much his perspective had changed. Alpha supported the idea of improving his standard of living and suggested he view large expenses as a sign of a better quality of life. Akira pondered what exactly had changed and acknowledged that his equipment was definitely better than when he lived in the slums, but he seriously replied that he didn't feel any internal changes yet. Alpha insisted that he focus on training and use his time to develop skills rather than self-pity, and she promised to continue supporting him. Akira assured her that he would continue to rely on her help and intended to improve with her support. At that moment, a man approached them and informed them about a new building acquired for living, detailing its amenities and rental conditions. He explained that the building was usually rented to high-ranking hunters, but thanks to a recommendation, an exception was made for them, and that the house had water, electricity, security, and a garage with a basement. He also listed the layout of the second-floor rooms, including the kitchen, living room, master bedroom, and a spacious bathroom, then asked for Akira's opinion. Akira responded positively, saying he liked the place, and then asked when he could move in. The man replied that moving in was possible immediately after the first payment, and if paid now, the move would happen that same day, after which he confirmed the payment. Akira silently noted to himself that he now had a new home just for him, and he voiced this thought aloud. Alpha warmly congratulated him on acquiring his own home, and noted that it was an expensive but significant step. In response, Akira recalled his life in the slums and expressed gratitude to Alpha for her help, explaining that her support had helped him rise to his current level. Alpha once again assured him that he could always rely on her, and suggested they spend the immediate future holed up in the new house to study and train while waiting for the new equipment to arrive. Akira didn't fully understand what kind of training she was referring to, so Alpha clarified the goal of the exercises as developing body control and maneuverability, first consciously and then unconsciously. In response, he admitted that he hadn't fully grasped the technical side of the proposed exercises yet, but expressed his readiness to understand and proceed. Alpha explained to Akira that he would understand everything once he started, and that a new stage awaited him tomorrow. That morning, she announced that training in conscious body control would begin. The core idea was to manage his movements during moments when time seemed to slow down. She reminded Akira that he was well acquainted with the feeling of complete concentration that arises in life-or-death situations, when the entire world around him appears to move in slow motion. Now he had to learn to enter this state of focus under any circumstances. This was the goal of the upcoming training sessions. Akira noted that the task sounded extremely difficult and doubted whether it was even possible to accomplish. However, Alpha confidently stated that it was entirely possible, explaining that he had already done something similar unconsciously before. When Akira asked when this had happened, she explained that it occurred during his fights against Shiori and Nelia. At that time, he was only able to track their movements through observation, which would normally be impossible. According to her, the reason was that his subconscious detected a mortal threat, causing him to enter a state of maximum concentration. Now he needed to learn to trick his own mind, making it believe in mortal danger to consciously control this state. Akira acknowledged that he now understood the essence and asked what exactly he would be doing that day. Alpha said she would dance with swords and attack at certain moments, and his task would be to dodge. He had to carefully observe her movements, keeping the main goal of the training in mind. She warned him not to retreat and that he had to stay in place, even if she got very close. Akira agreed and Alpha announced the start. During his attempts, he realized he couldn't react to her movements in time. Alpha sternly reminded him not to look away. At that moment, Akira noticed she was unbuttoning her dress and asked in surprise why. Alpha replied that it was for better concentration. More precisely, attacks are easier to conceal in such attire, and seeing the opponent's body helps to better notice an impending threat. Akira admitted there was logic in her words, but pointed out that the training was meant to develop conscious concentration, which would allow him to dodge fast attacks. Alpha explained that if he wasn't reacting to her strikes, it meant his brain wasn't perceiving the situation as dangerous. This wasn't enough to achieve results. Therefore, after each successful hit, she would remove a piece of her clothing. This way, if his attention was fueled by desire, it would help his brain consider the situation more intense and dangerous. She added that she wouldn't blame him for losing, even if he was just curious to see her naked. Later, Alpha decided to end the training for the day, noting that such abilities couldn't be mastered overnight and that they would gradually move forward. Akira agreed, acknowledging that she was right. Alpha offered him a choice between resting and continuing. But Akira replied that he wanted to keep training as he was already resting from his main job and preferred to use this time to learn new skills. Alpha approved of his decision. Akira then asked her to change her clothes. She confessed that she decided to leave things as they were because he hadn't objected and suggested that he liked it. He responded that he was bringing it up right now. After that, Alpha unexpectedly announced that they would be doing math today. 5 days later, Alpha informed Akira that he had received a rather strange request. He asked what it was about, and it turned out to be a message from Shiori. Its content seemed unusual. Alpha explained that Shiori wanted to meet him at a restaurant called Sh and the payment was a meal at the establishment. Akira was surprised and noted that it was a task. Alpha confirmed that it seemed to be. He wondered why Shiori had posted such a request on the hunter's quest board. Alpha admitted she couldn't say for sure and asked what he was going to do. Akira replied that he was genuinely curious why she had taken such a step and that he saw no danger in going to the establishment. When they arrived at the Sh restaurant, Alpha asked him if he wanted to back out. Akira was determined not to retreat and said that he would enter the restaurant, even if it turned out to be the entrance to a labyrinth or ancient ruins. A man working at the establishment politely thanked him for visiting and asked if he had a reservation. Akira hesitated for a moment, but then stated that a woman named Shiori should be waiting for him. The man checked his list and confirmed that Ms. Shiori was indeed in the records, then asked Akira for his name. Upon receiving the answer, he respectfully addressed him as Mr. Akira and offered to escort him to the table, inviting him to follow. Meanwhile, Shiori herself, noticing that Akira had arrived in an Inu's suit, wondered if he had been expecting a fight. She thanked him for agreeing to take her request and reminded him that, as agreed, she would cover the cost of their meeting and the meal. She offered him any dish he desired, but Akira preferred to get straight to the point. He said he wanted to discuss the reason for the meeting first, as he wasn't sure if he could fulfill what they were going to ask of him. Shiori nodded and stated she would get right to it. She bowed her head, expressing deep gratitude while also apologizing for any previous trouble she had caused. Shiori confessed that she was very grateful for the young girl's rescue and was ready to take full responsibility. According to her, she would give up any possession, her body, or even her life, as long as Akira didn't place any blame on Miss Riene. Akira first asked why Shiori had submitted the request through the hunter's office. She replied that she considered it the most reliable way to ensure he would accept her request and come. Akira then said he understood and asked her to lift her head and listen carefully. He stated that he would never forget what happened, but he had no intention of taking any action against her or Rieno. Shiori was surprised, but Akira added that he felt it was necessary to clarify his position. He suggested she go to the hunter's website right then and look at his dossier, specifically his completed mission history. Shiori agreed, and moments later, she was astonished that the records contained no mention of the events related to the relic thieves. It only stated that Akira had been in the underground city and left it after sustaining injuries. Akira explained that was exactly how it ended and reminded her that he couldn't elaborate due to confidentiality agreements. Essentially, the events they were discussing were what happened in the underground city, but this wasn't reflected in the official data. Therefore, formally, there were no grounds to take any action against them. He said that if Shiori still had doubts, she could call the agency, but without mentioning his name because he didn't want to have problems with the authorities. Shiori concluded in her thoughts that Akira's mission history had been deliberately cleared due to some incident involving the city government. For this reason, the events involving them had also disappeared from the record. She understood that this was exactly what Akira wanted to convey. She then said it seemed as if nothing had happened and asked if he was truly okay with that. Akira calmly confirmed that he had no problems. Shiori expressed her gratitude for the confirmation and invited him to place his order. Akira replied that he accepted her offer. Shiori thought that since he had taken the menu, it meant he had finally accepted her request, and that meant she could protect the young lady, which would be enough for now. Akira noticed a dish garnished with blueberries in the Parisian style and asked Alpha what it was. Alpha said she had no idea, but it looked like meat. Shiori recommended he try the dish of the day, which she had chosen herself, and suggested he do the same. Akira agreed and made his choice. When the food was brought out, he tasted the prepared dish. Shiori smiled, noting that she was pleased to see Akira enjoying his meal. She emphasized that he shouldn't rush, but rather calmly enjoy the meal and the taste of each dish. Akira was a little embarrassed and agreed. He remarked that he hadn't known Drankam's hunters were such young people. Shiori explained that for Drankam itself, they were considered quite grown up already. She added that many were against this decision, but in reality, it was the younger individuals who were much better at handling the work of hunters. Akira guessed that this was why Shikarabi and Katsuya had difficulties in their relationship and didn't get along. Shiori clarified that he was referring to Mr. Shikarabi and Mr. Katsuya. She speculated that their disagreements stemmed from opposing views. Shiori noted that Mr. Katsuya was not a bad person at all. To be frank, he possesses outstanding talent, and it's impossible to deny that. He always strives to save people, no matter who they are, and that's why many respect him. Among those who respect him is her mistress. Shiori said that if her mistress and Mr. Katsuya decided to be a couple, she herself would have no reason to object. But at the same time, she stressed that Katsuya doesn't always watch his words. Because of this, his words can be misunderstood. Furthermore, he either doesn't understand the feelings of the girls around him or consciously doesn't bother to give them a direct and clear answer. She considered such behavior completely unacceptable. Shiori sharply and emotionally added that it was important for her to know Akira's opinion on the matter. Akira, a little flustered, said he wasn't good at such things and didn't know what he could say. Shiori continued, mentioning with irritation that the worst part of the situation was that Mr. Katsuya had even tried to flirt with her. And this happened in the presence of the young lady, which she considered utterly unforgivable. Suddenly, she cut herself off, apologized, and announced that she had urgent matters to attend to. She thanked Akira once more for accepting the invitation and said she needed to leave. Akira noted that he had eaten enough and was also ready to leave. He thanked her for the meal and admitted that everything was delicious. As Shiori left, she took out her phone and made a call. She announced that she was returning and asked for the young lady to be informed. The voice on the other end confirmed everything was fine and asked if things were truly okay. Shiori affirmed this and addressed the person by name, Kani. She expressed her hope that Kani hadn't said anything inappropriate to the young lady in her absence. Kani replied that they had chatted a bit. Shiori pressed for details about the conversation. Kani responded that they had discussed various topics. They talked about the tasks the young lady performs, as well as the boy named Katsuya, who drives her crazy. Additionally, they touched upon the events that occurred in the underground city. Kani noted that Shiori was on the verge of death there and asked if she had met that guy. Shiori reminded her that she had asked her to avoid discussing the underground city with the young lady. Kani explained that the conversation naturally led to that topic, and she couldn't avoid it. She said that unlike Shiori, she belongs more to the battlefield, so she shouldn't be given overly complex tasks. Kani asked her to return quickly if it was that important. Shiori agreed and promised to return as soon as she could. When the call ended, Kani quietly and discontentedly remarked to herself that Shiori was too inconsistent and difficult to fully understand. Kani calmly told the young lady that her elder sister would be home soon. Riene clarified that she was referring to Shiori and anxiously inquired about her condition. Kani replied that she hadn't noticed any injuries and was sure she was fine. Riene admitted with relief that she had started to worry and asked her not to scare her like that again. Kani sagely remarked that death would eventually come for everyone, so it was always necessary to be prepared for it, especially when leaving protected walls. Riene agreed, noting that it was true. Kani mentally noted that the young lady still had much to learn about how the world worked. Since her elder sister had already given instructions in case of her death, she herself was ready to die. However, the young lady didn't realize this yet, and there was even something good in that. The situation seemed so delightful to Canny that she didn't want to add anything more with words. Riene thoughtfully said that it seemed Akira wasn't angry at all about what happened. Shiori calmly explained that he himself said nothing happened and they should treat the situation the same way. This was Mr. Akira's decision. Riene clarified that in that case she might not even need to thank him. Shiori replied that there was no need to thank him. Even if she did, he wouldn't accept her gratitude for something that officially didn't happen. Moreover, such a gesture could be perceived as disrespect for the deal made by their house. Therefore, she asked Riene to simply fulfill the agreement and not worry about it anymore. In her thoughts, Riene admitted to herself that she wanted to at least say thank you for saving her, but she said aloud that she understood. Shiori added that she had already offered their apologies and expressed gratitude, so the young lady had absolutely nothing more to worry about. Canny remarked with a smirk that if it would make Riene feel better, she could even go and punch Akira a little. Shiori and Riene both looked at Canny. She was surprised by their reaction and said they already knew one thing had nothing to do with the other. She emphasized that none of them were saints. If they had problems, they could solve them using any methods. But Canny apologized if her words were out of line. Riene sharply told her to shut up. Shiori added that she should close her mouth. Canny admitted she had been too hasty and apologized. She thought to herself that she understood the young Mrs.'s reaction, but she hadn't expected it from Ain-san. This made her wonder how dangerous Akira was and piqued her curiosity. Meanwhile, at the romcom facility, Katsuya irritably said he didn't understand how anyone could claim that nothing had happened. The woman opposite him calmly apologized and said she understood his dissatisfaction with the outcome. She admitted she was also unhappy but wasn't allowed to dig deeper. Katsuya objected and tried to clarify something, but the woman interrupted him, explaining that an official request had come from the Ministry of Defense. Because of this, they couldn't appeal or challenge the decision. Katsuya, suppressing his anger, said that it was completely unfair. The woman apologized once more and said she was truly very sorry. Katsuya briefly said it was fine. The woman thanked him for his understanding, and he, in turn, asked her to excuse his behavior. She assured him there was no need to worry and that if he had any questions, he could feel free to ask. After that, Katsuya thanked her and left the office. The woman, left alone, sighed and noted that it was all over now, even though he was actually the one to blame for what happened. Yumina asked Katsuya if he was satisfied with the result. He replied that, at the very least, it was made clear to him that the decision came from above, meaning he had no say in the matter. Then he asked if she wasn't going to complain since that person had taken her hostage. Yumina confessed that she didn't care about that, as she was more worried about him. Katsuya noted her words with surprise, then Yumina sternly told him to stop causing only problems. Katsuya agreed and promised. He firmly resolved in his mind to become stronger so that something like this would never happen to Yumina again. Akira had a bad dream. In this dream, he was fighting Nelia and frantically yelled at Alpha, asking where his Sin rifle was because without it, he couldn't win. Alpha reminded him that he had lost it and needed to buy a new one from Shizuka. Akira realized with annoyance that this was true, but he was indignant, wondering why he hadn't done it sooner since he had just been with her. Alpha calmly replied that he himself had said it would be difficult to carry the weapon without an enhanced suit. At that moment, Akira realized that without his suit and Alpha's support, he couldn't even dodge an attack. Soon after, his head was severed, and he woke up in terror. Akira sat up in bed, relieved to find it was just a dream. Alpha asked if he was okay. He replied that he was, explaining it was just a strange dream, but he was fine. He thought to himself that in the dream, he fought relying only on his own strength. Alpha smiled and asked if he was captivated by her beauty. Akira ignored her comment and asked how long she planned to support him. Alpha replied that she would stay with him until he completed the mission she asked him to do. She then asked again if he was okay. Akira thoughtfully said that perhaps she should have teamed up with a stronger hunter, not a kid like him, as she could have achieved her goal faster. He added that she chose him because of his ability to connect to the old world network, but there might be other hunters with the same capability. In that case, it would be more logical to find them than to waste time training a weak person. Alpha calmly stated that she wouldn't ask why he was saying this, or why he wanted to convince her to stop supporting him. However, she emphasized that her help was payment for his agreement to assist with her mission. Therefore, until he completed it, she would remain by his side and wouldn't leave. Akira nodded and asked if she was deceiving him. Alpha confidently replied that she was telling the truth. He then wished her good night. She wished him sweet dreams in return. Akira also expressed hope for good dreams and fell asleep. The next day, they continued their training. Alpha noted to herself that he wasn't even trying to dodge her attacks yet. She called out to him, asking if everything was all right. Akira replied that it was and told her to continue. He focused his thoughts, telling himself that he needed to recall that battle from his dream and the fear he felt fighting that woman. He managed to dodge then, even if it was just a dream, which meant he could do it now. He firmly told himself he could because Alpha said he would succeed. Soon he was able to dodge Alpha's attacks. With a slight smile, she asked him if he had succeeded. Akira said he was able to accomplish what he set out to do. However, because of it, he couldn't move properly and hit his head hard. Alpha explained that just because he managed to perceive time slowing down tenfold didn't mean his body could keep up with that sensation. She noted that he still had a long training process ahead to bridge the gap between his mental perception and his body's capabilities. Akira replied that he probably needed to keep working at it and not stop. Alpha mentally calculated that it would normally take him at least half a year to fully master the sensation of time, but he was progressing much faster. This was seemingly good, but at the same time, it meant that events outside her predictions could occur, which was bad. She concluded that she would most likely have to reevaluate and rework her strategy for interacting with him. Alpha told Akira he could reminisce all he wanted, but he needed to stay alert. Akira assured her he knew that and that he wasn't the same person he used to be. He noted in his thoughts that he had indeed changed. He was no longer someone who could be trampled, robbed, or dragged around with impunity. Now he was strong enough to stand up for himself and his money. Everything was different, and he would no longer allow himself to be belittled. Alpha informed Akira that he had been robbed. He reacted sharply, surprised, and exclaimed, "Is that really true?" She replied that was why she had asked him to be vigilant. Now that he had the manhwa Inu's suit, she could do something, but he needed to handle this particular situation himself. Akira, with a cold and terrifying gaze, asked who had done it. He demanded that Alpha tell him where the person who robbed him was and asked her to find the thief. Alpha said the person was nearby. Akira looked in that direction and noted that the thief had indeed fled that way. The girl holding his money was astonished by her luck. She thought about having 100,000 gold in her hands, enough money to live on for a while. She pondered how lucky she was, but understood that if she continued to steal, it could end badly one day. However, she pushed those thoughts away, deciding it wasn't the time to think about it. She had money, and now she could buy herself some food. Suddenly, Akira appeared. The girl was terrified, thinking it was the same guy she had robbed. She realized he had come for her and might kill her. Akira started shooting. Overwhelmed by fear, the girl bolted, while he continued to fire. In a panic, the girl wondered how he knew where she was and what was wrong with him. She suspected he was using a tracking device. Meanwhile, Akira was thinking that she had left her wallet and run off, meaning he hadn't lost the money, at least. He concluded that he needed to be more careful so this wouldn't happen again, especially since she had taken all the cash. Akira spoke to Alpha, who told him the thief was ahead. She asked him not to use firearms because they were near the slum's exit. She warned that if he used a weapon near a patrol zone, the guards might open fire to kill. Akira briefly replied that he understood. The girl, trying to escape, rushed to Katsuya and hugged him, begging for salvation. She said Akira was chasing her. Riene expressed her confusion, asking Kanny if they were really going to follow her in those combat outfits, which were unusual for a casual stroll. Kanny confidently replied that yes, that's exactly how it would be. Riene cautiously remarked that they could have changed into something else, something more suitable for the situation, but Kanny, without hesitation, refused. Riene was then surprised and tried to clarify again. Kanny added that they could only consider it if Riene bought them other high-quality armor with her own money. Riene responded that they could have easily worn everyday clothes, at least in this case, since a protective suit could be worn under regular clothing. However, Kanny pointed out that Riene herself was currently wearing a protective suit. To this, Riene replied that she was obligated to wear it to avoid dangerous incidents when she went out. Kanny said that in that case, she also couldn't take off her protective suit while accompanying her. Then Kanny added with some sadness that it was a shame, as she had wanted to see with her own eyes the exploits of the young Katsuya, who was rumored to be one of the strongest. Riene agreed and quietly said, "Yes, it really is a shame." At that moment, Katsuya asked her if she was really going to leave his team. Riene confirmed it and apologized for making him include her in the team, even though she had already decided to leave. Katsuya admitted that he might be worrying over nothing, but if it was all related to what happened in the underground city, then there was no need to fret. He added that while it might be wrong to say, nothing really happened, and if something similar ever occurred again, he would definitely handle it. Riene told Katsuya that she was happy to hear that and grateful for his words. However, she noted that this decision didn't make her any less useless. She confessed that she initially joined the team because Shiori and Kanny were with her, but for the same reason, she never grew as she was always under their protection. She doubted she was of any use to the team and from that perspective considered herself more of a burden. Katsuya replied that wasn't true. He said that if someone like her left their team, the group's strength would decrease. Therefore, if he, as a true man, saved her from danger, she could certainly stay. Riene calmly replied that she still had to leave. Katsuya sadly noted that he understood her decision. In his thoughts, he asked himself why things were happening this way and wondered if it might be related to that guy. Just then, a girl ran past and accidentally bumped into Katsuya, crashing into him. He stopped her and told her to be careful, then apologized and added that he didn't mean to shout, asking how she was feeling. The girl was flustered, blushed, and after a short pause, desperately asked him to save her, explaining that she was being chased. Alpha, meanwhile, addressed Akira and told him to calm down, reminding him that they had too little information. She emphasized that they were up against 7 opponents, including people of equal strength and those wearing power suits. In such a situation, Akira had no chance. Akira grimly repeated to himself, 7 against 1. Shiori mentally noted that he considered them part of that force too. She recalled that last time in the underground city he said 5 against 1 was too many, but now he didn't even say anything like that. Shiori wondered if his defense might look cheap, but in reality it could be enough to defeat them. She feared that the young miss might be in serious danger. Shiori firmly stated that it wasn't 7 against 1 because they wouldn't take anyone's side. She declared that they wouldn't help either Mr. Katsuya or Akira. Shiori explained that Mr. Katsuya was within his rights to help an unknown girl, and she respected his decision, but they couldn't allow the young miss to participate in this. So they'll have to handle the situation themselves. She added that as long as Akira doesn't try to harm them or the young miss, they won't retaliate. Shiori expressed her hope that he would make a decision that would avoid an unnecessary battle. Then she turned to the young miss and told her they needed to leave. Riene tried to object, but Shiori cut her off, saying she was sorry, but no matter how much she wished otherwise, they had to go. She then asked if Riene truly wanted to go through such an ordeal again. An unsettling thought crossed Riene's mind. Akira would just leave without saying anything. It seemed impossible to her. She also imagined Katsuya suddenly giving up the girl they were pursuing without a fight. That option didn't work either. In the end, only a fight remained. Everything was repeating itself. It meant Shiori would have to fight Akira again, just like when Riene herself was taken hostage. But this time, both Shiori and Katsuya would be against him. Even so, Shiori would still get hurt, and once again, it would be Riene's fault. Riene regretfully turned to Katsuya and said she was very sorry, as she couldn't help at all in this situation. She confessed that she couldn't risk her own life for that girl. Kanny interjected, remarking that she could do it herself if needed. But she immediately changed her mind and told them to forget what she said. She emphasized that her duty was to stay by the young miss's side and protect her. After that, she suggested the young miss leave with her. At that moment, Alpha spoke to Akira, insisting that he shouldn't do anything foolish just because the number of opponents had decreased to 4. She warned him that he was still facing 3 hunters in enhanced suits. She strongly demanded that he at least consider the difference in strength for a second. Alpha asked if Akira heard her. Akira grimly muttered to himself that now there were 4 against him. Yumina thought to herself that Katsuya would never abandon a girl in trouble. She decided that the only thing she could do was try to talk to Akira. But she wasn't sure if she could convince him. Still, she firmly decided there was no other way and she had to try. Akira loudly declared that he had unfinished business with that girl and demanded that she be handed over to him. Katsuya was indignant and sharply declared that they would never allow it. Akira coldly replied that he understood. At that moment, Yumina intervened and stopped him, asking him to first explain why he was pursuing the girl. Akira asked why she was interested. He doubted that if he stated his reason, his request would be granted. Katsuya immediately yelled that he would never give up the girl, but Yumina sharply cut him off, telling him to be quiet. She reminded him that she had told him many times to stop trying to solve everything with a fight. Yumina said that if he truly wanted to protect the girl, he needed to shut his mouth. She emphasized that it was impossible to make a fair decision until they heard the reason. After that, Yumina asked Akira to at least state it. Akira said that the little girl had stolen his wallet. Eri was surprised and asked if that was true. The girl was indignant and declared that it was completely different. She explained that Akira himself had approached her and started following her, which was how she ended up in this situation. The girl pleaded with them to believe her, saying she wasn't lying. Eri demanded proof. Akira suspiciously asked about proof. Eri explained that if a theft had indeed occurred, the wallet should be on the girl. The girl calmly agreed and offered to let them search her. But Akira replied that they wouldn't find the wallet anyway. He said the girl was smart enough to throw away the wallet and keep only the money. Eri asked exactly how much was in it. Akira stated it was about 100,000 gold. Eri thought to herself that with his clothes, it wasn't surprising he might have that much money, but she realized it was too weak a piece of evidence. Besides, Katsuya would never abandon the girl, even if Akira's words were confirmed. In that case, the girl would simply run away. However, Eri understood that the situation remained complicated. Eri asked Yumina how they should proceed. Yumina asked Akira if he was sure he hadn't made a mistake and that this particular girl had stolen the wallet. Akira confidently said he had no doubts. Then Yumina asked him to explain what exactly made him so confident. She asked if he considered it proof just because the girl started running away, or because she happened to be nearby when he lost his money. Akira replied negatively and added that it wasn't about that at all. In his thoughts, he told himself that he couldn't admit the information came from Alpha. Yumina suggested that perhaps his data collection device had detected the wallet, but Akira denied it. Yumina then asked if he could tell her what someone else nearby had told him at the time. She suggested meeting that person to confirm his story, but Akira refused again. Yumina calmly stated that she wasn't claiming Akira was lying or accusing him of stalking. She noted that there was surely a reason why he wasn't revealing the whole truth. Most likely, he simply couldn't. But even so, she firmly emphasized that they couldn't just hand the girl over to him without understanding who was right. She regretfully acknowledged the complexity of the situation, but wanted to make the obvious meaning of her words clear to him. Alpha, at this moment, advised Akira to back down. She said it would be extremely difficult to convince them if he couldn't explain everything. Akira reluctantly agreed, saying that was probably true. But Katsuya added that even if the girl had stolen his wallet, it was still his own fault. Yumina sharply reprimanded Katsuya. However, those words deeply resonated with Akira. Thoughts began to echo in his mind that it was his own fault for allowing himself to be robbed. It was his own fault for letting himself be deceived. Akira himself allowed it to happen. He alone was responsible for his weakness. Akira mentally agreed, telling himself, yes, that's true. Then another thought surfaced. Even if he were killed, it would still be his fault for letting it happen. But immediately in his own thoughts, he countered that he wasn't the same person he used to be. Yet, the voice inside persisted. It told him he would be robbed again, trampled again, if he didn't do anything. This voice demanded that he take back what belonged to him and show everyone that he had changed and was no longer the person he once was. The inner voice commanded him to kill them and not let anyone step on him again. It instilled in him that if he died, it would be his fault, but if they died, the fault would be theirs. At this point, Yumina couldn't take it anymore and punched Katsuya in the face. She declared that the person who stole Akira's money was obviously to blame. Yumina asked him to wait and apologized for Katsuya's words, promising to make him apologize, and simply asked Akira to calm down. But she noticed something was off with him. Akira struggled to say he was fine, then admitted he wasn't. After that, he suddenly turned and ran off, shouting that they shouldn't think he'd given up because he'd be back for the girl. Katsuya was indignant and confused, saying there was seriously something wrong with that guy, then yelled at Yumina, asking why she hit him. Yumina furiously replied that he should explain why he said such a stupid thing. She threatened that if he acted like a child again, she'd hit him again. Katsuya, covering his face, exclaimed that she had already hit him, but Yumina calmly repeated that she meant she would hit him again. Katsuya immediately gave up, stammering an apology and asking Eri to talk to her. But Eri calmly said she wasn't worried and planned to take whatever was left of him. Katsuya panicked and yelled at her not to side with Yumina. At that moment, the girl Akira had been chasing apologized in a trembling voice and thanked them for saving her. Yumina gently said she was sorry about the whole situation, which had gotten out of control because of Katsuya, but the girl replied that she was the one who should apologize as she had dragged them into the conflict. Katsuya sighed in relief and said he was glad everything ended well. He asked if she was hurt. The girl blushed and, smiling, replied that she wasn't and thanked him. Alpha noticed Akira's restlessness again and, with a slight reproach, asked why he was breathing so heavily. At that moment, Akira remembered Yumina's words that the one who stole his money was obviously to blame. Then he confidently stated that he was not a bad person. Alpha supported him and said that Akira was indeed not a bad person. He asked in surprise, and then Alpha inquired what he planned to do next, as he had faced many serious problems today. She suggested he go home and warned him that he had been talking to himself, so he should be more careful. Akira was slightly embarrassed and said he was going to Cheryl's base, but Alpha noted that they would have to take a huge detour. Akira asked why, and Alpha explained that he had fired several bullets at monsters right on someone else's lawn, and he wouldn't get away with such actions so easily. She asked him not to worsen an already problematic situation. Akira apologized. At Cheryl's base, Irio noticed a new girl had arrived. The girl explained that she was looking for work and wanted to join their gang. Irio, puzzled, remarked that there had been too many people wanting to join lately. The girl, surprised, told Lucia that she had already called her last time and asked if she was okay. She reminded Lucia how much she wanted to join the gang and asked if something had happened. Lucia admitted that something serious had indeed happened to her. The girl immediately understood and said that Lucia had almost died. She scolded her, reminding her that she had told her to stop stealing a long time ago. Then she asked how much money Lucia had managed to steal. When she learned the amount, she said it was a huge sum, and a thief could easily be killed for such a haul. She mockingly asked if Lucia had written a will. Lucia replied that she knew and understood perfectly that it was too late. She said that no matter which gang she tried to hide in, she would still not find peace. She would be killed either way. Lucia noted that the girl received support from a very strong hunter, although the guy she stole from also turned out to be no pushover if he could carry 100,000 gold in his pocket. However, Lucia added that her interlocutor still wouldn't want to risk getting into trouble because of her, though she did say she still hoped for help. The girl replied that she understood her. She said that Lucia was now safe and promised to talk to the boss. She asked Lucia to wait a bit and said that Akira would be back soon. She also added that they were told to gather all the newcomers to introduce them to him and invited Lucia to come as well. But as soon as Lucia spotted Akira, she immediately ran away in a panic. Akira saw her and said that he had finally caught her. He was happy, thinking to himself that he had managed to get his money back. Cheryl was mentally astonished, unable to believe that the very person who had stolen Akira's money was among those wanting to join her gang. She considered it a very unfortunate coincidence. Cheryl asked Akira how they should handle the situation. Akira repeated the question about handling it and pondered. He noted in his thoughts that he had already gotten his money back, so it wasn't as important to him anymore. But at the same time, he couldn't just leave things as they were. He also couldn't kill someone Yumina had so fiercely protected. Akira then said he would leave that decision to Cheryl. She was surprised and exclaimed that wasn't right. But Akira calmly replied that since Lucia herself wanted to join her gang, it was her decision to make. Cheryl anxiously clarified if he was asking her to kill Lucia, but Akira explained that he wasn't. He just meant that she wasn't obligated to specifically protect her. He added that the main thing was not to intentionally kill her. Cheryl agreed but remained doubtful. Akira said he was leaving and bid her farewell. Cheryl replied to him and wished him to take care. She thought to herself that she now didn't know the best course of action. Even Akira didn't know how to properly handle this situation, but she definitely needed to do something to fix things. Meanwhile, Alpha said that in a short time they had nearly destroyed each other's objects, and in both cases his specimen was the cause. The girl then corrected her, saying that according to her data, this was the first time, not the second. Alpha said that her interlocutor's object had destroyed her protage's ability to act fully. The girl was surprised and asked again. Alpha suggested they try to avoid situations where their objects might attack each other. The girl replied that they were doing everything possible, but their object was different from Alpha's. It was difficult for him to even recognize them, and the induction process was tough. The connection remained weak, and the contract was imposed by a crude interpretation of words and actions. She added that interventions would have a limit. Alpha said she understood. The girl explained that Alpha's object was capable of recognizing her, and that's why they wanted her to guide her protege along a special path. Alpha admitted that despite their connection, she also had her own limitations. She reminded them that they had a contract she was obligated to obey. The girl stated that she was aware the current situation arose due to limitations on interventions for both objects, and therefore, they needed to show tolerance. Alpha asked her to do everything possible to reduce the likelihood of errors, and even if errors already existed, to make corrections. The girl agreed. Alpha added one last thing, saying she wanted to ask something else. She inquired if her interlocutor's object would achieve its goal. The girl confidently said that he had potential, and that's why they were testing precisely those objects that couldn't clearly recognize them, but could only establish a connection. She explained that their test object was based solely on the strength of the connection and therefore differed from Alpha's object. Alpha said she understood. The girl added that they were leaving. The next day, Alpha praised Akira for his efforts and asked what had happened. Akira replied that nothing had happened, but he did notice her outfit. Alpha sarcastically asked if he didn't like her provocative and revealing look. Akira explained that wasn't what he was talking about. Even though he had learned a bit about manipulating time perception, he still couldn't complete the training without Alpha ending up unclothed. He asked her to tell him the truth and clarified if he was actually making progress. Alpha told him not to worry and assured him he was moving forward gradually and correctly. Akira asked why the outcome was always the same. Alpha explained that they needed intense training. Given the difficulty of a real battle, the training is designed to be almost impossible to complete without dying. Akira understood and said it was clear now. He asked what they would be studying today. Alpha replied, nothing, as she had received a message from Shizuka that his equipment was ready. She asked if he wanted to pick it up today. Akira happily agreed and said he could finally get back to being a hunter. They headed to a shop called Cartridge Freak. Shizuka greeted Akira and told him to follow her. Akira, concerned, asked if it was okay for her to leave the counter unattended. Shizuka replied that it was fine as they didn't have many visitors, though it would be better if they did, but it wasn't bad this way either. Akira said he just thought it would be a problem if someone stole weapons or something else while she was gone. Shizuka explained that they had insurance in the form of a contract with a private security company. She admitted it would be unpleasant if the shop got destroyed, but it was their business decision. Akira repeated her words and said he understood. Shizuka looked at him and said he was their most important client, deserving of special treatment. She added that she was willing to step away for a while for his sake. She said she had to be a good salesperson to ensure decent sales. Then with a smile, she called him an important client and asked him to follow her. Akira agreed and went after her. Akira mused to himself that the special treatment Shizuka mentioned really did exist. He understood that he often bought his ammunition and gear specifically from this shop. It gradually dawned on him that he was being treated not like a regular customer, but quite differently. Shizuka said she was grateful for his support of the shop's sales. She added that she would like him to support their other products as well. For example, they also order power suits, even though the profit from them is small. Akira replied that he would keep that in mind for the future, as it wouldn't be a bad idea. Shizuka added that she would appreciate it, but only if it wasn't too much of a burden for him. Akira agreed that he understood everything. Then she concluded that they had a deal and moved on to his order, noting that the complete set was ready. Akira recalled the description and asked if everything was indeed included in his equipment package. Shizuka assured him that it all fit perfectly within the budget. She began listing the items: a four-wheel drive off-road vehicle specifically designed for wasteland travel, a Type 97 manufactured by Tatsumori Heavy Industries. Although the vehicle was used, it had been excellently maintained. It was equipped with a device for both driving and enemy detection. The package also included one DVTS minigun and one CWH assault rifle. Both weapons were attached to the vehicle, so he wouldn't need to wear a reinforced suit to use them. Of course, it was possible to detach the weapons, but the minigun was extremely powerful, so Shizuka warned him to be careful. It already had a part installed that increased its maximum ammunition capacity. Finally, she presented the ERPS reinforced suit, which had an integrated device for comprehensive data collection. This was a product enhanced by scientific advancements, and it fit the wearer perfectly. With the order confirmed, everything was now complete, pending any further purchases. Akira was astonished that he even received a vehicle and expressed his immense gratitude. Shizuka, with a hint of sadness, noted that he was returning to his work as a hunter and asked him to be careful. After that, she unexpectedly hugged him as if wanting to hold him back and said she hoped he would be sensible. Akira agreed. A flicker of anxiety crossed Shizuka's mind. She realized she was becoming too attached to him and that she should maintain a more detached demeanor, not act as she was now. But at the same time, she felt she had done everything possible for him and found the best she could. Now she expected him to continue making purchases at their store. Meanwhile, Akira was ecstatic. He never thought he'd be able to drive such a fast vehicle. He felt that he could finally go in search of unexplored ruins. Alpha confirmed that they now had the ability to transport many relics, and since the vehicle wasn't rented, no one would know the exact location of the ruins they found. Akira admitted he was eagerly looking forward to this journey. The next day, he asked Alpha if they were truly in the right place. She confidently stated that this was exactly where the data obtained from the Hagaraka ruins pointed, as the Lion computer terminal used to be located here. Akira reasoned that they were moving between Lion branches and terminals in search of undiscovered ruins. If there weren't any large, well-known ruins nearby, it was quite possible to find unexplored ones. Alpha agreed that his reasoning was sound. Akira suggested they might have set their expectations too high, because if it were that simple, others would have found these ruins long ago. Alpha replied that the data indicated several other locations, so they should continue their search. A week passed and Akira regretfully noted that they hadn't found anything. He asked how much further it was to the next location. But Alpha unexpectedly told him to wait as the object was directly beneath them. Akira was surprised and clarified that it was underground. Alpha confirmed this. Akira admitted he couldn't find an entrance and suggested digging their way down. Alpha objected, saying it was impossible because it would require heavy machinery. Akira realized that if they brought in such equipment, they would draw too much attention and many people would learn about the undiscovered ruins. Alpha agreed. Akira concluded that the ruins below were similar to the underground city of Kyuzusuhara. Therefore, there should be many entrances leading to them. But despite a long search, they couldn't find a single one. He then asked what the reason was. Alpha explained that the ground they were walking on was actually the top of a structure about 3 stories high. Akira decided that instead of continuing their search right there, they could investigate the area around the edges. There would likely be less debris, and they would be closer to the ground. It would be easier to find a buried entrance in such a place. His calculation proved correct, and he soon managed to find the passage they needed.